桜舞う夜にもう一度夢を見よう現実を脱ぎ捨て花になろう遥かな風のささやき耳を澄ませばほら終わらない桜も行き過ぎ二人で歩んでこう降り注ぎきらめく夢になろうさまよう迷子のように見失ってもほら輝く愛は消えない
Hello, and welcome back to Sakura Moyu. And let's get started with today's read-through. Alright, okay, there you go. Stepping out of Chiwa's shop, I scratch my head in the middle of the Yoru thoroughfare, looking up at the Yoru Zora. A huge sakura spreads its leafless branches endlessly. Even so, petals drifting from the sakura throughout the town colored the Yozora, which wasn't just pitch black. Well, what should I do? I remained gazing at the Yozora, and after pondering the best course of action for a while. You're there, aren't you? I muttered, in a slightly louder voice. All this time you've been following us. All this time, haven't you? Even without turning around, I knew. A sense of presence. A pressure. Perhaps a sharp intent, as if to burn me with a mere gaze from behind.
夜に里いんだな、少年。
A voice spoke. It was a low, very low voice, as if crawling out from the bottom of darkness.
むやみに後ろから接近するような真似をせず、慎重でいて正解だった。
I turned around, and there stood a kaibutsu, a jet black Yoru kaibutsu. It's as if its very existence was forged from the Yoru itself. Well, I do have a role within the Yoru myself, so to some extent I can sense the intent directed at me. I held up my left hand, the palm of my left hand, which held a connection to the Yoru. Of course, we weren't close enough for me to explain much, so I said nothing more, simply staring at the person before me.
奏でたいが。
The kaibutsu uttered softly.
あの子が、チワが思いを寄せる少年か。ずっとお前のことを見ていたよ。私たち二人でな。
Within the veil of Yoru, still draped over the city, crimson eyes gleamed sharply. And there were three such lights. Two were its eyes. The third was likely a cigarette glow in its mouth. Each time the kaibutsu spoke, the third light trembled slightly in the Yoru. The two of you?
ああ、俺とあいつだ。元人間の怪物だよ。二人でお前が本当にチワにとって有益な人間であるのか否か観察し続けてきた。まずは問わせてほしい。少年。奏大河。君は、チワがどうして自分のことを好いたのか。それを理解できるか。
Could I explain it to a third party? The Yoru no Kaibutsu threw those words at me, and tilted its head slightly, or so it seemed. Its form sometimes blurred in the dark, like a mirage, but the three red lights blinking in the dark tilted, letting me discern its actions. Such a not-so-short distance lay between us, yet its low voice reached me clearly.
お前がチワにふさわしい人間なのか。チワのことを支えて長く短い一生を共に生きていけるような、それを許せるだけの人間であるのか否か。結果、あいつはお前のことを認めたと言っていたが。
The Kaibutsu narrowed its eyes. The red of its twin pupils, glowing in the darkness, became thin and blinked.
疑問だ。甚だ首をかしげる結果だ。俺としてはそれ以上の感想を全く持てない。これでも俺は俺なりにお前という人間を日々観察してきたわけだが、あいつは一体お前のどこを認めたというのか。お前をどのようにして見初めたのかどうか、まるで理解に苦しむ。
His tone and words made no attempt to hide his hostility. With such emotions and words were thrown at me by someone I just met, I had no choice but to respond in kind. And that's something that varies from person to person, isn't it? The degree of evaluation or affection for someone. That kind of thing. I only had a very short opportunity to speak directly with that person, but I think we were able to open up to each other to some extent. But it's different with you. I think it's just that.
ああ、いつだってそうさ。あいつとは何もかもが合わない。真逆なのさ、俺たちは。
So, did you kill them? I asked the darkness itself before me. Because that person acknowledged me, someone you dislike. Is that why you all ended up in an argument and... Is such a meaningless conclusion really acceptable? Holding on to a feeling that could barely be called a question I asked. A presence like a scoffing laugh could be felt from the depths of Yoru.
なっていないな、少年。あまりその年齢でうぬぼれることを覚えない方が身のためだ。そうでなければ、きっとこれからずっと生きづらくもなるだろう。いいか、他人は誰もがお前の思っている以上にお前のことになど興味はないんだよ。そんな程度でいがみ合うようなことはない。いかに俺たちが真逆であろうと。
じゃあ、どうして？
あいつがチワのこと不死にはしないと言い始めたからだ。
は？
我々が初めにチワをさらった動機はあの子を不死にすることだった。それをあいつは今になってやっぱりやめようと言い出した。何を今さら。そんなのは許されることじゃない。そんなことを許してしまっては。
The Kaibutsu Nahato looked up at the Yozora there.
夜が枯れる。
Huh? Winter?
ああ、俺たちの夜の世界が終わってしまう。そこで生きている者たちをすべて巻き込んで、もうほとんど限界なんだよ。
Where Nahato looked up, there was a sakura, its withered branches spread above the city.
あの桜は夜そのものだ。少女たちの命を源に生きている。
They say that if those blossoms completely wither and fall, the Yoru no Kuni will close simultaneously. Yoru no Sekai? Maybe. I don't know. They say.
俺たちはただここにこうしてあるだけの生き物だ。それが何であれどうであれ、事の真相など知る由もない。そういう生き物なんだよ。ただ与えられた役割を淡々とこなす、それだけの存在だ。 それだけの存在であるべきだったんだ。人の子の人生や幸せになど首を突っ込むべきじゃなかった。ああ、そうさ。桜に千葉の命を捧げ、夜を延命させること。それが夜の中での俺たちの役割だったはずだ。だがしばらく俺たちは少女たちをさらわなかった。千葉の一つ前にさらった子があんな風にして殺された。俺たちが少女に永遠の命を与えたから、それを欲する人間に食われた。故にもう少女をさらわないと決めていたんだよ。自分たちの役割を放棄することにはなるが、自分たちの役割を強欲な者たちに利用される方がよほど歯がゆい。それなのにあいつは千葉をさらってきた。もう少女のことをさらわない。その誓いはどうしたとあいつを責めても、あいつはのらりくらりと笑うだけ。しかもさらってきただけで怪物としての役割を果たすでもない。千葉の命を桜に捧げることはしないと言い張った。俺はそんなものはどうでもいいと何度も言ったんだから。俺は千葉を俺たちの家に住まわせることに最初から反対だった。そんな子はさっさと追い出せと何度となくあいつに言ったよ。もう少女を不死にはしないと誓いはしたが、さらってきてしまったのなら仕方がない。追い出さないのであれば、さっさとその子の命を桜に捧げろと。最後にもう一度だけ怪物としての役割を果たせと何度も何度もあいつに言ったさ。それなのにあいつが怪物の役割を果たすことを拒否し続けたそのために、あの桜は見てみろ、その花を枯らしてしまっている。
No one unnecessary exists within the Yoru, but I imagine that those who don't fulfill their given roles will eventually disappear. Nahata says there is no time left.
千葉の命を桜に捧げる。そして夜をこれからも断続させていく。与えられた役割を俺は果たす。そう決めた。強欲な人間どもに俺たちが永遠を与えた少女らが食われてしまおうと、そんなのはもうどうでもいい。役割だ。大切なのはただそれだけなんだよ。
Nahata says that role is the reason we were born into this world and the value of life.
その結婚予定はこの春だったはず。千葉が大人になってしまうギリギリのラインだ。少女から大人へと変わる季節はいつだって春なんだよ。桜が咲いて、そして散る。すると少女は空を見上げなくなり、いつの間にかその心は大人になっている。それまでは千葉と一緒に暮らしていたいというあいつの願いを聞き入れた結果だ。約束の日まで俺は待った。あの二人から距離を置いて。近くにいればどうしたってあいつに小言を言っただろうし、千葉にも無駄に厳しく当たってしまうようなこともあっただろう。俺は人間の子供が嫌いだからな。
Nahato added that if he saw her face, he couldn't help but remember. But remember, he couldn't help but think about what Chiwa's parents did.
二人には 最後の日まで静かに共に暮らしていける時間を与えたつもりだった。交換条件だよ。その日が来るまで俺は二人の生活を邪魔しない。そう決めた。それなのに。
He, Sol, refused to take Chiwa out of the planned Yoru.
あの夜の桜に命を捧げれば、チワは不死の生き物となる。そうなれば正式に俺たちの仲間になるんだ。あいつがバカみたいに夢見た家族にだって、あるいはなれたかもしれない。今年の春を過ぎようと、チワと共にこれからもずっと生きていけただろう。だというのに、あいつはあくまでもチワは外の世界で人間として育っていってほしいと主張した。我々はチワが大人になればそばにいられなくなる。あの子が大人の世界になれれば慣れてしまうほど、俺たちはあの子に近寄ることさえ難しくなるんだ。そうなればもしチワに何かあったとしても守ってやれなくなるぞ。大人の世界は厳しければ厳しいほど正義だと思いたがる者たちで溢れてる。そんな場所にチワを放り出さなきゃならない。
Nahato asked if that was still okay. Sol replied that it was.
そのためにもチワは自分の困難は自分の力で乗り越えるための術を学んでいってくれていると信じてる。それにな、ナハト。チワを不死にすれば、チワの両親のように永遠を求める何者かがチワをその手にかけてしまう可能性だってあるんだ。
That's why it was okay. Sol nodded. He wouldn't make Chiwa a kaibutsu or one of us.
チワはあくまでも人間として生きていくべきだ。私たちのような何者かと暮らすのではなく、同じ時間を生きる人間と共に歩いていくべきなんだ。
Nahato thought that was not good. Why is that? I couldn't help but ask. Why did you think that's not good?
予感だよ。嫌な予感がしていた。あの子は人でなしの子だ。いつかどうしようもない面倒が降りかかってくるんじゃないかというような、そんな予感がいつもしていた。
Just make Chiwa Fushimi and let her go. If she gets eaten, then so be it. Nahato apparently told Sol this countless times, again and again.
だが、あいつは頑なだった。どうしてもチワを不死にはしないと。そして許されるだけの時間、チワと一緒に過ごしたいと。だから仕方なく俺はチワ以外の今を苦しむ少女たちをさらい、幾人かの少女たちの命を桜に捧げてきた。現実世界に居場所を失った子らの命をだ。そうして夜を延命させようとした。そうしてもう一度自分の役割に従順であろうとした。だけどダメだった。
Didn't work? Why not?
少女たちの命でほんの少しだけ桜は花を咲かせるが、予想通りすぐにまた枯れてしまうんだ。このままでは夜が閉じてしまう。
As expected?
ああ、そうだ。桜がチワの命を求めてるんだよ。あの子の命で、いや、あの子たちの命でなければ桜はすぐに枯れてしまう。
By those kodomo, he meant the girls who fought the Yoru no O about 10 years ago and received maho as a reward from the sakura.
桜が求めるのは あの時の少女らの命だけ。そうでなければ桜は満足しない。そうでなければ夜を延命させられない。枯れゆく桜を見上げ、その訳を問うてみた俺の頭の中に、そういった回答が花びらみたいに降ってきたんだよ。
That no matter how many lies other than Chiwa's I offered, it would be meaningless.
俺はこの桜が求めるように命を捧げる。そして夜を延命させていく。それだけだ。ただそれだけが俺の役割だ。あいつがやってくるまではずっとそういう生活だった。そういう生活で満足していたはずだった。それをすっかり忘れてしまっていた。
The Yoro no Kaibutsu who was once Ningen, and then he had adopted the Kodomo of a Kaibutsu.
あいつらと暮らしていく中でつい考えるようになってしまっていた。
考える。
ああ、それは俺たち怪物にとって危険なことだ。
When I asked what was dangerous, Nahato shrugged and replied,
俺たち怪物は考えるということをしない。ただ与えられた役割を淡々とこなし続けるだけの生き物なんだ。元は花だ。ただの植物。空に向かって成長するだけの考えない足だ。我々はどこから来たのか、我々は何者か、我々はどこへ行くのか。そういった思考の迷路をぐるぐると永遠に巡り続けるのはお前たち人間の役割だ。特権と言い換えてもいい。そうした思考の中で生きることや幸福について見出そうとするのが人間という生き物だろう。だが俺たちはそうはなれない。想像することや考えることを知らないからだ。だというのに自分の役割は他にあるんじゃないかと。この命の使い道は別にあるんじゃないのかと。いつの間にか人間みたいにそんなことを思い始めてしまってた。
But Nahato said there was no such thing.
俺に別の役割が、命の使い道が別にあるのではないか。そんなものはないんだよ。それなのにふと湧いた疑問を疑問のまま放置できなくなっていた。人間のそばで暮らしてしまったことの副作用だ。俺も考え続けていれば何か答えのようなものを見つけられるかもしれないとも感じ始めてた。俺に、俺のような怪物にそのようなものの答えなど導き出せるはずもないのに。
And yet, Nahato said, still gazing at the Sora.
それなのに延々と自分の性について考え始めている自分に気づき戸惑った。
A Kaibutsu that couldn't become Ningen had begun to pretend to be one. I knew that was a very dangerous thing.
俺たちは考えることができない。想像することができない。そういう生き物だからだ。それなのにふとした疑問にとらわれてしまえば終わりだ。考えられもしないのに人間の真似事をして永遠に考え続け、ついには考えること以外、そうなってしまった怪物は花に戻るんだ。つまりそれは我々にとっての死だ。
Morning. Nahato said he had seen many comrades like that. And finally, he was the only Kaibutsu left.
俺が考えることに取りつかれ、結果消えてしまったら、 一体誰が夜を維持していくんだ。ここにはたくさんの生き物たちが暮らしてる。
You once abandoned that role, didn't you?
そうだな。強欲なる生き物に俺たちの役割を利用されるのがどうしたって癪だったからだ。だがな、少年。俺や俺たちの勝手だけで夜に生きる全員の未来を断定するかのような真似など決して許されるはずがない。だから終わりだ。人間の真似事はかけらも残さず終わりにすることにした。
No more thinking, and I would simply fulfill my given role as before, in a state of thoughtlessness. Nahato sighed, and the long ash from the cigarette in his mouth fell to his feet. Even so, Soul kept refusing it.
殺した。
A cold voice answered. He implied the reasons were always simple and easy.
あいつを夜に立ち入らせたのは間違いだった。あいつは夜の存在を脅かす脅威だ。チワを人間として育てたい。故にその命を桜に捧げることはしない。そんなあいつの主張のために夜が消えようとしている。だから俺はあいつを殺してでもチワの命を桜に捧げることにした。夜の中で生きているたくさんの生き物たちのために。夜の怪物の弱点を知ってるか、少年。
Interacting with Ninyan.
ああ、そうだ。
Nahato said that I was indeed wise about the Yoru.
怪物を殺せるのは人だけだ。そして同じ夜の怪物同士だ。この手ならば仲間のみならず自分自身をも殺せるだろう。ともかくだ、少年。想像してみろよ。つまりこれからお前に俺が何を言いたいのかわかるだろう。
Sumari.
ああ、
Nahato nodded, then exhaled a thick plume of smoke.
お別れは済ませたか、少年。俺は今夜チワの命をさらいに来たぞ。
It happened in an instant. Huh? It was an instant so brief, I couldn't even blink. He instantly closed the ample distance. Nahato, colossal and jet black, stood before me. He hunched, peering to my face.
俺たち怪物は人間に対してこういうこともできる。
Yami. Tottemo yami. And crimson eyes stared down at me.
タイガ、奏でタイガ、立ち入りを禁ず。お前をこの夜から除外する。
Oh shit, here we go. Oh no, don't tell me it's a totally scene change with no unrelated. Oh yes, it's unrelated. Oh, I don't know, man. Oh no. The Yoru that that Taiga was in Chiwa's, not like some sort of the Yoru itself. Anyway. I woke up, lying on the main street, a dull ache throb in my abdomen. The sky was completely bright. It was Asa. I figured people would start bustling about the main street soon. I shakily stood up.
お別れは済ませたか、少年。俺は今夜チワの命をさらいに来たぞ。
I rushed to Chiwa's room. Ah! I bit my lip, realizing I had been had. Was she taken? Chiwa remained asleep in her bed, but she didn't wake up, not even when I called out or shook her. Nahato had probably taken her heart, or perhaps her very life, from the side of the Yoru. I had to get her back, before Chiwa's life is offered to the Sakura, before Chiwa is turned into a kaibutsu. I groan from the pain in my abdomen. Entry to the Yoru is forbidden. With those words, a single blow, a heavy, sharp impact, struck my abdomen. I don't know what was done to me, but I knew. I must have taken some kind of blow. Weren't I a human supposed to be a kaibutsu's weakness? I muttered, as if complaining, as I dragged my heavy body down the main street in the early morning. That's right. Isn't it strange? When a human touches a kaibutsu, it's supposed to die. Is it because I'm still young enough to enter and exit the Yoru? Perhaps it means if I'm the one, Nahato would be safe, even if I'm touched. I can imagine it that way, but I had a bad feeling. No, this isn't some vague feeling. It's something far more certain. I'll exclude you from this Yoru. I hurried to the dreamness. Yume no Nedoko. It's not connecting. Even using the Kagi, the entrance to the Yume no Nedoko wouldn't open. I tried many times, but the result was the same. The Kagi hasn't disappeared. It's still right here. A public phone sat outside the shop. I picked up the receiver and pressed the numbers. But this one's no good either. From the receiver pressed against my ear, there was no dial tone, no sign of anything from the other side. I looked up at the Yume no Nedoko at the building. It was sudden. I've been ejected from the Yoru far too suddenly.
大河奏で大河立ち入りを禁ずお前をこの夜から除外する
I was dumbfounded. Stunned even. This can't be real, I thought. I thought I was prepared for a day like this to come eventually. For that moment to arise so suddenly. Even with my resolve. My Sazoriku hadn't been enough. Asahi-san, Toya, Nana-chan. Kuro. Will I never see you all again? Forever. I stood there speechless. No, that's wrong. What am I saying? What I need to think about right now isn't this obvious loneliness. It's Chiwa. Chiwa. If I don't hurry, Chiwa's life will. The sakura branches I looked up at still had no flowers. Does that mean Chiwa's life hasn't been offered to the sakura yet? Something. Isn't there something? A way to step back into the Yoru is something. Ah, that's right. It's Kuro. I remembered my ketai. The ketai that only connects to Kuro. Even if I'm in a hurry to forget something so important. I pulled it out. Now this device is the only way to connect to Yoru and its inhabitants. I quickly dial 96. 96. I pressed it to my ear as if in prayer. I let out a sigh. This one's no good either, huh? Even though I quickly entered the number, but I knew it wouldn't connect. Kodokanai. My ketai wouldn't even turn on. Naturally, a feeling like a stab to the chest welled up. This call. Kodokanai. Even though Kuro hadn't answered my calls lately, no matter how many times I tried. But in this situation, this outcome, it's no good. The fact that this call wouldn't connect right now, it makes me feel like something irreversible had been decided. Yeah, that's no good. The kind of thinking is no good. Onegai. Onegai. Pick up, Kuro. Your chikara. Lend me your chikara. But no matter how many times I press the number, no matter how many times I called Kuro's name, nothing changed in my reality. The old device had become nothing but junk. Powerlessly, I lowered the device from my ear and hung my head. I closed my way. I had lost my way. My heart, my body, everything had turned pure white. Mashiro. Anyway, the sound of a newspaper delivery bike. The bark of someone's pet dog. A slightly early Itikamas greeting. As always, the town was showing signs of waking up. And then... Huh? Petals? A flutter. On the branch I looked up, it was Haru. As if light was filling an empty vessel. 1, 2. A tiny Haru was beginning to bud under those withered branches.
Chiwa. ごめんな。
I hear a voice.
どうか、あいつのことを許してやってほしい。
When I close my eyelids, your smile is always there.
君も知ってるはずだよ、チワ。あいつはさ、あの物語の怪物によくよく似ている。そうだろ？
Ah, yeah. When I nodded, agreeing that it was certainly true, you smiled really behind my eyelids.
ああ、うん、そうなんだよ。あの物語の怪物のように、あいつはああ見えて、実は。
I wake up. I was having a short, just a brief dream. If I close my eyelids, the important person is always smiling there. So I'm okay. I'm not lonely. I can live properly even without Maho. I feel like I murmured that in my Yume, and you smile at me. I wanted to see the continuation of that Yume. Where am I? Ah. I might still be dreaming. I can see the sky. The sparkling Yozora. That's strange. I was sure I closed my eyes in my room's bed. A small body was being held by someone, gently swaying.
Senpai?
It must be. Yeah. Right? I thought it would be nice if you were the one carrying my small self and walking. But there was no reply, only a silence, quieter than the yoru, poured down. Oh, that's it. Nahato. Your face came into view as I looked up. I am now being held in your arms.
ここはどこ？
I asked, to me who is still sleepy. You replied, it's the Sakura, the center of the town, right next to the academy, the large Sakura at its base.
借りたものを返しに来たんだ。
借りたもの？
Flutter. A petal carried by the wind from somewhere brushed past my nose.
ナハト。
I called his name.
ナハト。
It's been over a decade since I came here. To this time since I hurt you. I've always wanted to see you. I've always wanted to say I'm sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me. I destroyed too much of what was important to you. Even so, I wanted to keep apologizing to you. Again and again. Forever. I'm sorry.
ごめんなさいナハトごめんなさいごめんなさいずっと私あなたにナハトに謝りたかった
I broke it. I destroyed everything you had. I'm not a child anymore, so I know that apologizing won't fix anything. I understand that all too well. That's why I think I wish I'd never been born. Words spilled out from with my tears. You gently laid me down at the base of the sakura.
チワ
You touched my cheek with your fingertip. That hand was covered by a pure white glove.
ナハト
Somehow I felt nostalgic. Somehow I felt sad and lonely. I cried. Nahato withdrew the hand that touched me and looked up at the sky. At the sakura.
あの少年は奏大河だ。お前の友人、お前の幼なじみ。お前にとって特別だったのだろう人間だ。
Nahato lit a cigarette with a match. The mashiro smoke gently dissolved into the yoru. I gazed at the scene, just like I did back then.
なあ、チワ。どうして
Oops.
どうしてあいつじゃないとダメなんだ。俺にはどうしてもわからない。答えをくれないか、チワ。
答えを
ああ。俺は夜の怪物だ。人の心に憧れ続けるばかりの生き物だ。いつだってこの世界のことを知りたいと思ってる。だが、世界の謎や不思議を解き明かすために考えたくとも、それらの可能性について想像したくとも、お前たちのようにはいかない生き物だから。
That's why I want you to tell me, Chiwa. Nahato says.
どうしてお前はあの少年を恋しく求めるようになったんだ。その心を俺はきっと知りたいと思ってる。
それは
ああ、
私が先輩のことを好きになったのは
ああ。
Give me a second. Okay, I'm back.
秘密
Nahato narrowed his crimson eyes. The reason she fell for him.
そんなの 言えないよ。
As for the moment she fell for him, or for that person, neither she nor I could easily recall it anymore, but
だけどね、ナハト、私は先輩が好きなの。これからもっといっぱいこの気持ちがいろんな形に育っていってほしいって思ってる。
もう会えなくてもか。
Nahato spoke. His eyes remained closed, as if he had no longer wanted to hear her words.
あの少年はもう二度と夜の中には入れない。夜とのつながりを切断したからだ。
先輩と会えない？
もう二度とだ。俺がそうした。
His voice was cold, as if to say, "So resent me."
今のお前は肉体から魂だけを抜き取った。いわば霊体のような存在だ。命そのものと言ってもいいかもしれない。そんなお前をこの桜に捧げれば。
Her body would awaken in the Yoru, and she would become a resident of the Yoru. What kind of creature would she become as she awakened the Yoru? Soul became a Yoru no Kaibutsu. Just like Nahato. That does concern me a little, but
わかった。
she would answer, Wakatta. She would live with Nahato in the Yoru. She could even accept it if told that was atonement for her sins.
平気なのか。
Nahato said,
もう二度と大好きな人と会えなくても。チワ、お前は大丈夫なのか。
平気じゃないけど平気だよ。もう二度と会えなくても。それでも私はずっと先輩のことが好きだよ。
どうして。
Nahato said, without looking at me, why she could say that with such certainty.
先輩、私のこと好きだって言ってくれた。こんな私をだよ。柊先輩でも夜月先輩でもなくて、小さくて生意気ですぐ泣いちゃう。こんな可愛くもない私を好きだって。先輩が私に好きって言ってくれる。そして手をつないでくれる。そんな夢みたいな瞬間を私小さな頃からずっと思い描いてた。聞いてよナハト、私ね、夢が一つ叶ったの。もう諦めてた夢だったのに、私なんて先輩は気にしてもくれないって思ってたのに、嬉しかった。幸せだった。それだけで私、バカな私はね、もう一生先輩のこと嫌いになんてなれなくなっちゃったんだよ。
Saying, I'm sorry. You grew up to be such a simple and thoughtless child. I gazed into Nahato's crimson eyes.
だからね、ナハト、たとえもう二度と会えなくなっても、そして先輩の気持ちが私から離れてしまうことがあったとしても、それはね、悲しいけど寂しいけれど、先輩からもらったたった一回の大 好きの言葉で、きっと私は何もかも大丈夫な気がするよ。
幸せ。
Nahato said in a small voice. What kind of feeling was that, I wondered.
私はね、一人ぼっちで死んでいくんだと思ってた。お父さんとお母さんに好きになってもらいたかったけど、そうはならなかった。だから私は一人だと思った。そんな私のことをソルがさらってくれて、そんな私にナハトが美味しい料理を作ってくれて、3人で一緒に家族みたいに生きて。
I said I was happy.
十分だったの。もうこれ以上は何もいらない。そう思える瞬間を生きた記憶が私の幸せだけどね、ナハと私はあなたたち2人にとっての幸せにはなれなかった。2人の大切なものを壊してしまった。私の家族はソルとナハトから大切な子を奪った。多分ありったけの残酷な方法で。そして私はナハトから大切な友達を。だから私は、こんなバカな私はいつまでも一人ぼっちでいなきゃいけない人間なんだって気づいて。
Because if I'm alone, I shouldn't hurt anyone.
でもそんな私の手を先輩が引いてくれて、また一人ぼっちじゃなくなって。だけどね、幸せは油断していると足元を救いにやってくるんだよ。私は幸せになれた私はまた大切な人の大切な何かを壊してしまうかもしれない。それが怖いよ、ナハト。私のこと大切に思ってくれる人がいた。一緒に生きようって言ってくれる人がいた。どうしようもなく悲しいことが起こるたび、すごいよ、ナハト。そういう人たちが増えていく気がするんだよ。先輩もお友達もソルも、そしてナハトもそうだよ。そのことに気づけたこともきっと私の幸せなんだと思う。そういったものをもう二度と壊したくないって気持ちもやっぱり私の幸せなんじゃないかなって。ごめんね、生意気なこと言ってごめんなさい。
But I really do think that way, I told Nahato.
だからね、ナハト、それだけで私は全部大丈夫。先輩ともう二度と会えなくても。
But when I put it into words, it's no good. Tears welled out slowly. The hikari of the yoru seemed to gently waver.
祈ってる。ここから夜の中から先輩のこれからの人生を、幸せを、それくらいなら大丈夫だよね。私の大切な人の、先輩の大切な何かを壊したりはしないよね。
チワ、お前がどんなに 夜の中であいつの幸せを祈ろうと。そんなお前のことにあいつが気づくことはない。
そうかな。きっと分かってくれるよ。
I forced myself to smile.
先輩は分かってくれる。声は届かなくても、姿は見えなくても、私がそばで先輩の全部がうまくいくように祈ってること、ずっと隣で先輩の手をつないでいたいんだって思ってること、先輩はきっと気づいてくれるよ。
あいつが
Nahato exhaled his words along, with a puff of cigarette smoke.
あいつがいつかお前のことを忘れてしまってもか。
うん。
あいつがもしも千葉、お前のことを忘れていつかお前以外の誰かを好きになってもか。本当か。夜の住人となったお前とあいつはもう相入れることはない。お前の時間は止まったんだ。お前はここで子供のまま、あいつは外で大人になる。忘れるんだ。それでも千葉、お前は。
それでも私は先輩の幸せを祈っていたいよ。きっと寂しく思うこともあるだろうし、悲しく思って泣くこともあると思う。私は嫌な子だから、もしかすると先輩が幸せになればなるほど胸がズキズキ痛いのかもしれない。でもね、その悲しい気持ちは私だけの宝物なんだよ。誰にもあげないし、これだけは切り取って捨てたりもしないよ。だってとても悲しくなるのは、とっても寂しくなってしまうのは、私が先輩のことを大好きな証拠だから。だからね、ナハト、もう私は先輩と二度と会えない。この悲しい気持ちがいつまでも消えずに私の中にあるのなら、私は夜の中から先輩のこれからの人生を応援し続けていけるんだって思うんだよ。
We both looked up at the sky, the Yosara, with Sakura dancing.
覚悟か。覚悟は勇気と書き換えることができると何かで読んだな。
Kakikaeru. I love that PN. Nahata pinched out the cigarette's flame between his thumb and forefinger.
覚悟を決めて勇気を学んだ人間には世界、その人生に祝福されるとも何かで読んだ。
なんだか、
あ
なんだかキラキラしすぎて眩しい話だね。
あ、そうだな。俺もだ。大げさな話だなと思った。人間は些細な話や言葉でもいつも誇張して美談に従う生き物だなと。
For a little while longer, we gazed at the same Yozara.
ナハト、
あ
初めてだね。
I smiled.
初めてこんなにいっぱい話したね。これからはもっといっぱい私たちは話せるのかな。私なんかじゃソルの代わりにはなれないだろうけど。
I doubt talking about stories or music with me would be fun, though.
今夜からは私がソルみたいにあなたの友達になれたら。
At least I could keep you from being alone. As Nahato averted his gaze from me, I somehow felt that my feelings had been conveyed to him more than words ever could.
覚悟はいいか。覚悟と勇気だ、チワ。これからお前は夜の中で生きていく。あいつとは離れ離れになる。その覚悟と勇気は十分なんだな。
I looked up at the sky. In this yoru where sakura fluttered down, on the withered sakura branches, many flowers were beginning to bud. Flowers bloom by my life. With my life, tomorrow will come even to the yoru. I made my resolve, but I know I need to find the Yuki for it too, but even so, still. These sad feelings, these lonely feelings, are proof that I love Senpai. So I absolutely want to hold on to them without losing them, but tears. Again, tears.
違う。これは違うよ。
I desperately wiped away the flowing tears. I no longer even knew myself what was wrong. Even if I make my resolve, even if I find my Yuki, that's all just for a moment. What should I do? I'm useless. I'll just go back to being my crybaby self right away.
ごめん。ナハト。
Senpai. Even though my Yume finally came true, even though Senpai finally looked at me, I just thought that if Nahato would forgive me, I wouldn't mind being trapped in the yoru.
ごめん。
Gomen. It seems I've found a new Yume. I had always envisioned it. So, Nahato, Watashi, Sannin would someday open a shop and live our lives. And now, there's one more. The number of people I want by my side has increased. Gomen. I've grown into such a selfish person. I'm truly, hontoni gomen. Nahato reaches out to my flowing tears. If Nahato touches me again, I'll be consumed by the yoru. I felt that sensation, so I closed my eyelids. A gunshot? A gunshot rang out. Okay. I'd never heard the sound of a real pistol before, but even so, I somehow knew it was a gunshot. Just one shot. That scream-like sound continued to echo within the yoru, and I definitely saw it. The Sora that Nahato and I have been looking up has split open. Chiwa! Senpai. Chiwa! Onegai! Take my hand! Breaking through the Yozara, I looked up at Senpai. Reached out to me, his eyes full of tears. Come on, let's go, Chiwa. I'll come to snatch you from the death of the yoru. Chiwa! I shot through the Sora. Can you hear me? Chiwa! In the sky I shot through, a huge massive hole opened up. Beyond that was the yoru. I could see Chiwa in the kaibutsu that had snatched her. An overhead entrance, gaping in a distorted shape. It was like a window, peering into a different world unlike this one. The scene of Chiwa and the kaibutsu visible through the opening showed inverted ground and sky, as if we looked out at each other. I reached out my hand to that opening. Onegai! My hand! Take this hand! I can't reach from here, so Chiwa, you pull me over. Chiwa immediately understood my attention. She took my outstretched hand as if clinging to it. She pulled me to her side. Up and down, spun and reversed. And before I knew it, I was holding Chiwa.
先輩どうして
With a sigh, I nod. Otomodachi. Ataisetsu na otomodachi. Because she lent me her strength one last time. That's why I... no longer. The opening above closed without a sound. At that side, I closed my eyelids. Just as I thought. I realized my palm was empty. The maho I was sure I'd been clutching until just now was nowhere to be found. I won't be able to meet her again. Ever. The familiar ringtone of my ketai kept echoing in my head forever and ever. A little while ago, Chiwa was taken away into the Yoru. Yet I had no means. My head. My heart. It was when I was trying to grasp them. What? I hear a sound. What kind of sound could it be? It's a familiar sound, but it's no use. I couldn't immediately grasp its true nature. If I had to pick a terribly cliched phrase, my heart might have been steeped in despair. I lost the means to enter the Yoru. It was sudden. I was abruptly expelled from a familiar place. A way to go save Chiwa. I thought and thought, but there's nothing. Nothing at all. I just kept staring up at the Sora, where the sakura ceaselessly fell. And to me, that in my hand kept ringing, as if to say, "Wake up!" I can't die. Only then did I realize the device that should have become junk again was buzzing and vibrating in my hand. Moshi moshi! I hastily pressed the call button. Silence, the usual reaction, but even that now. Gomen, Kuro. Even that is frustratingly slow right now. Kuro, can you hear me? A breath of silence, like a sigh, passed.
聞こえてる
I sighed without thinking. It was a sign of unspeakable relief. Yokatta. I'm so glad, Kuro. We've connected. I didn't know what to do. I told Kuro about the current situation. I'm glad I could connect with you, Kuro. I thought I wouldn't be able to see anyone else. Asahi-san, Toya, or Nana-chan. Nah, Kuro. Is there any way? I want to go save Chiwa. Is there any way to enter the Yoru again?
よかったことはない
Huh?
この電話がもう一度つながっていいことなんて全然一つもないんだよタイガ。
Kuro, what are you saying?
この電話
Ah,
ずっとつながらない方がよかったの
Kuro. Something's wrong. What is this? It's a static. Your voice is somehow hard to make out. What did you just say? I feel like you're trying to tell me something really important, but...
タイガ
Hmm?
君は今多分道を間違えようとしてるだからこの電話が
Kuro, onegai. I need you to speak a little louder. The static's terrible. I can't hear anything. Nai. Oh, Nai. I can't hear your voice well, Kuro. The important parts are breaking up. Silence again. My heart, which should have felt relief, was assailed by anxiety once more, but...
願いは決まった
Huh? Strangely, that one phrase came through clearly, without any static or interference.
私とタイガーはずっと小さな頃から二人でずっとタイガの夢とそれを叶えるための魔法について話し合ってきた
I nod, deeply, repeatedly. Even though Kuro shouldn't be able to see me, I felt as if my intention was clearly conveyed.
大丈夫だよタイガ
Kuro says, almost whispering. That it's okay no matter what my wish is.
平気。大丈夫。何も心配しなくていい。だって私は、タイガ。君の夢を叶えるために、そばにいた。
Kuro repeats, asking if I decided on my wish. What kind of maho do I desire for it? Have I imagined what I need? It's okay.
聞かせて、タイガ。そのすべてを、私は全部、叶えてあげられるよ。
Zenbu?
そう、全部。私は、あの子たちと違う。だから、大河の魔法にはなれない。そのための心を持たない。そんな生き物。でも、あの子たちにはできないことを、私はできる。大河に魔法をあげられる。その魔法が、本当に必要なものなのなら。
Negai. Maho. The yume I want to fulfill in that negai. Once I wish to simply vanish, to die suffering as much as possible. That was my yume. That was my negai. Or perhaps even my kibo. It's always like this. I was always searching for Maho to achieve that, but the Maho I could imagine for it was never permitted by anyone. Not by Asai-san, the Yoru no Maho Sky. Not by Kuro, who holds the Kagi to permitting my Maho. But now it's different. My Yume has changed. My Nagai has changed too. My Kubo isn't for the future either, but for right here, right now. Chiwa. Chiwa Ando. My Taisetsu na Onna. I want to live. I want to live by your side for as long as possible, counting the number of your smiles. I've naturally started wishing for that. And the Maho to grant that Hoshi is. Gonna Maho would be suitable, I wonder. That's what I started to think. Hoshigi, Kuro. I feel like even my unspoken thoughts are completely reaching you right now. Nah, Kuro. I want you to listen. These feelings I have for Chiwa. I'm still here. Somewhat hesitant to put a name to the true nature of these feelings. But I don't know why. Kuro, I'm here. Feeling something akin to loneliness when I confess these feelings honestly to you. But I don't know why. I want you to listen. What I want right now is to be able to stay with Chiwa from now on. I want to spend all the time I have left, every bit of it, in time with Chiwa. For that, the Maho needed here and now is to step into the world of the Yoru once more. To rescue Chiwa, the girl who was once snatched by Kaibutsu into the world of Yoru. This time, I'll snatch her from the Yoru and bring her back to this side. Maho. But what we can use is just what we call it. It's not a kiseki that can make anything possible with a mere wish. If I could give form to the Sozoraku of instantly summoning the snatched Chiwa to my side, that would be the best thing above all else, but it's muri. Leaving aside the special girls who once fought in the Yoru. With my fragile Sozoraku having only ever been protected by them, such a thing would be impossible. Why is it impossible? First, my own Sozoraku gets in the way. The Maho we can use is Sozoraku. My twisted heart, no matter what, gets in the way, telling me that such convenient kiseki don't exist. So because Jigan is likely pressing now, I'll first choose a Maho that even I can easily. I close my eyelids and try to envision it. The Maho needed for the sadness must surely take this form. I felt it in my heart, the sensation of Yukuro, quietly closing her eyelids on the other end of the ketai. And then I open my eyelids. Then I notice that my left hand feels heavy. It's a handgun. A handgun was gripped there. In my palm, a small handgun and a silver bullet. Single bullet.
タイガ君が思い描いたこと全部伝わってきた
Single bullet. I grant permission for that Maho. A faint, quiet voice said.
それは君のことをタイガのことを幸せにしてくれる
I'm still wondering how
その
Kuro.
ための魔法だと私は信じた
I'm still wondering how Kuro is able to grant this kind of Maho. Even in like Hiyori's route, it's when Taiga really needed Maho. Kuro had that conversation just before he gets the power to be able to try to find Hiyori. But you know.
それは現実世界の壁を打ち抜いて強制的に夢の世界への扉を開くそう願った君の魔法だ弾丸は一発たった一回きりの魔法だよ
The thing that connects my mirai. I don't want to adorn it with such trite words as Kibo and Yume and Kibo. Literally, it's a kiseki that took form, one I wish to cling to, in the face of an unchangeable reality. Why, of all things, is it a handgun? Why does it mimic the form of something that symbolizes destruction? At first glance, it seems to be the exact opposite. The complete opposite of salvation. But for me, nothing could fit better than this. This is it. This form. This is the precise form of my Yume, Kibo, and Kaneshini? Zetsubo? Setsubo. Thus, there is nothing more than this. Nowhere.
タイガその魔法にはタイガ
Huh.
まだ安全装置が働いているそれを外すには一つ決めなきゃいけないことがある
Kuro says it's the price.
奇跡を味方につけるにはいつだってそれにふさわしい何かを支払わなきゃならないように世界はできてる
That's how stories always are. You know, Taika. This world is made of fairy tales. That's common sense within the Yoru, Kuro says. In a soft voice, a thin, trembling voice, as if it would break if touched.
君が夜の外に持ち出した魔法その魔法を使用したなら君は今度こそおとぎの国から弾き出されるもう二度と君はこちら側へは関係できなくなる
Is that the price?
違うよ
Kuro says that's just a basic
日
rule.
本の中の世界は空想の物語は本来なら外の世界の君たちに干渉できないそんな世界の約束をビリビリに破ってまで使うのが魔法だから
So even if I were to be rejected by the world, it couldn't be helped, and it would be natural, Kuro continued. Separately, I must decide on the price. For the stubborn outside world to accept a kiseki, a fitting price is essential. If the Maho's safety is removed, in that way, only then will the kiseki fit in my palm.
さあタイガ一緒に最後に一緒に考えよう
一緒に
そうだよ君の願った願いに釣り合うだけの代償は一体どんなものなのか二人で決めよう
The price. I murmur it in my heart. the payment, one that would be fitting for the maho I sought, equivalent to its effect. I'll never be able to Yume again. That's not enough. I'll no longer be able to expand my Suzoruku even more, making it bigger and wider than it is now. That's still not enough. Yes. This is it. I swear to take Chiwa to the outside world, even if it means exchanging my life for hers. Yes. That feels about right because I thought so. Because I just had to think so. A faint sound, like steel scraping together, reached my ears.
分かった。
At the same time, her voice by my ear.
それがその奇跡がタイが奏でタイが君の人生最後の魔法となれ。これから先は君の人生には都合のいい魔法が光ることはない。悲しくて寂しくて時に理不尽、そんな残酷なおとぎ話の中を優しいばかりだったおとぎ話の外の世界を君は生きていかなきゃいけない。タイガ
I'm surprised.
どうして？
I thought this prize wouldn't be enough to convince you, Kuro. Because this prize is far too self-sacrificing. And yet she's giving me permission. When I said that, Kuro told me it's alright.
タイガがどんな魔法を想像しようと、タイガがどんな代償を選ぼうと、大丈夫だよ。タイガの願い、タイガの夢、それがタイガを幸せにしてくれるものなら、どんな代償だってタイガの代わりに私がきっと。
Oh, yeah. She also does this in Hiyori's route. So every time Taiga had to wish something, I'm guessing Kuro also pays a price. So to compensate for whatever Taiga's, because whatever Taiga's giving probably isn't actually enough. But Kuro is also giving something. I think that's what I think. Kuro fell silent there. Kuro, gomen. There was static again. What did you just say? I desperately asked her.
とにかく大丈夫。私を信じて。だけど、これだけは覚えておいて。
Huh?
ここから君は子供ではいられない。もう誰も君を助けない。誰も君に手を差し伸べない。それだけは理解して。タイガ、その覚悟が決まったなら、さあ引き金を引こう。今君の魔法を二人で使おう。
一緒に。
考えている時間はないんだよ、タイガ。君の大切な人がピンチなんでしょ。
It was. Quickly. I had to go quickly. I had to go save Chiwa. Demo. I'm hesitating. For some reason, I'm finding it difficult to pull the trigger on this maho. Something very, very important. Am I forgetting something I must accomplish, even if it costs me my life? Ah, that's right. I'm forgetting something. So decisively that I can't even remember what I've forgotten. I can't remember. どうしてだろう? I was always supposed to be searching for the whereabouts of someone I admired, wasn't I? You've been quietly waiting for me to steal my resolve. So I'm overriding this unknown confusion with another. I felt as if someone was telling me that this was something I shouldn't remember. Kuro.
うん。
Nah, Kuro.
何？タイガ。
Will we not meet again? My fingers are trembling. If I use this maho, I'll never again see you. Asahi-san, Toya, or Nana-chan. Yeah, that's the same price in Hiyori's route. So every time this kind of event happens in a route, it is literally sayonara for Kuro and Taiga. They read it. There was silence. And that silence felt like affirmation more than any words could be, but
違う。
Kuro says,
さよならなんてないよ。どこにもない。いつでも大河に。私たちは会いに行ける。またこうしてお話だってできるよ。だから。
Kuro's voice caresses my ear, telling me to pull the trigger without worry. It's a uso. That's what I wanted to say. There's no way I wouldn't know there's a uso in your words. We lived together for so long. We thought about so many things together. Just the two of us. My taisetsu no tomodachi. Taisetsu na kazoku. And yet for our sayonara to be like this. For us to even pretend not to notice such a uso from each other. A pistol. I just quietly stare at the maho in my palm. Yeah. もう時間だない. Time is of the essence. Even as I stand here, the sakura I looked up are growing more and more buds. Why is this happening? Tears. My tears are overflowing. どうして? Yeah, Kuro. In the mirai I'm imagining right now. In the mirai where I'm laughing with Chiwa and everyone else. Kuro. Your figure, after all, is nowhere.
大河。
I hear a voice.
どうして泣くの？
Kuro says it as if she can see me.
笑ってよ。大河。私はね。嬉しいんだよ。すごく。
嬉しい? どうして?
だって
あ
私おバカだけど何の役にも立てない子だったけどタイガやっと私タイガの役に立てるかな。
Kuro says she's happy thinking
だ
that.
からお願いタイガ泣かないでよタイガ。
どうして? I clench my teeth. どうして? Why would you say something like that, Kuro? Just having you by my side brought me peace of mind. Just you smiling at me sometimes. Just you holding my hand made me happy. Troubled, lonely, sad. You were always by my side, listening. Shy and quiet, you spoke with all your might until I slept. Always. And yet, to say you're useless. Don't say such a thing. Please, I beg you. The static grew even thicker.
さあ引き金を引こう。一緒に引こう。
That was probably the gentlest voice I had ever heard from you.
私はね君の未来がわかるんだよタイガ。
One of the things I wish would be there forever was smiling.
その魔法はきっと君の未来に幸せをくれるはず。私はそう信じてる。
俺は I loaded a dangan into the pistol.
うん。
Then I aimed the barrel at the sky.
それでいいんだよ。
There's no more time to think. Surely there isn't. No time to hesitate either, so I... Kuro. Kuro!
何タイガ。
俺は好きよ。大切な 超大切なお友達 or something like that. I don't know, man.
知ってるよ。
I cocked it.
もう分かってる。
I cocked the hammer.
タイガー。ねえ、タイガー。
あ。
私も同じ。私は君が大好きだったよ。
I put strength into my fingertip.
忘れない。私はタイガの君の一番近くにいられた友達だった。それだけで私この世界に生まれた意味がきっとあったよ。
I bit my lip. Sayonara. I closed my eyelids. Sayonara. Kuro. I pulled the trigger. My most precious, most beloved, my friend. A single gunshot. A noise swallowed your voice.
さよなら。バイバイ。幸せにね。君のこれからをずっとここから応援してるよ。
The call disconnected. The sky cracked and its fragments rained down. I reached out my hand into the open night above, along with the tears that wouldn't stop flowing. Wait, I need to go for a bit. I need to pick up something. I'll be right back. I need to pause. Come on. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. All the distractions should be taken care of. Let's go. Give her back. I stood up, feeling lightheaded. There have been too many sayonara tonight. So, no more. I don't want to lose anything precious anymore. Nothing. Not a single thing. The kaibutsu facing me said nothing. It merely blended. The white smoke would repeatedly exhale into the yoru air. I know this sounds one-sided, even selfish, and I apologize for that, but Chiwa is non-negotiable. I will get her back. Before I knew it, I was glaring sharply at the kaibutsu before me. This person stole everything from me. Perhaps somewhere in my heart, I had been thinking that. To the me who was still a child. No. To the me who was reacting so predictably, the kaibutsu let out a deep sigh.
なあ、少年。外の世界のどこに幸せがある？
The kaibutsu spoke.
チワは夜の中で暮らしていた方が幸せだ。そうは思わないか？
Maybe. Or maybe not. But it shouldn't be me or you who decides that.
私は
ああ、そうだな。その通りだ。
The kaibutsu shook its head, as if to cut off Chiwa's voice. Then it spoke.
お前たち人間には不思議なことだが、持って生まれた特性のようなものがあり、どうしたってそれからは逃れられない。お前たちの命とはそういう風にできてしまっているんだ。
Chiwa Ando is always trapped in lonely situations. That is the characteristic embedded in Chiwa Ando's life.
運命だとか宿命だとか、お前たちはそれのことをそう呼ぶのだろうが、外の世界を見てみろ。千葉のことをまともに扱う人間など一人もいなかった。千葉を生贄にしようだとか、その命を代償にして自分たちは永遠を得ようだとか、奴らは夢見ることに忙しく、千葉のことを何とも思っていなかった。しかもそれはこともあろうか、千葉のことを最も愛さなければならない、そんな役割を持つはずの両親だ。
Nahato, as if such a thing was acceptable. In the world of fairy tales, such cruel things rarely happen. And yet,
外の世界ではそんな程度の残酷さは日常茶飯事だ。それなのになぜそんな奴らがゴロゴロと溢れるような場所でお前たちは生きたがる。そうではない場所がここにあるのに。
hey, now, Shonen, would you tell me? The Kaibutsu asked.
外にどんな宝物があるというんだ。そんな残酷めいた世界にチワをみすみす放り出すような真似をして、そうすることに一体どれだけの価値があるというんだ。
Takaramono. I muttered that, tilting my head.
確かに一度は、ああ認めよう。一度くらいはチワとあいつと暮らすことに楽しさのようなものを覚えたことはあっただろうと思う。それは確かに認めるよ。
But that's all. That's all it is. The Kaibutsu said, blinking its crimson eyes a few times.
俺の目的はいつでも単純だ。お前たち人間みたいに心は複雑になれない。故に役割を果たしたい。俺の中にあるものはたったそれだけ。
However,
それだけなんだ。
However, the Kaibutsu added.
ただチワが暮らすべき世界は外ではなくこちらなのではないか。チワを夜の中からさらおうとしているお前にはそう問いかけずにはいられない。あいつと同じだ。チワがソルと名付けた怪物だ。お前はあいつと同じようにチワを外の世界に連れ出そうとする。その真意こそ俺にはまるで理解できない。
Nahato says that's why he'd asked me again and again.
少年、お前は夢も希望もない残酷めいた外の世界でチワを、大切な女の子のことを幸せにできるのか。きっとチワはまたいつかそういう状況に追い込まれる。そういう運命を持った命だろうからだ。もしもまたチワの人生に残酷なお話が訪れたなら、少年、お前だぞ。お前ごときがそれを止められるのか。運命に打ち勝てるのか。まさかそのための魔法でも知っているとでも言うのか。
I narrow my eyes, staring at the Kaibutsu. There's no such thing as convenient maho anymore. It's nowhere to be found, but... You called it Takaramono, didn't you? You asked where in the outside world there could be a Takaramono that would make us want to live in there. When I think back, there's nothing. The outside world is simply cruel. I have no choice but to say so. I had no other words to answer with, because I too had always wondered about it. You, inhabitants of Yoru, whether Kaibutsu or Mahotsukai, or even my Taisetsu no Tomodachi. Everyone likes to compare this world to a fairy tale, but if I were to deliberately go along with that idea, I'd always wondered. Every time I encountered countless stories in Asahi-san's study, that wonder grew and grew. Why do fairy tale protagonists always want to return to their original or ordinary world, from the special world they could journey on to an adventure? Wait, that's not all isekai protagonists want to go back. Anyway, even a perfectly ordinary Shujinko could become a Tokubetsu Eiyu in that special Tokubetsu Sekai. Sono Nanoni. Some give up the Tokubetsu Sekai. No, I'll just read this in English. Some give up special world treasures to return to the original one. I couldn't understand it, even feeling dissatisfied. Now I can understand the protagonist, the Shujinko's feelings. If I were to say that, I suppose I'd sound somewhat cool. But still, I don't get it. You're right. Yoru is surely more comfortable than the original world. Even if sad things happen, I imagine it's better than our world. Because you are all too kind. Because I've only ever interacted with kind things. If I get too used to such a Yoru, I definitely won't be able to live outside.
ならばなおさらだ。なおさらここで暮らしていけばいいだけだろ。
はい。確かに。それでも。It's strange. I find myself wishing to return. That the outside world is so important. Even if it's dear to me, I find myself thinking, どうしてわからない. No matter how strange it seems, I myself can't understand it. Haru, Hiyori, Tomohito. Is it because everyone's here? There. What about Azusa? What about Azusa, man? Azusa, one of your childhood son and Jimmy? No, that's not all. The people I cherish were in the Yoru too. And especially in the Yoru. There were so many of them. Yet I wish so strongly to return home. Living in the outside world with Chiwa, hand in hand. A world that isn't easy. I guess I just expect that we'll gain something that isn't just fun.
何かとは。
Only difficulties. That kind I probably couldn't gain even in this world where I can never grow up. Will surely be green.
そんなものを得て一体どうしようというんだ。
Well, what I intend to do, I'm probably not entirely sure myself. Because I'm still just a kodomo. I can only manage a really smile. With Chiwa, someone important, I want to see that dazzling scenery beyond the darkness together. What will it be like with just us? I want to know. That's why I wish to return home with Chiwa, perhaps. Nahato extinguished his cigarette, crushing the flame in his palm, and spat out, "Kudaranai."
困難の先にはまた新しい困難しかない。
If I overcome one difficult thing, some malicious person watching will say, "Oh, so you can clear a difficulty of this level, can you? Then show me you can endure a slightly greater hardship as well," and so on.
そうしてお前たちはいつも同じようなことをぐるぐるぐるとまるで犬のように繰り返すばかりだ。
Hi, you're right. To be honest, I think so too. Still with a wry smile tilted my head. That there must be something shining brightly, beyond difficulties and hardships. That's truly just a Yume, isn't it? To boast that hardship is noble. That's always just the excuse of someone wanting others to suffer. That's a phrase you often hear, isn't it? But I say, even so, the outside, everything will definitely end someday. And that's probably Kibo too. Painful things, lonely things, fun things. If you think they'll end someday, there are many things you can endure.
何が言いたい？
I imagine that eternity might be painful. Whether it's continuing to live, or continuing to have fun, or continuing to be sad. Living in a world without end. In the Yoru, there must be a mountain of pain, different from the outside. It's all just my imagination, though, I add. Living forever, doesn't that simply mean that goodbyes will endlessly pile up bottomlessly? I often see stories like that. So often. I'm almost sick of them. But even if it's a common story, that kind of thing, I absolutely can't endure it. A sharp pang. My chest hurts this much from my own words because... that's right. Without a doubt, it's because I ended up thinking about the sayonara that had just arrived. Kuro. I wonder why. Even your face is already becoming hard for me to recall, but... I'm no good, am I? Without you? My tears are about to spill again. I endure it desperately. Endure it. Forward. I must look only forward and move on.
確かにそうかもしれない。そういう場合もあるのかもしれない。
Nahato says as he's sighing.
だが、お前もここで暮らせば、少なくともチワとなら一緒に、ずっと一緒にいられるぞ。よく言うじゃないか。付き合ったお前たち人間はいつも目を見つめ合い、ずっと一緒にいたいねと。
Nahato said that Yume could be fulfilled precisely here. Well, yeah. That is certainly a slightly appealing thought, I suppose. But if that's the case, then why haven't any of the Kodomo you kidnapped until now remained in the Yoru? Everyone. All of them leave this place. And the one left behind is just you. This Yoru no Sekai is too hard for humans. Isn't that why everyone leaves? Even without proof, I can't help but imagine it that way. Furthermore, humans are greedy. You see, the things precious enough that we don't want to say sayonara to aren't just Chiwa alone. I'll look up at the sky, at the sakura branch that should have been withered away a long time ago. I'm having Chiwa's light return, and we'll both return to a world that isn't special. Our Tokubetsu Tabi, which has continued for 10 years, ends tonight. We will never return here again. With Chiwa, in the non-eternal world, I want to live each moment fully. Please, let me fulfill that dream.
先輩
Chiwa squeezed my back tightly. My native words sound incredibly shallow, enough to make anyone sick. That's why Nahato just scoffs and says,
そんな言葉でチワの命は奪わず返そうと俺が言うとでも思ったのか。そんな程度でこの俺が役割を放棄するほど深くお前に説得させられるとでも期待したのか。
Yeah. I shake my head. If we could understand each other through talking, I don't think we would be exchanging words like this endlessly. I wasn't talking to you. I was just expressing my feelings to Chiwa, who's always behind me. Nahato narrowed his eyes. Then, lighting a new cigarette with a match, he slowly walked towards me. He came at me so directly, so boldly, that I didn't know what to do until he was standing right in front of me, and I...
なるほど。話し合いで解決できないのなら何をどうすれば解決できるのか。教えてくれないか、少年。
I just kept looking up at the gigantic mass of the Yoru that was his body, looming over me, the two red lights glowing within it.
どうした、少年。互いに手が届く距離だぞ。
My cheek was gently stroked. It was cold. His fingertips were so cold.
さあ、話し合いで解決できないのなら、次はどうする？
I swallowed. I didn't come here to fight you. I'm not... There was an impact. I thought my head would fly off, when I realized my forehead was scraping against the hard ground. I think my body was blown back several meters. My vision was distorted. A piercing pain remained in my cheek. It was as if I'd been hit by some kind of a heavy vehicle, but it was just a slap. For the Kaibutsu, it was probably no more than a caress, but that single touch completely shook my normal senses. Chiwa was shouting something, but it was no use. A sound like tearing metal echoed in my ears. I couldn't hear anything, and yet it was strange.
少年、ここからは男同士の話だ。
Only the Kaibutsu's low crawling voice clearly reached me.
あの子に見られていては本音も口にしづらいだろう。俺たち二人以外には退場を願おうか。
The Kaibutsu snapped his fingers. At the signal of that dry sound, Chiwa's form gradually faded and vanished. At the same time, the sakura above me were already practically in full bloom. This is already... Could it be that Chiwa's life had all turned into these sakura? Chiwa. No way. I catched a single petal fluttering down onto my palm.
お前に何ができるんだ。
The Kaibutsu says,
ただ特別な猫に育てられたというだけのお前に、一体どうしてこの現状を変えられるというのか。人なでだ。
Scrabbling at the ground, I tried to stand up, making sure not to crush the single petal in my
た
hand.
った一つ、その方を撫でてみせただけでそのざまだ。こんなにも、そんなにも脆弱なお前が、それでもだ。それでもこの俺と戦って千葉を奪おうと。そういう覚悟さえもないというのなら、一体お前は何をしにここへ来た。
What did I come for? That's obvious. Onegai. Taisir. To demand it again and again. Chiwa's inochi. Gasping for breath. Onegai. I beg you. Staggering, I stand up. I want Chiwa's inochi back. It must be possible. And our Yume. Please, acknowledge our Yume. Again and again, I came here to plead. Until you acknowledge me. Until you bless me. Until Chiwa's inochi is returned. Until then, again and again now, another blow to my face. It didn't send me flying, but I collapsed. A merciless fist slammed into my nose. I groaned. I covered my face with both hands. Something red, slick, oozed from my nose. But even so, I stood up. Yeah. To stand up, I forced strength into my trembling legs.
俺の許しを得ることにどれほどの価値があると思っているのか知らないかな、少年。もう遅いんだよ。わかるだろ。方法はない。桜はほとんど満開だ。それに、もし俺と戦えと言えば、そうすれば認めてやると言えば、お前は俺とここで全力でやり合うのか。お前は猫に育てられた。夜の魔法使いを歌う小賢しいばかりのあの猫たちだよ。ずっとだ。千和が見初めたお前のことをずっと観察してきたからわかる。知っている。ならば夜の中で戦う術くらいは学んでいるはずだ。そうだろう。
I muttered, clenching my teeth. But then I quickly smiled, as if to say, "What are you misunderstanding? This wasn't supposed to be such a dangerous conversation. You're Chiwa's Otosan. This is a please give me your daughter situation. I'd even prostrate myself. Everyone meets a girl's Otosan with that resolve. Even an ordinary human Otosan can transform into something terrifying when it comes to his beloved Musume, just like a Kaibutsu. But look at this. My opponent is a real Kaibutsu. I don't expect to be forgiven with just frustration. So, no matter how much I'm punched, kicked, or even killed, I had decided not to resist or fight back. That was my resolve. I thought that was my Yuki to repay Chiwa. Nahato narrowed his red eyes.
勇気思っていた。
Hi. I nod and say, Tashkani. You're right. From here on, this is a conversation between men. I couldn't speak my true feelings with Chiwa watching. I once hurt Chiwa with utterly pathetic cowardice. Because it's me, you know. She bravely confessed that she likes someone like me. And yet, I'm hopeless. I'm truly an idiot. I'm a coward. I made light of her words and tried to run away from Chiwa's feelings. I probably didn't like myself. It felt that way since childhood. Someone actually liked someone like me. When Chiwa conveyed her feelings to me, I just couldn't. Absolutely couldn't bring myself to believe that fact. I was scared to. I regretted it immediately. So much so that I wanted to tear myself apart. Very, very much. Since then, I've been thinking, constantly. Until now, various people with various words, in various ways, have taught me about Yuki.
一度格好悪いことをしてしまったのなら、次は必ずそれを自分自身の力で、この場合は勇気で挽回しなきゃいけないんですよ。
Those
それ
were
がきっとヒーローの条件です。
those words still remain within me. That's why this thoughtless, reckless me tried to respond to Chiwa's confession to answer her Yuki. But even that method was ultimately just self-satisfaction. Jikomansu. All I did was make Chiwa feel embarrassed. I've been thinking, constantly. If there wasn't a way to repay Chiwa's Yuki, that thought was always stuck somewhere in my heart. And I found it. I thought of it. I found that method tonight.
そうか。それはおめでとう。よかったな。で、その方法とは
To the Kaibutsu spoke as if he had no interest at all. It's a trade of one life for another. I think I answered with a hesitation. I steel my resolve and summon my Yuki. If the Inochi I once offered to Sakura genuinely has no way of being taken back. Unfortunately, I can't imagine even the faintest fragment of the Mirai where I fight you, win, and then forcibly reclaim Chiwa's life from you, Inochi from you. It's a trade of one life for another. I want to hand over the rest of my life left to Chiwa. That's the price to pay for removing the safety device on my Maho. Though exchanging the remaining time of her own life for that of her dead daughters, soul became a Kaibutsu. I'm just doing the same thing that person did. I want to give the one I cherish a future, even if I can't walk that future beside them. I never wanted to live long. I wished to die quickly. I even sought the worst ways to die. The reason I thought that, I can't even remember now somehow. But thanks to Chiwa, even I could picture hope for the future. I wanted to live with her. This is more than enough. Could there possibly be any outcome that would further reward and redeem the heart of someone like me? Even though I'll consume my life doing it, that doesn't mean I'll die. I'll be reborn within the Yoru. From here on, I could keep praying that Chiwa's Inochi will be filled with even more shiawase. He said we humans have innate talents, didn't we?
ああ、チワは孤独になりやすい人間だ。
I think I'm the kind of person who, the moment anything happens, immediately wants to die. The future ahead. There's no guarantee something terrible won't happen again and drive me to the point where I want to throw my life away. In that case, it would be better to entrust this life. What remains of this life to a girl who would use the time meaningfully. I forced that reasoning onto myself, convincing all sorts of things to make sense, and I steeled my resolve for that purpose before coming here. From the Yoru, I always prayed for Chiwa's shiawase. If anything terrible happens, I want to help her. And within the Yoru, through which all whose lives have ended must pass. Someday, if and I could meet here again, and then if I can ride the Yoru no Densha alongside her and step into the next Sugi together with her smile. Yeah, that was in its own way not a bad life. This shouldn't feel like a tragic choice. Nahata looks up at the sky, in the same way I too gaze up at the Yoru. On the cherry branches, flowers budded, slowly increasing. Each was made from Chiwa's light, Inochi. Thinking that way, I felt pressured to gather every single petal dancing in the wind, without losing sight of even one. As I gazed at that scene, Nahato said,
結局は少年、千和と一緒に生きていくという夢を叶えさせてほしいと言いながら、その夢を自ら諦めることも同時に考えているということか。
If one dream doesn't come true, we humans somehow manage to envision the next one and keep on living. Just kidding. Sorry for speaking so impertinently. Even if I can't live with her, I hope Chiwa has as many happy moments as possible in her future life. That is my next Yume.
そうなれば、これから千和の人生はまた孤独だな。大切な人を亡くしてしまったという後悔と、そして孤独があの子の人生には常に隣にあるわけだ。ああ、結局あの子はそういう運命だということなのか。
No. She will never forget the night's events as an adult. If I join the Yoru, she'll forget me and her loneliness.
いろいろと強引だな。
You're right. It is forceful and rough, isn't it? I think so too. If one dream doesn't come true, then the next dream. Because we learn to make such clever compromises. Our hearts probably have to grow up. I won't regret this, Pat. This is my fight. Kinda the Taigas. I want to keep Ando Chiwa uninvolved. I won't rely on her, Maho. I must not rely on it. I must not involve Chiwa in this problem.
なるほど。少年、お前の覚悟は多少なりとも理解はできた。伝わりもした。そう感じてはいる。
But
それは、つまり、
Mari. Dropping his shoulders, the Gaibutsu said with a sigh.
お前の要求を受け入れるということ。俺はまた、元人間の怪物と、夜の中で長く暮らしていかなきゃならないという現実をもまた、受け入れなきゃならないということなのか。
Well, there's a possibility that it could turn out that way, isn't there? Since I'm not the type of person who stalks a lot, like that person, I don't think the time will be enjoyable at all. For you and me to live together, for either of us to even suggest such a thing. I can't really imagine it happening. The Kaibutsu Nahato, after thinking for a moment,
いいだろ
he said he would give my remaining lifespan to Chiwa and nodded.
う。だが、一つだ。一つだけ条件がある。
Joken? Huh? Well, of course, I had a feeling. I said with a weary smile. Joken. I'll be grateful if it's not a difficult one.
ああ、簡単だ。たった一つ。とてもシンプルなものだ。難しいものではない。
Nahato held up his index finger.
ただ、俺と戦い、勝つことだ。それが条件。力ずくで俺にそうさせてみろよ。というだけの話だ。
It's simple, isn't it? Nahato shrugged. A very, very simple matter, wouldn't you say? I see. So that's how it is. It certainly isn't a complicated matter. You and I, who isn't very confident in my comprehension, don't feel uneasy about that point, or rather, it feels like there's nothing else. I offered a smile and sighed. I nodded, acknowledging. I understand. Wakarimashita. I didn't come here to fight you, but if it comes to that, if you won't grant my request, my Yume, then I have no choice. Now is the time. I close my eyelids. Now, understand it's time to unleash all the techniques from the Yoru no Mahou sky and my special people, all I have right here. And I focus my consciousness deeply, deeply. I turn the pages of the stories I continuously cram into my head, my mind, one after another, as many as there were. And then I sought various forms of Mahou. My opponent was a Fushimi, a Eiyu, Now, where could this AU be? The one with the power to shatter this current situation. When I opened my eyelids again, my preparations for battle were complete. My left hand gripped the weapon for that. Into this body, into this heart. I projected the image of the AU I once yearned to be.
確かにお前は猫たちからいろいろと学んだようだな。不格好だが、それなりに夜を使いこなせてはいるようだと評価もできる。
Nahato said that, flicked away his thought with cigarette and laughed.
簡単には死んでくれるなよ、少年。お前の夢を叶えるために、ありったけの魔法を俺たちに見せてみろ。
I looked up at the sky. There, a ceiling of fully bloomed sakura had formed. Chiwa, wait for me. I'm coming now to deliver happiness to your future. Light bursts forth into the yoru. Countless feelings scattered. Like a storm, the sakura swirled wildly and then vanished. I lost something very precious, but I couldn't remember what I had lost. I felt sad, lonely, and sometimes regretful about it. I kept searching forever, with an empty pond that would never be filled, for the hand of the person who had gently reached out to me that time. I'll walk a long, long road, alone and crying. I was having such a yume. Morning. I'll wake up all alone. Lately, I haven't been sleeping well. Is it because of the bad dreams? Persistent drowsiness always beckons me. Such are my days. A yawn, then another. Just a little longer. I want to sleep. If I could just be wrapped up in my futon again. That would be a truly happy thing, but...
そろそろ起きなきゃ。
Today is a special day. I can't be late. And taking a day off just for hitting snooze? No way! I checked the smartphone I left by my makara. There was no messages from anyone. Somehow, it felt like a symbol of emptiness. As if I were the only one left in the entire world. I was struck by a strange loneliness. It was like my palm, unable to connect with anyone. With a sigh, I let go out of the bed. I changed into my seifuku and fixed my hair. I opened the curtains and looked outside. Today is a warm, pleasant day. Konomachi is filled with a premonition of Haru, soon to arrive. I'll hang out the futon. Fluff the futon with pristine white sheets. It will surely be filled with the scent of the sun of the Daio. My bed, my futon, my seifuku. Everything my otosan prepared for me. It's already the third Haru since you've been gone.
いただきます。
Wait, did you just say 3 years later? Did you imply it's 3 years later since I eat the asagon I prepared by myself, all alone. Today is special. I spread more jam on my toast than usual. The taste and aroma of ichigos fill my mouth. But there's no one to tell me too much sugar is bad for you. But today's a special day, so this much is fine, right? There was no one here to whom I could say such selfish things. I lost someone important. That feeling never fades, always remaining in my chest. But it's strange. Who did I lose? Who did I say goodbye to? I don't know. I must have said goodbye, sayonara more than a few times. I've forgotten one of them. It should have been something very important. I feel that way, yet I can't remember. No matter what. That makes me sad. So very lonely. Along with this lonely feeling that never fades away.
行こう。
Today is graduation ceremony. The last day I can be a kodomo. A lonely graduation ceremony. No one will come to celebrate with me though. It's fine. I'll surely be okay.
それじゃあ行ってきますお父さん
I'll come back to show my graduation certificate to Otosan first. I smile at the photo frame by the entrance. If only it were possible. I wish you could have seen me today. Holding onto such childish feelings, I open the shop door. The town was in full bloom with spring flowers. It's still early March. Graduation ceremonies and sakura. I wonder why so many people connect and imagine those two together. Is it because there's a famous song like that? In most cases, sakura are associated with entrance ceremonies. Even so, sometimes the sakura in this town bloom a little early. Every year, Mainichi. Both graduation and entrance ceremonies were adorned by sparkling, fluffy spring flowers that day. The town was like being inside the sakura no mori. But still, the largest sakura tree, which had withered all this time, shows no sign of blooming this year either. It's as if the town itself is showering words of blessing today upon the children who are stepping on two separate paths. Is thinking so conveniently like that, after all, a proof that I'm still just a child? I've been looking only upwards. I stumbled on something and almost fell. But I'm okay now. I won't trip and fall like when I was little, nor will I get lost and cry. Because there's no one beside me anymore to offer a helping hand. I gaze at my palm. It's always like this. I'm always searching for someone to hold his hand. Today, I'll walk instead of taking the bus. It's a bit far, but this is the last morning I'll walk in this uniform. The main street where I laugh and talk with someone. The stone bridge where we messed around, wondering if there was anything fun to do. The slope road I walk, making absurd plans about where to stop on the way home after school. Days and memories seep into town, but someone's memories felt missing. Omedeto. I felt as if someone passing by had said that to me, so I turned around. Before I knew it, I was among a crowd of people. The students graduating today. Here, everyone headed to the academy with loved ones, parents, children, relatives, sisters, slowly walking off the slope road. Why sisters in particular? What happened to your brothers? Anyway, everyone was smiling and talking about the future. I was the only one alone. Only next to me, there was no one. I stopped halfway up the slope. Maybe I should just skip school like this after all. Since today is a special day, it's okay to do something special. Even without me, the graduation ceremony would start without a hitch and end without a hitch. And before I knew it, I'd become an adult. That wouldn't be so sad, I guess. Yes, I think so. Alone, I turned my back to the academy. I was halfway up the slope. From there, I turned around and could see the town dyed in spring colors. I stretched out my empty palm, unable to connect with anyone towards that scene. This place should have been filled with so many memories. It should have been a town where I could laugh with so many people. But why? Only someone's memories are always missing.
Sotsuki.
Suddenly words spilled from my heart. I didn't even know where these feelings came from, but the words just wouldn't stop.
ずっと一緒にいてくれるって言ったのに。
Watashi. I was always chasing someone's back. But I said sayonara. I can't see that person anymore.
さよならは嫌い。大嫌い。
As I murmured that, Nami. Tears spilled, They spill drop by drop. Why do I feel this way, I wonder? Even though I don't know what I'm sad about, my tears just won't stop. Even the people passing by look at me strangely. Still, my tears keep flowing, one after another. My life is full of sayonara. That's why I'm all alone. And only this lonely present exists here. From now on to will countless sayonara pour down on my small body, more than I can bear, like these sakura, fluttering down, lightly fluttering, like the spring flowers that completely cover this town, like this petal that touched the tip of my nose. A voice. I heard a voice. It's from the direction of the academy. It's noisy. Shears suddenly erupt. What was that about?
なんだろ
As I mutter it, it felt strange. A scene suddenly came back to me. A long time ago, it was quite a long time ago, by someone. Called out by someone I can no longer remember. Just like now, I climbed the slope alone. I look up at the noisy rooftop that welcomed me. And that person standing there. Something.
う。何かとても恥ずかしくて。だけど、すごく嬉しいことがあったような。
I, who had muttered alone, turned back towards the academy as if flipping my short back hair, and hurried. I advanced with quick steps. I had a premonition. Something was beginning. Something is ending. That's the feeling I get. But if I don't hurry, if I don't keep my eyes peeled, I'll easily miss it in an instant. Something fleeting, like a delicate crush, waiting for me beyond the slope. Always. A voice echoed. It was coming from the school. Always. Until today. I was searching for someone in the depths of my heart. A voice amplified greatly through what sounded like a megaphone echoed. But it's strange. It's a mystery. I don't understand. I don't understand anything. Who was I searching for until yesterday? And now, who exactly have I forgotten today? Naturally, my brisk walk turned into a jog. I had someone precious. Someone I prayed to cherish. Someone who was always by my side, worrying about me. I remember that much yet. I ran up the slope. That you are more precious than anyone or anything. I remember that much yet. Yet, why? Why is that all in your face? No matter what, I can't remember it. It's strange. Why? I don't understand what's happening. Can something this absurd be real words? Like a delirium spilled from my lips. Gomen. I don't know what's happening. Everything's so sudden. I'm just confused and my head feels like it's going to break. Gomen, the words echoed repeatedly. Gomenasai. We promised we'd be together always. That I wouldn't leave you alone again. We did, didn't we? Yet, I passed through the school gate. I'm sorry it's like this again. It's unbelievable. It's like I'm an idiot, but because I'm the one who forgot about you until today. But still, no matter what, I'm the one who can't remember everything about you. And because I'm that kind of person, I can only call out to you. Wherever you might be in this way, I weaved through the people gathered in the schoolyard, who stood gazing up at the sky. Are you here? This is my precious person. The person I must cherish somewhere within earshot of this voice right now. If this voice reaches you, I want you to listen. There's something I want to tell you. Please. Please. I'm begging you. Just like the people gathered in the schoolyard, I looked up at that person. Chiwa. A word was dropped. Quietly at first, I thought I misheard it. It was such a tiny voice, so I thought I conveniently misheard it as the words I wanted most. Chiwa! But I was wrong. Ando Chiwa! That person shouted. Can you hear me? My most precious person. Please. I beg you. With me. Then the sound of a door being thrown open echoed. It must have been the rooftop door. Next, someone's angry shout echoed. What the hell are you doing? Hey, so tell me, it's you again. The loudspeaker picked up what was happening on the rooftop, and it broadcast it throughout the town. What are you doing? Even as an alumnus, do you even know what day it is? I know, okay? I feel terrible, but this was the only way. If I don't hurry, I might forget again. So please, just be quiet for a bit. Hey, come on. You can see, right? Please understand, this is important right now. What should I do? So many people are looking at me. I'm so embarrassed. But just a little, I also feel happy. Yeah. Strange. I remember too. Welcome back, senpai. My beloved person.
先輩のバカ恥ずかしいからこういうのはもうやめてって言ったのに
Somehow, I was able to smile for a very, very long time. At least that's how it felt. Lately, I've been having a recurring dream.
春だ。
In the sparkling night, Yoru,
あの子が学園を卒業し、大人になるその日まで。どうか。
I had made a promise with someone.
どうか俺たちに、時間をもらえないだろうか。
Just as I cherish someone important to me. No, perhaps someone who cherished Chiwa even more deeply than I ever could.
これから、どんなにあの子のことを忘れてしまっていても、あの子が卒業し、大人になる日には、どうかお前があの子のそばにいてやってほしい。
With that person, I made a vow. Just the two of us.
その日までは責任を持って、千葉のことを。
A yakusoku. A vow. And that someone with whom I felt like I'd exchanged a small piece of my heart. Always. It's always like this.
俺は幸せについて知りたかった。この命の価値について知りたかったんだ。いつも、いつでも、そればかりを願ってた。
I always smile with a somewhat lonely expression. With a loud thud, the cargo bed lurched, and the impact woke me up. It's Hoshi Sora. When I opened my eyes, a Sora full of Hoshi spreads out before me. I shivered slightly. It's a little cold, rubbing my eyes and wonder, where am I? How far have we gone?
ああ、今日はここまでで4、5キロって具合かな。
A breathless voice answered.
そろそろここら辺で休もうかと思ってたところだ。 問題は
Nah, nothing in particular. I nodded and replied. Same here. I was just about to suggest we switch. As I say that and sit up, a laugh comes back. Huh? Really? I jumped down from the car's cargo bed, where I had been lying. It's a desert. Dry sand tickles around my feet. It really gets cold at night, huh? It was so hot during the day.
ああ、そうだな。気温の落差がとんでもないな。しかし、大河も大河だ。よくこんな寒い中で眠れるなって思ってた。
So, a break?
そうだな。そんなところだよ。こんな砂漠のど真ん中で風邪をひいたら大変だ。
I nod and look around. Sand. A horizon in the sand as far as I can see. However, in the distance ahead, I could see a mountain of sand, rising like a great wave. At its peak, a huge crescent moon was setting. It was silent. The stars twinkled as if sighing, and the great moon, with a face that didn't know us, illuminated the sleeping earth. There were no living things, no one else but us. At least, nothing I could notice with a quick glance anywhere. Even if we had a simple medicine, there's no byoin, no doctor, no nurse, nothing. Since there's nothing, even a cold could be deadly. I shivered and spoke. What would happen if we got seriously injured out here? We haven't brought anything that could signal we're here either.
それって遭難と同じだろ？こんなところで行き場をなくしてしまった俺たちを助けに来てくれる誰かはいるのかな？
In a movie, a solo explorer got his hand caught between a rock fall and a wall. The setting was in a desert, but that movie also took place in the wilderness, where people rarely came.
聞いてるだけで痛くなるな。で、その人どうなったんだ？
After a lot of twists and turns, dozens of hours later,
ああ、
with a tiny bean-like knife, he did this to his trapped arm. I made a gesture as if chopping my left wrist.
もうやめろよ、そんなグロい話。痛々しいし、なんだか悲しくもなってくるだろ？
That's why I avoided direct words, right? The word amputation, I mean. And then he literally says it anyway.
結局言っちゃってるじゃん。
What would you do in that situation? No water, no communicator, your hand stuck forever. Even if you scream and yelled, no one would notice you. I asked him what he would sacrifice if he were cornered in such a situation.
俺だったらそのまま餓死することを選ぶな。
Huh? Maji?
だって手がなくなったら楽器のほとんどが弾けなくなっちゃうだろ？そんなの生きている意味ねえって。
What are you talking about? You barely do music anymore.
ああ、言われてみればそうだった。
Our usual conversation. It was so quiet that even that felt terribly loud. A single sneeze. It echoed as if to rip apart the silent air. I shivered. Want my jacket? Tomohito asked. Stop it. Don't be kind. There's only two of us here right now. I narrow my eyes. Try being kind to me in a lonely place like this. I might just fall for you know. I might even start thinking, maybe I'll let you hold it. What the fuck? Tomohito laughed heartily. He said there might be demand, even saying it's been a while for us, hasn't it? Stop it. It's just a Jordan, really.
しかしほんとものすごい寒暖の差だな。話に聞いた通りだった。
Yeah, I suppose so. Even if it's scorching hot during the day, it gets freezing cold at night. Such things are a staple of desert regions in movies, manga, and novels, but...
ああ、嘘じゃなかった。しっかりとした取材に基づいた描写だったってわけだな。
I see. Stories are a hybrid of reality and fantasy, huh? I really felt that again. I'm impressed. I was made to feel it keenly, too.
そして砂漠は本当に広い。
Ah, that wasn't a lie either. Saying such silly things, we laughed together. We were on a tabi with Tomohito. There was no purpose, no destination either. Ever since graduating school, Tomito and I had simply been traveling all over the world, pulling a cart. Yes, a cart. In short, it's on foot, walking. A battle without vehicles, a hand-to-hand fight. It was a tabby with a restriction to do so as much as possible. Pulling a single dilapidated cart endlessly, we traveled to every conceivable place around the world. When we got tired, we decided who would pull by playing Jankenpon. Sometimes bandits target and kidnap us, but we were so little, we even got small change. And sometimes we, while starving on the verge of death, or gasping with unknown fevers and stomach pains, I saw a dying vision thinking, am I gonna die? Rainy days, windy days, scorching hot sunny days. Wilderness with fierce beasts from zoos. Dense jungles with giant insects, and stylish cities where we were unwelcome. We pulled the cart and traveled through all sorts of places and countries. Na, Tomohito.
Ah, なんだ、親友。
Having finished preparing our camp, I say it while watching our last food. The marshmallows we saved, roast over the fire we built. Thinking idly that once we ate these, we'd have nothing left to eat. Why did we decide to go on an adventure like this again?
お、弱音ですか?
No, it's not. I pouted. It's almost a year, isn't it? A year since we left Nippon. Left that town. So I just felt like getting a little sentimental.
炎の揺らめきは人の心を癒したり、ちょっとおセンチな気分にさせたりもするらしいからな。致し方ない。
Tomohito replied with a mischievous smile that I was the one who invited him to go, saying, "Let's go!"
忘れたなんて言わせないぞ、タイガ。卒業式の時にさ、学生時代最後の時だっていうのに、お前説教好きのおじいちゃん先生に説教されてたろ?
Yeah. No, everything feels nostalgic. Looking up at the Hoshisora, I remember. Kanade Taiga, you'll barely graduate. But learn English properly at your next school. Without it, you won't survive today. After being told that, what an old-fashioned way of thinking, I frowned internally and wondered if this lecture-loving teacher couldn't just honestly say omedeto at my graduation ceremony. But beyond being dumbfounded, I even felt a sense of admiration for his thoroughness. A question arose. You can't live without mastering Eigo. Is that true? Not a lie? Then I'll go try it out. My Eigo is actually quite questionable, even at middle school level. But if I were thrown overseas in the state, is it true? Can I really not survive? What the fuck? They really went on the journey just for that? For some reason, I suddenly decided to try that. Who said I'd go to college? My future is free. Undecided but free. But simply traveling abroad would be bland. That would just be making fun memories. Just as I was thinking that.
おいタイガー、近所のゴミ捨て場にこんな素敵な乗り物見つけちゃったぞ。
What Tomohito pulled along with a beaming smile was a dilapidated rickshaw. Alright, let's go, I thought, jumping on it, and that's how we got to the present. What the fuck? That's strange, Tomohito. In that flashback just now, there was no description of me inviting you at all.
タイガがどんな改装したのかは知らないけれど、まあいいじゃないか、どっちが誘おうと。きっと自然とどちらともなく言い出してたさ。
Yeah, maybe, I nodded. Our journey's purpose. Verify if things believe common sense are true, even unseen. A vague guideline, almost too nebulous to be called a purpose, has somehow formed. We verified many things so far. Not being able to speak Eigo was inconvenient, but I managed to survive. Though I was tricked, got lost, and suffered a lot of painful experiences. If I could find many, many more such truths, or things like them around the world, I felt like I might be able to remember something important.
俺もさ、同じだったんだよ。ああ、俺もだ。実は俺もなんだよ、タイガ。俺もちょうど何かを忘れてしまっているような、そんな気がしてさ。
どうにもじっとなんてしてられなかった。
Tomohito said he suddenly decided. That's why I'll go on the tabi with Taiga. Yes, that's what I'll do. It must be for the best. So they got forgotten? My eyes widened. I don't remember telling Tomohito anything like that.
タイが言ってたろ。忘れたのか？
So what?
旅に出ようと思った理由は別におじいちゃん先生に言われた英語がどうのとか、それが本当なのかどうかを試してみようとそう思っただけじゃないってさ。
He said. Apparently I was saying this. Something feels off. I always felt like I forgot something important, but I can't even remember what it was. No matter what. And that made me sad, lonely, and frustrated. I will always search for that important thing. No. That most important person until today. It's strange. It's strange, you know. When I think of that person, my chest, my heart aches as if it's creaking. Apparently, I told Tomohito these kinds of stories soon after we started our journey. We quickly emptied welcome sake cups from a minority tribe deep in the forest as they urged us to, this is bad. And apparently it happened after my vision went black. I don't remember that day at all. I can't believe I got embarrassingly tangled up. I'm sorry.
ああ、でもさ、そこで分かったんだよ。タイガも俺と同じなんだなって。俺と同じで何かをなくしてしまったような、何かをずっと探し続けているような、そんな違和感をいつも感じてる。
That's why we're on this journey, Tomohito said. It's a journey of self-discovery. A journey to remember what we lost.
それが見つかるまでは俺たちの旅は終わらないんだよ。きっとな。
Ah, I guess so. I looked at the Hoshisora again. And instead of a sigh, I said, hey, why? Why did we decide to embark on such an adventure? I wonder, what exactly are we looking for, I wonder?
言ったろ。そんなの自分探しのために決まってる。自分が忘れたものの正体を探し出すための旅だ。
Tashikani. But something feels off. I can only speak for myself. But, Tomohito, I really thought you were someone who understood himself without ever needing to go look for who he is. Life is about digging holes, I'd say. Digging up your roots beneath your feet. Saying that, I gave a vague laugh. Then Tomohito laughed in that laid-back tone of his and remarked, Sasuga dana. I've got a knack for saying nice things.
まあ、この旅はいろいろと大変だけど、後悔はしてない。
Tomohito tosses me the last marshmallow in his mouth. He laughs, saying a self-discovery journey isn't bad with company.
いつかこの旅を終えて帰国して就職活動とかもしもするなら、君は卒業してから今日までの空白の数年間に何をしてたんですかって言われるよな。もちろん冒険してました。そんなことを言ったらさ、何言ってるんだこのバカは、いつまでも子供みたいなことを言いやがって。採用。そういうに決まってるよな。
You'd hire him? I laughed.
ああ、だってさ、いつまでも子供心を忘れないようなバカはどんな組織にも一人は必要なんだよ。最後には、ああ、こいつがいてよかったなってさ、誰もが思うもんなんだ。
You know, Taiga, idiots changed the world, Tomohito said, puffing out his chest. Yeah, you're right. That's why I'm being with you. I can be an endless idiot, seriously. We talked about nothing in particular, like always, and laid down. We both got into our sleeping bags and lay down. I saw a few short shooting stars.
なあ、タイガ。
Huh? Nani, Tomohito?
好きな人の話でもするか？
Just go to sleep already.
釣れないじゃないか。
We have an early start tomorrow. We're leaving before the sun rises, and it gets scorching hot.
ああ、了解。
There was a rustling sound next to me for a bit, but soon I heard faint breathing. Will I dream again? Counting the twinkling stars, waiting to get sleepy, I thought. A dream where I swore something with someone. It felt as if the answer to what I've been searching for was there. Let's sleep. The answer won't come. Not ever. So this journey will never end. Forever and ever. I had a feeling that was true. How far will I be able to go tomorrow? What kind of secrets will I encounter tomorrow? Thinking such thoughts, I closed my eyes. I heard a sound. What was that about? It was coming from the cart.
誰だ目覚ましだなんて。安眠妨害だ。代わりに美味しいもので腹いっぱいにしてくれるなら、許さんでもない。
Right. I'll go take a look. The cart sped. The sound was coming from one of the bags piled there. My bag! I rummaged through it. I immediately pinpointed the source of the sound. A ketai? And a terribly old model of that. Did I, bring something like this? It was what they call a feature phone, and every time it rang, its LCD screen lit up. The caller was unknown. The number was 96. 96? I never heard of a Dewa Bango with so few digits. Though a little perplexed, I pressed the call button. Moshi moshi. The instant I called out, I dropped the ketai from my palm.
タイガー、どうした？まさかオレオレ詐欺か？だったら今、砂漠のど真ん中だって言ってやれよ。ATM なんてねえんだよ。振り込みたくても振り込めねえんだ。ここまで直接取りに来やがれ。時にはそれくらいの根性を見せて詐欺してみろよってな。
At the voice from behind me, I hesitantly turned around.
タイガー？
I remembered.
え？
I remembered, Tomohito. I pressed in on Tomohito and clutched my head. What? Why did I forget? Something so important.
おい、タイガー、一体何を思い出したんだよ。
Chiwa! I said it, as if shouting. Ando Chiwa! She's my Osanana Jimi. She's the person I love. Just now I shouted her name, which was overflowing in my mind. But what does this mean? This is strange. It's weird. What is this? I squeezed my eyes shut, gritting my teeth. Chiwa. Chiwa! Who saw? I could remember her name and the long years we spent together since childhood. Those memories were slowly starting to resurface, but still. I messed up, Tomohito. I can't remember Chiwa's face at all.
チワちゃん。
Tomohito, who had murmured that, also looked puzzled at first, but his eyes quickly started to widen.
そうだ。チワちゃんだ。
Tomohito gets up from his sleeping bag.
俺もだ、タイガー。俺も思い出せたぞ。俺たちの幼馴染だ。
And she's my... Kanajo.
え？俺のじゃなかったか？
Urusai. Now's not the time for jokes like that. In the middle of this desert, the two of us men fluster about.
なんで俺たちこんな大切なこと忘れてたんだ？
I don't know, but I got a call on my ketai, and when I answered it...
携帯？なんだそれ？
I don't know who called me, but I think that ketai... The phone call was the trigger. But the ketai was nowhere to be found. No matter how many times I checked the spot where I was sure I dropped it, it wasn't there. I wonder. And the caller knew something though. I had no basis, but I searched and I couldn't find the device. Nah, Tomohito. After searching for the ketai for a while, I remembered something else.
これからどんなにあの子のことを忘れてしまっていても、あの子が卒業し大人になる日には、どうかお前があの子のそばにいてやってほしい。
タイガ？
I asked Tomohito, who was peering into my face, asking what's wrong. Are you okay? Tomohito? What's the exact date today? Tomohito? It's been about a year since we started our journey, but...
ああ、今は3月で 確か日本時間で今は。
It was just a little over 10 hours before our academy's graduation ceremony. How did he get from there to Japan and their town in less than 10 hours? Maji! I only had a little over 10 hours left. Where am I? Overseas. On desert. Right in the middle of... Hey, what am I even doing out here?
どうしたんだタイガー。顔真っ青だぞ。
I want to go home.
え
No, I had to go home. I quickly started organizing the luggage in the cart. If I don't hurry home, I won't be able to keep my promise.
約束？一体何の話をしてるんだ？確かにチワちゃんのことを忘れてたなんて互いにどうかしてたけど。
I don't know. I don't know anything, but I made a yaksuku to someone that on the day Chiwa graduates from the ceremony, I'll be by her side then.
それに
Alright. Sorry, I need to hurry back and see Chiwa. If I fall asleep like this, I'm afraid I'll forget her again by morning. I want to leave here right now. And if I can run, I want to be there for Chiwa's graduation ceremony. I want to make it in time. There's certainly also the reason of keeping a promise I made with someone I still can't remember. That girl is alone. Her life is prone to loneliness. That girl, Chiwa, was surely had to climb the school's slope all by herself. I don't want Chiwa to face such a lonely tomorrow. That being said, only a dozen or so hours left until the graduation ceremony. And now we're in the middle of the desert. I think again, what am I doing? There's no way I'll make it. That's right, that's how it should be. Then Tomohito, with leisurely movements, emerged from his sleeping bag.
なあタイガー。さっきの映画の話あっただろ？
Grinning, he started rummaging through the luggage in the truck bag.
水も食料もない。通信機もない。岩に挟まれた手は抜けないまま。叫んでもわめいても誰も気づいてくれない。そんな場合、俺ならどうするかって話だ。遭難しても俺なら絶対その映画の主人公みたいにはならない。ああ、絶対だ。断言してもいい。
Because
なぜなら俺は、そもそもどんな場合でも、どんなに周りが見えなくなるくらいテンションが上げ上げになったって、絶対だ。
in
最
Tomohito,
後の手段を絶対に忘れない男だからだ。
in Tomohito's hand, as he turned back with his triumphant look, was a slightly larger device. What was it? Tomohito answered me as I questioned it.
プリペイド式の衛星電話だ。いいかタイガー。プリペイドの衛星電話だぞ。時代はすごいよな。こんなものまで低価格で手軽に買えるんだ。
どうして？
言ったろ。俺は最後の手段をいつだって用意してるタイプなんだよ。そもそもこの旅は始まり方自体がめちゃくちゃだったからな。絶対無茶なことを繰り返す旅路になるだろうって予想してた。
Whether it was dense jungle or wilderness or desert, if we're entering such dangerous places, danger is imminent. Getting lost is an everyday occurrence.
だからさ、どうしてもって時に使おうと思って日本を出る前に買ってたんだ。
Why did you keep it a secret from me? Something so important.
だって大河に言うと絶対置いてけって言ったろ。
Well, yeah, that's true. You're right. Anyway, we were saved. Thank you. I said that and honestly bowed my head.
まあチワちゃんのことがなくてもそろそろこれの使い時だと思ってた。食料も底をついてたしな。しかも砂漠のど真ん中だ。
Tomohito contacted someone in English. Is ego truly necessary for survival? It depends, but this situation is too unique. Several hours later, earlier than dawn, the light of the Sena plain became visible in the distant sky.
忘れたものを、大切だったものを探す旅か。ああ、やっぱりだな。
Tomohito turned to me with a wry smile.
大切なものは探しに出かけても見つからない。よくよく探せばいつだって身近にあるもんなんだなって。また一つ真実を見つけちゃったな、俺たち。
Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, this is a good pausing point. Actually, not gonna lie, I might actually go to sleep, but I'm not gonna upload yet. Stop here and upload. I'm gonna go. I have a feeling we're close to the end of this route, so I'm just gonna go through that. I'll just go to sleep and wake up in the morning, and I'll try to finish and hopefully finish this in one whole video. Anyway, I'll be right back in several hours. Okay, I'm back, and ohayo gozaimasu. It's 9 a.m. Actually, I woke up like an hour earlier, but like just wanted to do some more daily routine stuff. Anyway, let's get started. We arrive at the Japanese airport with the morning sun. Only a few hours left until the academy starts. To get back to my hometown, I'd had to transfer to another plane from here, then 2 trains, and finally a bus. Even with all the travel time, it was a close call. I should arrive at my hometown, Sanzen Town, just before the graduation ceremony.
おいタイガー、お前そんなヒゲも髪もボッサボサな見た目でチワちゃんに会いに行く気か？
Yo, Taiga has a beard? Holy shit. While waiting for the next flight in the airport's departure lounge, Tomohito said, sniffing his nose, that I smelled terrible. We're so back to KZT too. Isn't that true for the both of us? You're terrible too. How did they even let us board in such a state? Now that I thought about it, no other passengers were coming near us. We must have clearly looked like dangerous people. Having traveled in this state for so long, I'd become numb to a lot of things. It seemed there was still time until the next flight. I bought new clothes at the airport shop with an early open hot spring. I cleaned myself there. There's an onsen in an airport. I know some airports have like shower rooms and all that, but like, We exchanged glances. No way, I thought. Having walked through the desert, pulling an old rickshaw, my body was utterly exhausted. I ended up dozing off in the hot spring onsen. Sumari, we had spectacularly missed our scheduled flight. Bruh. No anger over unintentional mistakes. No fighting, no blaming each other. Our first travel rule. Yeah, we only didn't sleep soundly until night, so we're great.
おお、なんだかいろいろ強引だな。
We quickly rebooked the next flight, transferred trains, and took a bus. By the time we finally reached our hometown, Sanzen Town, the graduation ceremony was already about to begin. I mean, it's still not bad. The bus only went as far as the stop before Ishibashi. From there, it turned around and headed back. There was a different bus that went to the academy, but it already departed. The bus stop timetable stated the bus via the academy stop would arrive hours later. Naturally, we couldn't wait for that. We ran towards the academy. Along the way, we passed many students still heading to the academy. Every one of them was walking alongside with their loved ones, talking about the future ahead or how they plan to spend this special day. It seemed like we had plenty of time to make it, but I was anxious. Irrepressibly so. However, even after returning to town, Chiwa smiled and returned to me. Running through the town, weaving between people in uniforms, checking each female student's face. We hurried to the academy. Chiwa. Ando Chiwa. Doshite. Why can't I remember you? Remember your face? I really want to shout your name here, to raise my voice and scream, I'm here. I want to see you. I want to see you soon. And first, I want to apologize for everything up until today. I'm sorry I left you alone, Chiwa. I promise. I wouldn't make you feel lonely again, but I swore I'd never let go of this hand, and yet, truly, honto no honto, gomenasai. And if I could talk to you about everything up until today, if there was even a small smile within that time, then I should be able to say that it's as close as possible to a happy future, but up until now, I haven't found a girl who seems like her. I stopped at the traffic light, breathing heavily. I wiped the sweat from my cheek. Yeah, Chiwa and I might have passed each other by without noticing. That possibility was more than sufficient, but I still hesitate to acknowledge that concern, because that would mean I'd have to accept the strange things happening to me right now as reality. But if that anxiety were to hit the mark, in a state that where we wouldn't notice each other even if we passed by, even if our eyes met, how am I supposed to find Chiwa? Chiwa. Nah, Chiwa. Tell me, are you here now? Are you close to me? Or are you already... This is no good. This isn't a problem that'll be solved by mulling it over anyway. I have to go. I have to run, believing that I'll surely meet you somewhere beyond this point. The traffic light turned green. I started running again.
Taiga!
Man, they really cleaned up a lot. Like, Tomohito looks no different from his high school self. A voice from behind me. It was Tomohito. He was shouting my name. Could it be that he found her, Chiwa? With that expectation, I looked back, but my Shinyu's face was pale, and he was reaching out a hand to protect me. Protect me? From what exactly? There was a thud. My breath caught. My vision flipped. As my body tumbled, I felt the hard asphalt ground. My brain and vision swayed unsteadily. I couldn't understand what had happened to me in that instant, but... It seemed I had been run over. As I tried to stand up immediately, I recognized it. It was a K truck. Probably the truck had tried to enter the intersection, pushing the limits of the light, turning from green to red, just as I ran out onto the crosswalk.
Oi, Taiga! 大丈夫なのか?
I nodded at Tomohito as he rushed over. Even though I'd been hit by a car, why was I able to react so quickly? It was because... Heiki. It was because I was practically unharmed. I only had scrapes from tumbling on the ground. If I'd been thrown that far, it wouldn't be strange for a bone or two or three organs to have been destroyed.
Taiga, お前、何やったんだ?
And Tomohito, with a surprised expression, was looking at the K-truck that had hit me, rather than me. Well, I wonder what I did. The K-truck's hood was completely caved in. No, that wasn't the only thing worth noting. The K-truck that was supposed to hit me had been thrown much further than I was, several meters backwards, as if pushed, and had overturned. I'm guessing, Nahato is secretly watching or something like that. The K-truck apparently belonged to the town's wagashi shop. Wagashia. Was it targeting the graduates' empty stomachs? It had been loaded with an absurd amount of good omamori and celebratory goods in its bed. Now the road was littered with colorful wagashi. I could only stare at the scene in a daze, but...
Taiga, 大丈夫なんだな?
Tomohito shook my shoulder and I nodded, saying, yeah, I'm okay. I don't know what's going on, but I'm unharmed.
だったら早く行けよ.
Huh?
ここは俺が何とか処理しとく. 俺もタイガと同じで 何が何だかよくわからないけど、俺にはまだ思い出せないものが他にあるように思えてならないんだけど。
Tomohito bit his lip and then he gave a wry smile and spoke.
多分お前は今目に見えない何かの力に守られてるんだよ。それはさ、お前の目的を果たせってことだろ。何かがそう言ってるんだよ。
In case that this wasn't over your head, that there's Nahato was doing something. I guess they probably made this VN for like a much more younger audience, you know. Your media literacy guys. Anyway.
それなのにこのまま目的を達せられなきゃ、チワちゃんを探し出せなきゃ、タイがこれからずっとその何かにたたられ続けたまま生きていくことになるんじゃないかな。
Because he said something like that with a straight face. I get it. I nodded deeply, said, "Sorry to lead this to you," and tried to run off. But I stopped immediately. At my feet lay the wreckage of the half-destroyed K-truck. The moment I saw that, I remembered something else. It was a megaphone. Probably they had intended to drive this car, Kuruma, while advertising something like, "Would you like some dango? We have ocha too. It's cheap." Go man, I'm borrowing this! I yelled out, picked it up and ran. I told Tomohito I was fine, but it only meant that was okay for someone who had been hit by a car. The impact of being rear-ended had sent me flying, and I tumbled across the hard ground. There was no way I felt no pain at all. Dragging my dropping body, I ran. I ran up to the slope to the academy. I stepped over the school gate, crossed the schoolyard, and without hesitation, I entered the school building. I rushed up the stairs, hurrying higher and higher to the rooftop. I regulated my rag breathing with several deep breaths. Then I stood by the window. There was a clock tower's control room. I looked down at the schoolyard view. Many students were there. No one had noticed me yet. Chiwa, are you here now? I'm searching. I've been searching for you all this time. At first I didn't even know who or what I was searching for. But always, every time, only the loneliness of having lost something precious maintained in my heart. I finally realized your true identity. I finally realized it must be you. Even though I finally remembered. And yet, I can't break through the last thin wall remaining. I can't remember your face. No matter how many times I call your name through that wall, nothing. Not a single thing ever reaches me. I give up. I won't look for you anymore. If I truly can't find you, then I'll just have to have you find me instead. Chiwa. I switched on the megaphone. All this time, always until today, always, I've been searching for someone in my heart. To you, who I believe is there. I cast my words, my feelings, one by one with all my heart. If this voice reaches you, please listen. There's something I want to tell you. Chiwa! Ando Chiwa! Can you hear me? My most precious person. Please, I beg you. With me. Just then the control room door burst open. Hey, don't tell me! It's you again! I turned around and a familiar group of teachers stood there. What are you doing? Even as an alumnus? Do you even know what day it is? I know. I do. I even feel bad about it, but there was no way. If I don't hurry, I might forget again. I bit my lip. So please, just be quiet for a bit. Hey, come on, look. You can tell, right? Please understand. This is important right now. But of course, that was useless. The teachers reached out to restrain me. Hey! If we struggle here, it's dangerous. I'll fall. Even as I shook off their outstretched hands, I kept shouting, Chiwa. Chiwa! I believe this voice is reaching you. So I just want to tell you this. I want to shout it. Chiwa, with me? Please, onegai. Please with me. With me. Marry me! Wow. Marry me! Seriously, what is up with him? He's still doing such crazy things, same as ever. From a little distance, I watched the rooftop. Standing outside the school gate, I looked up. At this rate, she was going to have a tough time from now on, too.
でもまあ
Even that hardship will surely turn into happiness someday. Humans are truly incredible creatures. No matter how painful or sad, they'll eventually turn such past into a laughing matter. I thought I'd see the two of them true to the end, but I guess it's fine now. They'll be alright, right? If they've come this far, they'll be fine now, right? The two of them should definitely meet. My role ends here. I drag my heavy body down the hill. Wait, what do you mean? Heavy body? What's going on with What's going on with Nahato? Students heading to the academy, running up the slope. None of them could see me. Well, I'm used to it. There's just a slight ache in my chest. But when will the pain in this arm heal? It was a spur of the moment thing. I couldn't control my strength, pushing him away as I cut him in the car. My left arm that blocked it was ruined.
まったく世話のかかる少年だ
The car that lunged in was going quite fast. My left arm, which blocked it, bones broken, skin torn, protruding outside. Anyway, it hurts quite a bit.
これくらいの怪我なら本来あっという間に治ってくれるだろうに
Lately, my body's healing speed had clearly decreased. Yoru no Kaibutsu cannot touch humans. They say that everyone is the child of Kami-sama, Kami-sama until the age of 7. Once they pass that age, little by little they drift further and further from some miraculous something. And we Yoru no Kaibutsu can't even touch adult humans, let alone... Oh, he did touch Taiga, who is an adult right now. Who's considered as an adult right now, right? Just by getting close to them, it's collapsed. This body creaks, crumbles, and the remaining time of my life is steadily chipped away. She was already a full-fledged adult. Should grow bigger and bigger from now on. I wanted to keep watching that child's growth forever, but
これからどんどん俺はあの子のそばにいられなくなっていく
I'm a little tired. At the bottom of the slope, I sat down on the roadside with a guardrail. After all, no one can see me. It doesn't matter if it's rude or suspicious. I'm sleepy. I was so sleepy.
ああそうか
Am I going to die like this? Can I finally die? If so, then I don't mind. Demo, Kami-sama. Someone like Kami-sama. I want you to listen. No, that's wrong. I don't believe in gods. So instead, just one thing. Listen to me. If my wish could come true,
なあそれ俺は
at least, I wanted to die as a human with a heart. My vision blurred. My heartbeat that shouldn't exist grew smaller and smaller. The events of today, those memories seemed to flow by like a revolving lantern. and I guess they're gonna explain what happened in the fight. I don't know.
誰からも愛されることのない人生に一体どれほどの価値があるというのか。
I found such a line on a page of a book I'd opened by chance, and I thought, Soka, that's certainly true. Ningen always say good things. On such a night, I encountered words that gave me a certain kind of understanding. I always felt like thinking about something just like a human.
俺はどうして生まれてきたんだろう。
へえ、意外だな。
I completely forgotten he was beside me right now. Just a few days ago, he was a former human Kaibutsu. I brought in as a companion.
永遠を生きるはずの君ら夜の怪物も、そんな人間みたいな疑問を抱くものなんだね。
I kind of just brushed off that question. However, tonight, in celebration of his welcome party, I'm drinking unfamiliar alcohol. Even if I talk a little too much, I'll just blame it all on that.
人間たちの紡ぐ物語には、いや、創作物のそのほとんどは、よく愛することだなんてテーマが込められているだろう。
ああ、そうだね。
The Utsukushi Kaibutsu shrugged and said,
時に陳腐に、
時に稚拙に。
歯の浮くような言葉もいっぱいだ。つい肌が泡立ってしまうような展開もそこら中に溢れてる。
それでもそんなたった一つのテーマが飽くことなく繰り返し紡がれていくのは、そこに人間たちが普遍的に求め続ける何かがあるから。
ああ、多分そういうことなんだろうね。歌われるべきテーマはこの世界に溢れているだろうはずだけど、結局は人の心はそこに回帰したがるものなのかもしれないね。
そういった人間の言葉に触れるその度に思ってた。
ああ、うん。お前は何を思ってきたんだろう。
命の価値だ。愛されるものの条件だよ。この世に生まれた命が意味をなすには、そこにいてもいいものだと理解してもらうには、まず愛されることが最低条件なんじゃないかと思えてならないけれど。だが俺は
I was feared by everyone, shunned by everyone, hated by everyone. Just because I was born in this form, I was ugly. My body was uselessly enormous. My face was like a terrifying beast. Both my eyes glowed sharply crimson. Every child I met was afraid of me.
漠然と考えていた俺の答えに、今なんとなく開いた本が言葉にしてくれたんだ。
おお、なんて。
愛されることのない命には、その人生には価値があると言えるのか。
にべもない言葉だな。
だが俺はこの言葉に深く納得してしまった。共感とさえ呼びたい感覚だ。だからこそだ。愛されることのないこの命は、ここに存在してはならないものだと改めて感じた。
My yume then is to die. The people I've met so far, after that, they all board a densha from the city's terminal station and depart for some distant place, buying a ticket to move on to the sugi that each of them desires.
だけど死ねない俺はどこへも行けない。切符も買えない。そのための命を持たない。
Until now and from now on, I live internally, alone in the yoru, unloved. It feels like a heavy punishment, though I've committed no sin. Please, don't leave me behind. I don't want to be alone. I always thought that, as I watched departing lives. Please, take me with you. Give my yume a ticket too. Such a faint-hearted feeling, akin to weakness, something smaller in my chest. I can't move on like those kodomo because my life isn't love, so it has no value. my existence was a mistake. Precisely because I can't help but think that way.
だから俺はせめて穏やかに死ぬことばかりを願ってた。死ぬことができれば俺もこことは違う次へ行けるのではないかと思えて。お前はどう思う？
私がか？
ああ、愛されなければ価値はない。命に対する俺のこの疑問は正しいのか、それとも考えるにも値しないものなのか。俺は心のない夜の怪物だ。一人で考えても答えは出ない。だから人間の立場にも立てるだろうお前から、恥ずかしげもなく愛ばかりを歌う人間だったお前から、俺はいろいろと教えてもらいたいと願ったから。だから俺はお前を夜に引き入れたんだろうと思う。
Because you were the one who had lost someone you loved, and whose heart was about to be devoured by unbearable sorrow. I thought that with someone like you, I might find the answer I was searching for in the words we could exchange.
命の価値はその使い道で決まるんじゃないかな。私はそう思うよって話だ。
The Kaibutsu who was once Dinyan said it, a small smile blossoming on their cheek, to the soft night music filling the air.
音楽も絵画も小説も、それらは全部かつてこの世界を生きていた人間たちの残した魔法だと私は思ってるんだけど。
どういうことだ？それとこれとはどう関係してるんだ？
まあまあ、とりあえず聞けよ。
The Utsukushi no Kaibutsus, clad in the vestige of humanity, said,
私が私なりに考える命の価値についての話だ。まあ、まるで自分語りのようで、愛を語るよりも見方によればうすら寒くもあるけれど、今夜はそういう時間だ。その魔法は時を超える手紙でもあるんじゃないかなと私は感じる。そこに込められた言葉や思いが遥か未来を生きている今、自分と同じような悲しみに嘆いているかもしれない誰かをもしかしたら励ますことができる。
It might become something of irreplaceable value.
未来に生きる悲しい誰かにこの声は届かなくても、その手を握ってはやれなくても。
If I can imbue my feelings in the words, melodies, and colors,
その思いだけはどこまでもどこまでも消えることは決してなく、遠い未来へと届けることが可能なんじゃないかな。
そしていつかどこかでこの魔法を受け取ってくれた誰かのその悲しい気持ちを、寂しい思いを。
ああ、そうだね。それがこの魔法の希望だよ。
I narrowed my eyes.
なあ、おい。
ああ、なんだ？
俺がどういうことだと言ったのはそういう意味だけじゃない。いいか？どういうことだ？お前、あいつらと会ったのか？俺に秘密で。
What this guy just talked about was part of teaching that could be called their fate.
ああ、お察しの通りだ。
The Utsukushi Kaibutsu shrugged.
夜の魔法使いを名乗る猫たちと少し話をした。つい数日前くらいかな。それは話が尽きず、盛り上がりもしたよ。楽しい夜だった。
帰りが遅い日が確かにあったな。
When I asked why he went to meet them in secret from me, the words, well, because came back.
だってお前、いや、お前たちはさ、自分以外の夜の住人をなんでだか毛嫌いしてるだろう？夜の王だったか？誰が一番先にそれを倒してみせるのかだとかさ、そういう具合に争い合ってる。とても言えないじゃないか。まあとにかく 彼女らも君とたがわず、人間の生み出す品々に胸躍らせる子たちだった。君は古風でクラシカルな芸術作品を、そして彼女は現代的で若者が喜びそうな作品を。そんなところまで相入れないんだな、君たちは。
The Utsukushi Kaibusu bared its teeth and smiled.
そしてね、そんな彼女らと話しているうちにすっかり意気投合してしまってね。
As a result, he said that he too arrived at the answer that art is Maho, a letter transcending time, and an encouragement entrusted to the future.
だけどな、聞いてくれよ、夜の怪物。私は思うんだよ。
何を？お前は何を思うんだ？
ああ。じゃあさ、時を超えるほどとても優れた芸術を生み出す特別な人間以外は、その魔法は使えないのかな。そして、ゼロから何も作り出せないらしい君たち夜の住人は。
Ah, is that how I am now, too? While feigning surprise as if I just learned it.
やっぱり、私たちもそんな魔法を使うことは、どうしたって不可能なのかなって。思い描ける全てを魔法にできる。こんなはちゃめちゃな世界の中で、特別な時間のただ中で、君たちには使えない魔法があるということになるのかなってさ。
Such a question, tinged with a certain sadness, remained. Saying that, the Utsukushi Kaibutsu smiled.
彼女らと会いに行ったのは、私も私なりにこうなってしまったからこそ、自分というものの存在に、その価値に疑問を持ってしまったからだ。
He said he wanted to experience more of the words of those who live in the Yoru, not just me, and not just them.
私たちはどこから来てどこへ行くのか。そんな誰もが迷うような定番の問題に、今こうして命を失ってしまってから、私はようやく向き合う気になれたんだ。
その問題に答えは出たのか？
いや、変わらず答えはないよ。代わりに理想と希望なら見つけた気になっている。だけど、
どうした？
笑うなよ。
笑わないさ。
He took a sip from his wine glass.
人生だよ。
He said quietly.
例えばだけれど、君は偉人と呼ばれる者たちの自伝や伝記を読んだことがあるか？
いくつか。
いや、別にそれは偉人でなくたっていいんだけどな。むしろ私たちみたいに何も生み出せない平凡な人間のそれであればあるだけいいんだけれど。ともあれ、人生だよ。彼らが歩んだ道のりを記した本だ。いやいや、本ではなくとも言い伝えや噂話程度でも十分なんだ。例えば今、自分を苦しめる何かがあったとする。どうしても自分には乗り越えがたいと感じられる困難に今にも押しつぶされそうになっていたとする。そんな時偶然にも、あるいは運命的に伝え聞いたいつかの物語の中に、今の自分と同じような問題で同じようにもがき苦しんでいる誰かがそこにいる。だけど彼らはいつもいっぱいの勇気で持てるあらゆる力を総動員してその困難を乗り越えて見せてくれる。どんなに困難に見える夢も誰からも不可能だと笑われるばかりの理想も這いつくばりながらもがき苦しみながら最後には叶えてみせてくれる。
He says that it's precisely from the lives of people like that that we can receive Kibo and Yuki.
物語じゃない、フィクションではない、現実にそれは起きたことなんだ。その揺るぎようのない事実は苦しいばかりの今を戦う熱量となり、その物語を受け取った者の心を震わせる。そこにある一つ一つの言葉が勇気を、希望をくれるんだ。そうして生き抜いた誰かの道のりも、また痛烈なテーマを持つ一つの優れた作品だとどうして呼べない？
Life itself, the way one lives it, must sometimes be enough to shake people's hearts. He smiles and says that a life of struggling, suffering, and sorrow, yet moving forward without abandoning it, is our art.
だから夜の怪物、私たちはいかなる魔法をも想像できない私たちは、与えられた永遠にも等しいこの命をどう使い、どう生きるのか。これからはさ、それを一緒に探していこう。そうして思い描いた人生の中にこそ、君や私の命の価値はあるんじゃないのかな。お前の夢はいつか死ぬことだったよな、夜の怪物。どうせいつか死ぬのなら、まずはそういう風に生きてみるのも悪くはないんじゃないかな。
That night, we kept exchanging opinions about what it means for two people to live together. For what felt like forever. What was I doing? A kaibutsu incapable of thinking. Did I think I'd become human? I was dumbfounded by myself. Even ningen, who are thinking beings, can find complete answers to these problems. And yet, this time was utterly meaningless. But at the same time, I felt that detached part of myself. No answers would come, but I was sure I found the time spent talking about such things enjoyable.
ありがとう。
As this Yoru was dawning, he said,
今日はいつもよりたくさん話してくれたな。思いのほか楽しい夜だった。
あ
I told myself it was all the alcohol's doing. We were always arguing about our clashing shuni, but that day, for the first time, I had the illusion that something had finally connected between us.
あ、長い時間を生きるのに一人は時々窮屈だ。話し相手が欲しかった。お前を仲間にしてよかったと思ってる。
That night, I felt as if I had a yume, something utterly unlike a kaibutsu. But at the same time, I also felt that this would be the last time I'd talk about such things with him. Precisely because it was the last time, I even told him things like that the alcohol had taken a hold and my heart felt numb.
どんなに困難なように見える夢をも叶えてみせてくれる。そんな誰かの人生にこそ希望を、勇気をもらえる。そういう生き方こそが作品たりうるかもしれない。
ああ、言ったな。
なら俺は人として死んでみたい。怪物としてではなく、愛を歌えるような心ある人として。
うん。
そしてもしも叶うなら、一度でいい。家族を持ってみたい。そこにはきっと俺の欲しいものが全て揃ってる。
I can't help but dream like that.
もしもだ。もしも俺が誰かに愛されたいだとかいうバカみたいな夢を、そしていつか家族が欲しいだとかいうくだらない理想をいつか叶えることができたなら、俺でも、こんな俺なんかでも誰かを勇気づけられる。誰かに愛してもらえる。
ああ、きっとな。ここは思い描くすべてが叶う夜の国なんだろう。思い続けていればきっと叶うさ。それにその願いが叶う日が来れば、きっと君は誰より魅力的な人間になれるはずだよ。ああ、きっと。
I regretted having talked too much, somewhere in my heart. And from that yoru on my cigarette consumption shut up. And that was also the yoru I swore I'd never drink alcohol again.
なんだその子供は。
One particular yoru, we were arguing. It wasn't about conflicting tastes in music or stories. That guy had kidnapped another girl. It hasn't been long since the last girl ended up like that. Yet, what in the world is he thinking? The last girl. That was a girl named Chiwa. My yoru no role was to kidnap sad girls, in the outside world and offer their lives and sad hearts to the Yoru no Sakura. In return, we grant girls eternity. I tried to believe that engaging in such a role gave my life meaning. But humans sometimes do unbelievable things. Unbelievably cruel things. They intentionally continue to torment the girl with torture, like abuse, filling her heart completely with kanashimi. Then we couldn't help but know about that girl. We kaibutsu are made to sensitively perceive the hearts of such kodomo, but that girl was bait to lure us kaibutsu. We couldn't even imagine it was a trap. We made the girl fushimi, eating an eternal child's flesh, bones, blood. Everything makes one fushimi. Humans believe in this. Ate the last kidnapped girl. That is so messed up, man. I mean, they already brought this up before, but holy shit. Reading it again, man. Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Eating. Okay. Okay, I remember reading this. It was as if we had killed her. I'll never kidnap another girl again. This wasn't the meaning of our lies. We were supposed to have confirmed that with him. Ooh, new CG. Wait, I thought they wore white gloves. Anyway, that doesn't look white. Anyway. Hiding behind him was a tiny, truly tiny girl. She was looking up at me fearfully. Every time our eyes met, she trembled with a start, tears welling up. Ah, this child is the same as the children before. Don't look at me with those eyes. Don't be scared, please. The last girl was like that too. She never warmed up to me, only feared me. Being together was much lonelier than being alone. I'm glad he was here. He treated the previous child with such care, as if it were his own, as if remembering his own child he couldn't protect. If such a child were treated that way, of course, it would be sad and frustrating, and anger would well up. But that's no reason to repeat the same mistake again. What's more, the child he kidnapped this time was in the same position as the previous one. Letting us kidnap her, making her immortal, then kidnapping her again for a feast. That's this child's life value. A life born only for that. If we kidnap such a girl, wouldn't we be playing right into their hands?
ああ、だからあの子のことを不死にはしない。君にはそうお願いしたいんだ。
By the way, there's something that's confusing me a little. So if you are turned into a fushimi, one of the Yoru no Kaibutsu. So let's say the previous Chiwa. And then you, because of loneliness, you go back to your parents, but your parents are actually just trying to make a way to eat you so they could become immortal. Doesn't Yoru no Kaibutsu just, I don't know, maybe how they die is different when they die in the real world versus when they die in the Yoru. When they die in the Yoru, they just turn into sakura petals, but like in the real world, they die a physical death, I guess. I mean, they're aiming to eat their body and all that. I guess that's how it works, because remember during this time, because I thought if a human touch a Yoru no Kaibutsu, well, they never explained that. I guess if the conditions are different in the real world, dying in the real world versus dying in the Yoru. The one thing that got me thinking is because I think there was a line when they mentioned that if Kaibutsu dies, they don't end up in the train station, right? they're being incapable of going to the train station. I might be confused, or I might have forgotten something really important. Anyway, because I remember about something about if a Kaibutsu dies, they can't go to the train station because the next thing they do after this, after bringing our current Chiwa along, is they went to the terminus station of time and tried to look for the previous Chiwa or something like that. I don't know, man. Ah. Okay, that's his line. After putting the kidnapped child to sleep, he told me that.
あの子のことはあくまで人間として育てよう。私たち二人で。
だがそうなれば、お前がさらってきたあの子はいつかここを出ていかなきゃならないぞ。俺たちは人と触れ合えない。あの子の隣にいられるのは、あの子が子供でいられる時間内だけだ。
ああ、だからあの子には外の世界ででも自分一人で生きていけるだけの賢さを学んでいってほしい。そういう風にして育てていこうと思う。そして願わくば共に支え合って歩いていける、そんな誰かと出会ってほしい。それらが全部揃うまではあの子の人生に責任を持ちたい、そう願ってる。
いいのか。
いいとは？
お前のさらってきたあの子は前回の子を食らった人でなしの娘だぞ。
Wait, what? The child you kidnapped is the daughter of the Kaibutsu who devoured the previous child, you know. I cannot tell if that implies that Chiwa has an older sister and their parents ate her, or you know, it's I think it was mentioned it was a group of people, so not necessarily like not necessarily the previous Chiwa split related to the current Chiwa. I don't know, man. He asked his soul is okay with that.
前回のこのことをお前はひどく可愛がっていたじゃないか。
ああ。
He replies, I'm fine. Why? Why is he fine?
だってそうだろう。責任がある。あの子を一人にしてしまった責任が私にはある。だから。
He didn't say anything more than that. If you're okay with it, then that's fine. Do as you please. Besides.
やった。これから私たちは三人家族だ。よろしくね。
If he says something like that, I can't say no to anyone anymore. He must have said that precisely because he knows Mayume. But I presented one condition.
俺はできるだけあの子には関わらない。理由なんてわざわざ聞くなよ。わかるだろ。俺は見ての通り醜いんだ。怖いんだ。怪物なんだ。そんな俺が近寄っても無駄に怖がらせてしまうだけだし、泣かれでもしたらいよいよだ。そんな子供を相手にするのは面倒なんだよ。だからお前が全て世話をしろ。責任を持ってだ。俺は一切手を貸さない。いいな。
No need for such conditions. My wife will never be loved. She won't approach me. Just like the other Kodomo. I just thought that staying conditions would let him welcome the new child without worrying about me. It was just a remark. The new child was a little different from the children before her. First of all, she wasn't afraid of me. The very first night she came to this house, she seemed just scared of me. This ugly me, as all the other kids.
あ
In the morning, she stared intently at me from the shadows while I read the newspaper on the floor. I thought, how annoying. Shibanu's curiosity swells can sometimes be cruel. My ugly face must be unusual to her. She's probably just intently observing me from afar. If I were to turn around as if to say, I know you're there, she'd immediately cry, get scared, and run to him. At first, she peeked out with half her face from the doorway, connecting the shop and the house, watching me. The next morning, the distance shrunk a little. She squeezed under a desk away from me and stared intently. The next day, she was a little closer again. Every morning, the distance seemed to be getting a little closer. By the next morning, I even thought she might sit down in the chair next to me.
おい、あの子の世話はお前が見ると言っただろ。目を離さずちゃんと見ていろ。
That's not what we agreed on. I couldn't help blurting out at her.
いいじゃないか。
At him.
仲良くしてあげるくらい。きっとあの子は君に興味津々なんだよ。
He just laughed, as if my confusion was nothing to him. Honestly, human break promises so easily. This is why creatures from the outside world are like this. And then it was the morning of the next day. Should I say as expected? The kid sat in the seat next to me and stared intently at me. What is it? There's so many CGs of young Chiwa. Kind of makes you think, huh? Unable to bear it, I spoke as if sighing.
何を見ている？
In a low voice, like a growl, my eyes shining menacingly. You idiot. What am I doing, speaking in such a threatening way? There should be a gentler way to speak. A gentler voice. Gentler words. The girl gasped in surprise.
ああ、やっぱりいつもと同じだ。また嫌われる。怖がられる。
This time, it was like I delivered the final blow myself. I closed the newspaper, and then I closed my eyes, as if to trap the sharp red.
お星様。
That tiny voice forced open my closed eyelids. In my open vision, it wasn't a girl's scared face, but a gently smiling one.
お星様を見ていたの。キラキラしてて、とっても綺麗。
それは。
What does that mean, I wonder? I tilt my head. Surely at that moment those eyes must have gleamed even more, belonging to a terrifying kaibutsu. But the girl never stopped smiling, just staring intently into my eyes. Orewa. I turned my face away, because I was embarrassed, because I couldn't calm down. Aren't you afraid of me? But I couldn't ask. What if, at that moment, her wind broke, and she said, I'm scared. Because I had that fear. Because I had imagined such a future. But that morning, the girl stayed by my side the whole time. I turned the page of the newspaper. Then a faint breeze swirled up, gently rustling the short bangs of the girl sitting right next to me. Perhaps it was ticklish, but every time I turned a page of the newspaper, the girl would narrow her eyes and break into a small smile. Seeing the girl's face like that, I can only hold back the words that had sprouted in my heart.
君に名前を送りたいんだ。
One morning, he named that child Chiwa. It's the same name as the girl we kidnapped last time. The one who ended up like that. I wonder about that, really. Though I thought so. If told to name her, I'd be speechless. Even thinking of a new name was hard for us kaibutsu. Once I put the girl Chiwa to sleep. He put the girl Chiwa to sleep. We headed out into the Yoru. Has the child we granted immortality to last time been reborn in the Yoru? We were searching for her whereabouts, wondering if her soul had gone and lost somewhere in the Yoru. It's to confirm that. How many times have I searched for that child in the Yoru now, I wonder? But I can't find her anywhere. If only that child had been reborn into the Yoru. in whatever form. If I could just meet her again. I wanted to apologize. You were kidnapped due to our carelessness. But that remained unfulfilled. From our view, if a Fushimi dies, they won't be reborn in the Yoru. They'll vanish completely. That's true death. Okay, so this is the okay. At least they brought that up because that's also my understanding. Therefore, probably I, who was born from nothingness, the former human Ninyan, who exchanged his life for his beloved daughter. If we were to die, we would simply. There would be no soul to be born in the Yoru. We would vanish without a trace. Both of us understood that we could no longer meet that child, and it was a Yoru, where we understood that our debt as Fushimi were true. But okay, so it's them it's them coping. I get it now. Okay, I get it. He stopped and looked behind him. What's wrong? I asked. He quietly replied, "It's that child."
あの子の声がする。
It wasn't the child we had been searching for every night, but the new Chiwa. He said she had probably followed us as we went out every night. She was surrounded by the residents of the Yoru. That situation had reached the Kaibutsu's ears. And one more thing, an evil presence had also reached us.
そっちの方は君に任せてもいいかな。
ああ、わかった。
He went to help Chiwa soar into the Yozora in an instant. As for me,
なるほど。この俺よりも怪物めいた姿だな、お前たち。
I stood before two Kaibutsu who had come to kidnap Chiwa, who was sleeping in our home.
死してもなお、自分たちの娘を道連れにしようと、夜をさまよい続けているのか。まったく、心の底から邪悪だな。
Damn, so the two shadows who were outside the house were actually the Akumu of her parents? No, not Akumu. It's literally the souls of her parents. They were the souls of Chiwa's Otosa and Okasan. Their hearts, shape, and color had materialized within the Yoru as a form benefiting them. Here the patterns of the heart are everything. Beast-like hands and claws, mouths torn to their ears. Truly not human. Inhuman. The two Kaibutsu shrieked and clamored, "Give us Chiwa! That child is ours!" Erasing those two. I thought Chiwa was the same. Was Chiwa like me? Unable to be loved by those she wished to be loved by? And always just lonely? How could it possibly wipe away that child's loneliness? Thinking that, somewhere in my chest it stung. The next morning, Chiwa's words surprised me. Two? Did she just say two? Not just him? Did I mishear?
あなたはソルであなたはナハト
He gave a word meaning tayo, and me a word meaning yoru. It seems I hadn't misheard. It wasn't just a convenient assumption either. She said it was her way of thanking me for naming my nameless soul Chiwa. Then all the more so, I never imagined she'd give me thanks too, even though it wasn't me who gave her a name, and me who went to rescue her, but him. Yet, she gave me a name too. Arigato. I had to thank her. I'll cherish it. I had to convey at least that much. It's the first time I've ever been given a name. But what spilled out from my ugly mouth was,
こいつが太陽なら、俺は月じゃないのか。
as expected, only ugly words and actions, nothing else. Then I hid my face with the open newspaper, disgusted with my pathetic self. I let out a huge sigh. Can't I say anything better? But she wouldn't show any sign of caring, laughing with him, with the former human Kaibutsu she named Soul. That evening, around the time Chiwa fell asleep, I tried playing some music on the floor. It was the music given the meaning Chisai no Yoru no Uta. It wasn't for quiet sleep, but opened with a melody that made one's heart dance in the bouncing spring sunlight. I'd always thought it was a noisy night, but I thought, this is just like my own heart. Tongue-tied, I only spewed venom as if to hide it. That's why I can't build any proper relationships. I quietly sit in the corner of the room always, just chasing after words. Yet my heart is always noisy with anguish, wondering, why can't I do better? Truly. I couldn't help but feel it was just like my own unstable. Soda. Suddenly I thought, every work has its own team, and being given a name that becomes clear. A self unloved by anyone. Why was I like that ever born? Nahato, meaning Yoru. By given the name, I felt as though this creature, had been acknowledged. I also felt as though something like value had been born into this life. Something Chiwa smiled and gave to me. It happened again. I suddenly swallowed the unsettling words that sprouted in my heart, and instead I thought, I want to give something in return. Giving me a name probably didn't mean that much to her, but how could I make her happy? How could I make her smile?
ぬいぐるみかな。
That's how I responded to the question I brought to him.
あれくらいの子はぬいぐるみとかもらえたら喜ぶんじゃないかな。
ぬいぐるみ。
ああ、私の娘はいつもクマのぬいぐるみをぎゅっとして離さなかった。私が誕生日に贈ったものだよ。
He reminisced about how cute it was, narrowing his eyes a little sadly. Soul did. There aren't many decent things you can buy in the Yoru. It probably wouldn't function as a normal toy, but going to the outside world to buy one isn't an option either. Therefore, I decided to make one by hand. Oh man. They're really going hard on pulling the heartstrings, man. I gathered the sewing instruction book for stuffed animals I had at home, and the materials listed in it, but it was no good, even though I was just trying to follow in steps.
うまくいかない。
The finished up Nuigurumi was ugly, messy, just like me.
こんなのもらってもあの子が喜ぶはずもない。
The image of Chiwa receiving a well-made gift and smiling. The future scene I dreamt of faded away, becoming dim and disappearing. Never had I resented being a kaibutsu incapable of creating anything as much as I did that moment. I was depressed. I even felt like crying. I never thought I'd be so disheartened over something like this. I was surprised and bewildered by myself. He must have taken pity on me.
ぬいぐるみ
Oh, she must have taken pity on me. Soul had gone and picked up the botched stuff, an animal I'd thrown in the trash, and handed it to Chiwa as an entrance celebration gift. The Nuigurumi shoved in along her sparkling new seifuku. Ugly, hideous, like something out of a horror movie, like me myself. What was he thinking? I glared at him. Maybe his standards are just incredibly high or something. It looks fine. She would just stared intently at the Nuigurumi she held.
あ
Soul gave a re-apologetic smile and said,
改めて見るとかなり可愛くないよね、それ。一体何のぬいぐるみなのかも全く不明だし。
だから言っただろ。
I ended up saying it as if I objected, but Soul didn't listen and bought it anyway.
そんな不細工な人形なんて女の子が喜ぶはずが。
かわいい。これ子犬さんだよね。
うん。大正解みたいだね。
Damn it. It hit me harder than I expected. Fuck. He said it. He said it while glancing at my surprised face.
一緒に入ってた説明書にそう書いてあったよ。
ありがと
Chiwa hugged the plushie tightly.
う。こんな可愛いプレゼント初めてもらったよ。ありがとう。嬉しい。すごく。
It's happening again. When Chiwa smiled. Again, unspeakable, unsettling words began to sprout in my heart. I could only grit my teeth and bear it. The day Chiwa went to school for the first time, I couldn't settle down. I understood Soul's argument to send Chiwa to a school in the outside world. We would part ways someday. At that time, there would be no one to protect Chiwa. So I wanted her to learn strength and wisdom to live on her own. I understood that. It was probably necessary. But I didn't understand if there was a need to deliberately send her towards the outside world, where she might encounter hardships. Would she be bullied? Would a mean teacher target her? Would Chiwa's whereabouts be discovered by some inhuman person? I felt restless. I kept looking at the clock. He gave me a relieved smile.
まあそんな心配するなよ。きっと大丈夫だ。
The two of us were in the shop's floor, waiting impatiently for a return.
心配などしていない。
I lit a cigarette with a match.
ただ面倒事を抱えて帰ってこられても、文字通り面倒だというだけのことだ。
Even as I grumbled like that, I couldn't take my eyes off the clock. That day, I forgot to play music, didn't watch any movies. The two of us simply waited for her to come home. Tick tock, tick tock. Time passed.
ただいま。
Chiwa opened the shop door and poked her head in. I almost stood up without thinking. Confused by my own reaction, I somehow managed to sit back down. So I shrugged my behavior as if to say, "Oh, for heaven's sake."
ああ、おかえりちは。待ってたよ。初めての学校はどうだった？
うん。ちょっと大変だったけど。でも、ちょっとだけね、楽しいこともあったかも。
そっか、それはよかった。どうかな？明日から通えそう？
きっと。
When Soul stroked her head, Chiwa narrowed her eyes, looking ticklish. Watching Chiwa like that, I still...
あれ？
Soul let out a surprised sound.
膝小僧どうしたのかな？すりむいてるじゃないか。
帰りにね、こけちゃった。
血が出てるよ。平気かい？
平気。痛くないよ。
Chiwa was smiling brightly.
これくらいツボつけておけば治るよね。
いやいや、ちゃんと消毒はしておこう。ばい菌が入っちゃったらいけないし、傷が残っちゃったりしたらもっと大変だよ。
I watched Chiwa's back as Soul led her away by the hand. I closed the newspaper. Every time the child came home safely, I would always secretly sigh in relief. But despite my worries, Chiwa attended the outside school almost without a break. With such a small body, she came home every day after fighting various things in the outside world. That child is amazing. That's what I thought. For Chiwa like that, is there nothing I can do? Seeing her off, welcoming her home with gentle words and expressions like Soul does. I can't do such things. And no one will want me to do anyway.
ならばせめて毎日疲れ切って帰ってくるだろうあの子のために美味しいご飯くらい作っておけるようになりたい。
Well, that child was at school. I continued to study cooking. Could I? The Kaibutsu no Yoru. Really master cooking. Those worries never cease, but she was doing her best out there. I wanted to try just as hard. Keep at it, me. I made many mistakes, and I got just as depressed each time. But before I knew it, my cooking skills had improved. Not just the appearance, but the taste was good too. It must be, because Chiwa always smiles and says it's oishi. So, sports festivals, hiking, things like that. Whenever a bento was needed, I'd put my all into making something delicious and entrusted it to Sol, asking her to give it to Chiwa. For events where parents had to participate, she actively joined in. Every time she came home and told me how hard Chiwa had tried, I thought,
本当は
I really wanted to go to those events too. How she was living in the outside world, even from afar. I wanted to see it. But
こんな醜い怪物がどうして人前に姿を現せるというのか。
yeah, I could wrap myself in the order in despair. But I always asked her to handle the noticeable events. Ask him to handle the noticeable events, because anyone would rather be watched over by something beautiful than something ugly. I left, go and welcome her and welcome home to him. I, this ugly Kaibutsu, wish to support her from the shadows, as she always does her best. If she came home covered in mud when playing, I'd do the laundry. But that was my exhausted child, so that my exhausted child could rest properly. I'd meticulously clean the entire house, leaving not a speck of dust. And for my growing hungry child, I'll make warm meals. My cooking has improved considerably, every single day without fail, to spend all my time for her growth. That's how I thought my life should have been used, the purpose I was given. I wish it were so. And that's what I kept thinking for an entire year. Soda. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Time flew far too quickly. It was precisely because we had become conscious of the flow of time since Chiwa came to our home that I noticed it.
そういえば人間という生き物は一年に一度の周期で自分の生まれた日を祝うものだよな。
Soon, in just a few days, it would be exactly 1 year since she came here. I realized that. It was the season for the sakura to adorn the town again.
ああ、誕生日だ。生まれてきてくれてありがとうという気持ちやプレゼントを贈る日だ。
生まれてきてくれてありがとう。
I whispered it. And then, it felt like the happiest thing of all. Then the day Chiwa came here, how about making that day Chiwa's otanjobi? I suggested that to him.
それは、いい考えだと思うけれど、例によって私がそう決めたんだよとあの子には伝えておくのか？
ああ。
どうして？
I couldn't say it because I felt awkward. This guy.
その方がいろいろと都合がいいんだ。
What an edgelord. I spat the words out. And for that day, just a few days away, I wished for Chiwa to be taken out from mourning.
ケーキを作ってみる。二人が帰ってくるまでには完成させておくつもりだ。誕生日には甘いケーキが必要なんだろ。
ああ、そうだな。
練習してたんだ、ずっと。多分うまくできると思う。部屋も飾り付けておく。きっと喜んでくれるよな。
That day, which arrived in a rush, the day we decided was Chiwa's birthday, was incredibly busy from morning. He took Chiwa out for a walk. I also made obento for them from morning. It would be about 2 hours until Chiwa and he returned from their outing. Within that short time limit, I would make the keiki I've been practicing. While the sponge cake baked, I decorated the shop floor and prepared presents, my large body scurrying around frantically. The stuffed nuigurumi I hand-sewed for her was, as expected, far from a cute creation. Even so, it's fine. It's okay. She'll definitely be happy. She'll surely hug this new nuigurumi tightly too. Atarashi nuigurumi? Anyway, with such conviction and expectation, I rushed the preparations.
すごい。
Just barely right on time. I somehow completed it.
これナハトが準備してくれたの？
Oh no, the craving for strawberry shortcake came back to me right now. No, I shouldn't. As if nothing had happened, I sat in my usual chair and opened the newspaper. This guy. Ah, yes. Omedetou Tanjobi, Chiwa. Why couldn't I say that, say even that much, or even thank you for being born? Though I couldn't go that far, but
おいしい。
the cake I rushed to make turned out perfectly.
本当においしいよ。とってもね、甘いの。
Chiwa was stuffing her cheeks with such a smile. She was laughing happily. Ah. The atarashi noigumi I gave her as a present. Ah, just as I thought. She hugged it tightly, delighted. There could be no greater success than this, so everything was perfect. Everything. Thank you for being born. But I couldn't give her those words. Surely this should have been enough. But then Chiwa made a startled expression. My heart skipped a beat. She even stopped eating her keiki. The keiki. Was there something wrong with it? We Kaibutsu no Yoru have no sense of taste. Therefore, I haven't been able to properly taste it. Even if one of the fruits were rotten, there's no guarantee I'd notice it without fail. Did I fail? For a moment, it was as if a thick cloud spread across my heart, but
ありがとう。
Chiwa said. She got down from the chair she was sitting on, faced us and bowed her head.
いつもありがとう。パパ。
It was involuntarily. I dropped the newspaper. Papa. Just now, Chiwa certainly said that. That meant Oto-san. That's... It's like... Truly...
家族みたいだ。
Softly, so softly I muttered. I barely heard Soul's excited voice. No, Chiwa. You can't say things like that. Again, unsullying words are sprouting in my heart. It's a surprise at that. This is unfair. Because if you say something like that, anymore, I can't suppress this unsullying feeling that suddenly sprouts in my heart.
なんで千葉お前はこんなに可愛いんだ。
This time, I couldn't swallow the words and feelings in my heart. For life, I want to protect you. I don't want you to suffer. That's enough, isn't it? Isn't it fine? This child had been through so much hardship until now. And yet, she's grown into such a good, kind child. What more could I ask of her? She doesn't have to be strong. It's fine for her to be weak. It's just a matter of us protecting her by her side, and yet... No. Why? I don't want to be separated. I don't want to let her go. I want to live together forever. She doesn't have to experience any more painful things in the outside world. Can she just not? That night, I couldn't settle down for a long time. Chiwa. She called someone like me Papa. Think of the words I received from Chiwa. This was surely meant to be my lifelong treasure.
明日俺は千葉の顔をまっすぐ見られるだろうか。
Somehow I felt embarrassed, yet happy. Completely swept away, I, a mere Kaibutsu, had the dream again and again. The three of us opening a shop here and living together. I kept on dreaming such a dream endlessly. That dream could come true someday. It had to. I truly believed that. Even though I believed that... the Yume. It shattered. It crumbled and slipped from my palm. It was a hana. A Chisai no hana in my palm withered away, petal by petal. He died. He lost his eternity. And said he fulfilled the Yume. At least he should have. Thanks to Chiwa, I believe he was able to exchange many feelings and words with his musume in the end. Instead of handing over his remaining time, he took the hand of the musume he left behind in the outside world and walked through the yoru. He probably saw his musume's soul off to the next with a smile. Even though he fully understood that Kaibutsu cannot touch Ningen. That was how he chose to use his life. For his musume. For the musume who had to live through such a lonely life without a Otosan, without a Okasan, he used up his life.
命の物語を知った未来の誰かが自分の夢を諦めない勇気を見出してくれればいい。
That's what you said, but rather than wishing to encourage some unknown person in a distant future, the one who is here now, who has lost you, is so incredibly sad.
私ここへ来なければよかった。
A sigh and a hint of tears. Someone runs. The doorbell rings. Someone precious is moving away. Somewhere beyond my reach. I listen as those sounds overlap. My head bowed, staring at his decaying hana. Then I realized. I came back to myself.
千代
Chiwa. She's gone. The floor was utterly silent. Only I remained here. I remember the sound of the doorbell. I remember the sound of footsteps running away. Chiwa ran outside. No. It's the middle of the yoru out there right now. I rushed outside to look for Chiwa too. She's still a little girl. It's far too dangerous for her to walk through the yoru all alone. I called her name, called it again and again. I ran through the yoru shouting, over and over, as many times as it took. But I couldn't find her. Nowhere. Why? I strained my ears, so I wouldn't miss a single sound. Her crying, her sighs, everything. But it was no use. All I could hear was the bustling crowd, like something from a dream. From far, far away. A train whistle. It vibrated through the yoru air. The sound made me stop running, and I simply looked up at the yoru yozara. Chiwa.
どこへ行ってしまったんだ。
Why? I can't sense her presence anywhere anymore. I was alone. I'd become alone. I stared at my left hand, stared at its open palm. I should be used to being alone, having lived that way for longer. Chiwa, if even you go somewhere, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? As I trudged along, a nickel I passed said, "Hey, you okay just slacking off here?" Honestly, I didn't have the mental space to deal with anyone's meddling right now, but I had a bad feeling. So I asked, "What do you mean?" The Neko then replied that it had seen her board the Densha. It claimed Chiwa had traveled to the distant future via the terminal station of time. Mirai?
なんだそれは。
The story was so outlandish that I narrowed my eyes. I heard your kodomo talking with a Chisai Nikumono not often seen around here. Train destinations are displayed on the station's bulletin board. The Neko told me it knew Chiwa's destination by looking at it. The Yoru no O, the Neko said. That child departed for the future to defeat the Yoru no O.
どうして。
No. Asking that would just be a waste of time. Rumor had it that whoever defeated the Yoru no O would be granted the right to have one wish fulfilled. I am, by nature, a Nikumono incapable of dreaming. So I always just listened to such tales with no interest, no belief, simply letting them pass. But everyone living in the Yoru was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the Yoru no O. Someone must have figured out its appearance point or something similar through some means. No, or perhaps the appearance point was included in the prophecy from the very beginning. Any, tonikaku. Someone who had resolved to fight the Yoru no snatched Chiwa away. In the Yoru, human Sozoriku becomes irreplaceable. Maho no Buki. Therefore, to use Chiwa's heart, Kokoro, to make her participate in something as brutal as the war with the Akumu. For that, they snatched Chiwa.
チワ、お前は一体夜の王を倒してどんな願いを叶えたいと願ったんだ。
Yeah, that too would probably be a waste of time to ask. It's that kind of hard-working girl. What you wish for is obvious. I looked at this Sora. Why? Why couldn't I tell her that's not right away? Why couldn't I take her hand as she ran up and stop her? No, Chiwa. That's not right, Chiwa. You didn't kill Soul. Everything was his choice, his decision. Certainly, a sayonara is the hardest thing. We Kaibutsu who don't possess life, unlike other living beings, don't get reborn into the Yoru even when our allotted time runs out. That death comes to us in true death. We return to nothingness. It is an eternal sayonara. Even so, it was a conclusion he himself chose, fully understanding and being prepared for it. No one can blame him. No one should blame themselves. Even if I tried to tell that young heart that, I didn't know if she would accept it. Even so, I should have been able to stop her. Right here, right now. But I, too, just like Chiwa, had my heart seized by the sudden sayonara. She must have apologized to me many times.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Now her heartbroken, almost screaming voice comes back to me. I haven't indeed heard her repeating saying "gomenasai," but I couldn't answer anything. I had learned that losing a friend so suddenly was the sad. As a result, I hurt her. I, who had wished to protect her forever, for my entire life, had ended up hurting her. And perhaps to gain my forgiveness, she ran off to a far, far place beyond my easy reach.
チワ、ダメだぞ。
That girl's Yume, her Maho, will probably be used to revive him. What kind of price did she wish to pay for that, I wonder? I looked at the Yoru, and on a whim posed a question. That girl's Maho is, I want to bring someone bring back someone important to me. That's how it's supposed to be. The price she'll probably pay for that is, I will never forgive myself for life. That's surely how it'll be. That girl is kind. A kind heart. If it bears a sin, it will intensely destroy itself. She'll keep cursing herself. Her dream and wishes will never come true. She will likely decide to walk such a life. Instead of reviving someone important, she'll kill her own future. It's all too easy to imagine her making that decision, but it's wrong.
お前の夢は叶わない。
That's right.
そんなのは俺が決して叶えさせてやらないぞ、チワ。
He said life itself is the only work we leave for the future, for someone to see or hear our story someday. I always want to choose a way of life that can give that someone even a little bit of Yuki. He used his life for his own musume. Then I'll use my life for the future of the girl we love. I'll write the story for that now. It was precisely because I made that firm decision that I... Is that how you thought to save her heart? At that voice, I lifted my bowed head. It's a house. Inside a shop, several people are before my eyes. Facing the Kaibutsu no Yoru, they're a natural enemy, and facing an ugly Fushimi no Kaibutsu that had kidnapped them, they were trembling. However, when I recounted the scenario, the humans gradually stopped trembling and said, "Really?" The human said timidly, "If we do as you say, not only will you forgive what we've done so far, but someday you'll grant us eternal life.
ああ、誓おう。
Let's call it a deal then," I said.
お前たちのしたことを許すばかりでなく、ゆくゆくは夜の眷属とし、その命に永遠を手渡そう。ただしだ。そのためには条件が2つほどある。
What kind of...
1つ、もう二度と夜の影響で不死の命を得た子を食らおうなどと考えないこと。
I added it was a superstition, a non-existent rumor. Humans couldn't become Fushimi by doing such a thing. Then I continued.
2つ、お前たちの血族に不死を与えるのは俺の願いが叶ってからだ。あの子の心を救えてからだ。
I'm one that... No, because I'm thinking about Hiyori's situation. I mean, rather, Hiyori's mom's situation. Because I think by the time Hiyori was born, like, the Inhumans stopped doing the stuff they're doing. So, it's thanks to Nahato, I guess. Exactly how far into the future would that be? The elderly man said, as if praying, likely I won't live to see it.
ああ、そうだろうな。
Human life is fleeting, like a flash of light. That's why it's beautiful, and now I want to protect it at all costs.
それは1年先かもしれないし、10年先かもしれない。あるいは100年、1000年。
It's a story of such a long, nagai na mirai. How far into the mirai Chiwa's run off to? Everything depends on that. Everything depends on that immeasurable fact beyond our comprehension.
今ここでお前たちに永遠を与えてしまって、結果裏切られでもしたら話が途端ややこしくなる。故にこれは成功報酬ということにしたい。
Those were the jokins.
それでも俺の拙いばかりの筋書きに協力してくれるか。
I asked that of the few people I had kidnapped. The humans exchanged glances. So, the elderly man, likely their representative, said, "Are you saying that we should revive the Kaibutsu who was once Ningen and your comrade, and then have him killed again by your own hand?
あ
Right in front of the girl you mentioned?"
あ、ああ、そういうことだ。その瞬間に、それはこれから生まれるお前たちの祖先の誰かということになるだろうが、その者に永遠を手渡そう。そういう形で約束を果たす。
The humans I kidnapped were, for us, Kaibutsu no Yoru, so to speak, natural enemies. Or perhaps those who harbored mutual hatred. These Yingen believe Yoru no Kaibutsu, like us, ate an eternally lived child's flesh. They gained eternity. That were of that lineage. They were the ones who spread such rumors themselves and believed in them. They were, in a sense, cursed humans who had kept many children trapped in sorrowful hearts. That includes Hiyori's mom. They were also people who based themselves in this town and made a living from ancient performing arts. That's how they lived on the surface. When you remember how I still think about one of Toya's friend who married into a family of performing art who are into performing arts. Isn't that like, yeah, they might be connected. But there was no mention about like this kind of stuff in that route. So anyway, they were masters of all kinds of performing arts. Main and branch families. Members choose their preferred expression. dedicating their lives to its pursuit. Honed skills and spirits would pass from parent to children for ages, like kabuki or no, and live on. Music and painting, stories. Though they specialized and mastered all sorts of things, some would completely portray the life of a stranger on stage. So-called actors. Engeki? I can't remember anymore. Among that lineage, there were always been those in every era who dedicated all their life's time to that path. Using techniques passed down for such a long time, I want them to revive him. And then the Mirai. A Mirai sometime.
その時代に行き着き現れたあの子の父親として元人間の優しい怪物として共に暮らしていてほしい。あの子が大人になるその日まで。
Passed down to Knight's Covenant. Your clan, Ichizoku, must continually pass it to your descendants and theirs until that day.
そして来たるべきいつかの未来、あの子と偽物の父親が幸せの絶頂にある頃に俺がこの醜いばかりの怪物があの子の愛する父親を殺す。
Wait, so Soul never actually revive? And the soul that we encounter was actually just an actor? I guess that's how it went? It wasn't Chiwa who killed Soul, who killed him. It was me. This me, who only ever fought with him. Wait, I'm a little confused. Let's continue. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Could it be done that way? Couldn't I somehow make Chiwa's regret turn towards me? Thinking that, praying that, I thus bow my head to the Ninyan.
なんとかそういう筋書きがうまくいくよう人間のお前たちに力を知恵を想像力を借り受けたいんだ。
If not, if you refuse my wish,
俺の筋書きに協力しないのであればお前たちをここで皆殺しにする。あの子の両親をそうしたように。
I even made such a threat, forcing it upon them simultaneously. Doshite, someone said, why do you do such a roundabout thing?
それは
To make them think Soul was alive.
チワに魔法を使わせないためだ。
Oh, so it is right. Soul never revived, and all this time it was some actor. It's making all sense now. And to prevent her from bearing the cost of hating herself for life, I wish I hadn't come here. The last words that Kodomo left. I kept recalling them again and again.
大切な人を殺してしまった。良かれと思ってしたことが原因で。そんなあの子の気持ちを、その涙を、心のないこの俺には想像することさえできやしないんだ。
I don't understand human feelings far more than someone who like me who could ever sozo. I think that child must be burdened with painful feelings. If she stays like that, she will surely break. Before she pays such a cost, never forgiving herself for life.
ダメだ。
That's no good. Whether there's a cost or not.
自分のことを恨んじゃダメだよ、チワ。そんな心は、やっぱり、いつか壊れる。壊れたままの心で、いつまでも自分のことを憎んで生きていくなんて。それではダメだ。お前はいつまでも幸せになれない。だから。
So instead, hate me. I will bear that cost. My life is made to be unloved, so I'm used to such things. I must have been born for that. My chest aches sharply, but that is not my heart. It is the pain of the Kaibutsu Karada. Facing humans like this, cracking, shattering, the pain of its gradual decay. When it comes to the elderly, even without touching, simply sharing the same space like this is considerably harsh on the kaibutsu's karada. Decay begins. That's right, I don't have a kokoro. Shinzo or kokoro. Something that doesn't exist can't hurt. That's precisely why.
俺はあの子の人生に初めて現れる意地の悪い敵役で構わない。
By living that way, I want to write my own story.
物語の中の人物たちはいつだって手を取り合い、自分を信じ、勇気を持って悪者を退け、成長し、ハッピーエンドを手に入れる。
Please. I want you to write such a plot together with me.
あの子の人生に責任を持つと俺たちは誓った。つまるところ理由なんてそれだけだ。それでいいだろう。
Wait a second.
もういいじゃないか。
Wait a second, I just thought. If Soul was a actor, wasn't there scenes in the Yoru with Soul in it? Then that would mean don't make me show this pathetic side. I'll cling to the happiness of the only girl who smiled at me. Don't look at this uncool, ugly man.
俺はうまくやる。うまくやれるよう頑張る。お前たちほど与えられた役を華麗に演じられるとは思えないが、それでも可能な限り頑張るんだ。俺は本来口下手で誰かと話すのも得意ではなく、無口ではあるけれど、だけど俺はな、どうやら何か隠し事をしていると口数が多くなるらしいから、だからきっとうまくやれるはずなんだ。
The people had gathered, exchanged glances and words for a moment. Then all of them stared at me. We understand. Wakarimashita. Then the representative nodded. Kind-hearted Kaibutsu, Yoru no Kaibutsu. Please let us also be part of the plot you're trying to write. Tonight's events, your heart will be passed down from parent to child, through generations, into the distant future. So please, until that day comes, please stay well yourself. Even if you're Fushimi, it must be lonely to remain alone. After saying that, the people left. How many warm seasons passed since then, I wonder. The house where the three of us once lived, now a house where no one remains. It was too quiet here. Even the ceaseless flowing music seemed to be swallowed by these tense silence. I spent much of my time sitting in my usual chair. I would stand up from it almost only once a year in Haru. On the day we three had decided it was her birthday, her tanjobi, I never failed to bake a keiki. As sweet looking as possible, as delicious looking as possible. Unlike cooking, I never improved at making ugly nuigurumi. But each time that day come, I would sew one and display it in her room, so that in some future when she returns, she wouldn't feel lonely. Every year without fail, I celebrated the tanjobi of the child who existed in the mirai. Even though I knew there was no meaning in such things, I couldn't settle down unless I did at least this much. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Before I knew it, the town's largest sakura withered its blossoms. Because I had stopped carrying the life of the girl who was the source. Because I had learned that such a thing was not our way of life. And then 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. She's not coming. Not yet. When I lived alone, time passed in the blink of an eye, with every breath, every blink. But now it felt like such a long, long time.
本当に
I muttered to myself. Did she truly journey into the Yoru? Mirai, sorry, my brain's dying. It was the Neko who told me he witnessed it, and overheard a conversation with the entity who took Chiwa, Sumari, a different species from us. The residents of the Yoru are by no means on good terms. Could I truly have been given accurate information? And then there were those Ninyan. Those who heard my story directly had nodded in agreement and promising to cooperate. Yet they say human hearts are fickle and easily swayed. I never learned why they desired eternal life so intensely. But their hearts change, finding it. But what if their hearts change and finding it unnecessary? They might have already found other dreams or hopes Yume or Kibo important to them. My promise to them might be long forgotten over what feels like a very long time to them. It was the 55th spring since then when I began to feel that anxiety. 55 years later? Holy shit. Okay, let's say it's the current timeline is around 2020. Because or 2010. Okay, let's make it 2010. So Chiwa is from the 1960s. 1960s-ish, right? I stood up. It wasn't because it was her otanjubi, 1960s, 1950s. What I felt within the Yoru was finally here. Finally her presence appeared. I had certainly sensed it for these 55 years without moving an inch. I strained my ears, cleaned my mind, sharpened my senses. I've been waiting for her, who transcended time, to appear somewhere in town, her presence to emerge. That presence was a voice. I heard a voice. A voice blaming herself for killing Soul. A voice that wouldn't cry even if she wanted to, as if biting down on her own heart, her voice. I understood it was just as I asked the Yoru. She was Maho. Chiwa's costs were exactly as I imagined. No, Chiwa. To keep cursing yourself, to keep hating yourself, and live like that. So that I won't let you bear such a cost.
お前には絶対その魔法を使わせないからな。
The one you should hate, the one you should never forgive in your life, isn't yourself, but me. Now, shall we begin?
力を貸してくれよ。お前もどこかで見てるだろう。
Will you watch over me so I can successfully complete this plot? The humans remember their promise. They remembered, to my surprise. I mean, it's only been 55 years, so it's practically like just one generation-ish. That distant Yoru when I sought their cooperation. For 55 years since then, they passed down the vow I made with them from parent to child, never forgetting it. I mean, 1 to 2 generations, so it's not that far. And if it was like the 1950s, 1960s, they'd really have records of that conversation easily. When that time came, I was supposed to call a dedicated line. Several people arrived, answering my hesitant call. The people I gathered here 55 years ago were no longer there, but I could see their traces. By the way, if it's 55 years ago, and remember Hiyori's mom was like came from one generation ago. I guess that matches up-ish. No. Okay, so I guess it's still they still kind of continue the practice. Like, Hiyori's mom was born like within the 55 years, and then yeah, that makes sense. So I guess they still continue that trying to seek for immortality. And they still did that weird practice of like, they still did that practice where they had one of their daughters suffer like a really sad experience, a sad life. I don't know, man.
俺がこの物語の脚本を書く。それをお前たちが演じてくれ。もしそこに何らかの不備があるなら、稚拙な落ち度やつまらないほころびがあるのなら、すべては物語を書いた俺の責任だ。失敗しようと成功しようと、報酬は必ず手渡す。0から1を生み出すことなど不可能なこの俺だ。きっと思い描いたこの物語は穴だらけ。 だからできうる限りお前たち人間の力を借り受け、少しだけでも完璧なものに近づけていきたい。あの子の夢を、そして心を騙すこの物語を。
Over several days, I discussed with the Ninyan and we settled on the plot. The stage for the story is this house, an old kisaten. As we dream, soul, alive and well, open a shop, awaiting Chiwa's return. This would be the beginning. Next was the casting. Several employees, and we decided who would best play that guy. Over several days, I trained them in a special makeup for actors, and that guy's appearance, including speaking and gestures I conveyed.
一つだけ質問があります。
I'm surprised that Soul had figured out how to act or some shit like that. Actually, it would be funny. It will also explain why. Remember Hiyori's route? There was this guy. There's this guy, Toya's friend. Remember Toya's friend? Toya's friend had a daughter, or I mean a son. Toya's the original one, the original one. Toya's friend had a daughter who, I mean, no, that's incorrect. Toya's friend married a guy who was from the actor, from the performing arts family lineage, whatever. They had a son, right? And that son has the same voice actor as Soul. Maybe it's literally this guy. Isn't it? And his daughter, their daughter, was the one who he was their daughter waited in the koan, who bore the message for Toya. Isn't that what happened? No way that's happened. Because it just so happened they had the same voice actor. Maybe it is. Let me continue. The shonen who'd kill someday, the grant eternity, spoke. His face cracked to look like him.
永遠の命を授かったなら、僕は夜の眷属となり、そこに住まう生き物たちと交流を持つことも可能となりますか？
おそらく。
Why did he care about such a thing? When I asked that, the shonen, the one who called himself Toya, said, "Oh shit, it is!" Oh my god, that literally is him! Oh my god! It makes sense because Toya was looking. Toya was aware of Toya's story, so Toya would try to look for Toya. This is amazing! Holy shit! This is so amazing!
母です。僕の母親はたった一人で僕を育ててくれました。
I can see why the route ordering should be Hiyori then Chiwa. Holy shit! This is so cool. They did that. They really did it.
あの家に戻ってくるまで苦労の連続で、きっと泣きたいこともあったはずです。きっと弱音に押しつぶされそうになったことも一度や二度ではないはずなんです。それでも母は決して腐らず。
One thing I thought of, what if Toya, the actor, becomes Yoru no Nikimono, and then we see him in Haru's route? I won't be surprised at this point.
僕に何も心配させまいと、どんなに疲れ切って仕事から帰ってきても笑顔さえ決して絶やさず、僕をここまで育ててくれました。そんな母には幼少の頃に知り合った友人がいたようなんです。
And if you don't remember who that is, it is literally Toya. It's literally Toya.
友人？
はい。おそらくは夜に属する誰かです。母はもうその出会いが実際に自分にあったことだというようには覚えていないでしょう。ただ幼い僕を寝かしつけてくれる際、子守歌代わりにいつも話してくれていました。
Okaya-san, sometimes I have such wonderful dreams. A little mysterious and very kind. A Yume, where such a small girl watches over us, always cheering us on. Mehaha loved that the child so much. Yeah, that's why. I feel like she named me Toya because of that. But that child was always alone. I'm sure they're still smiling sadly somewhere. That's why Okasa-san, I want to go pick up that child, but that's always where the Yume ends.
母はそう言い、懐かしそうに、だけどどこか寂しそうに、僕に何度となくその夢について語ってくれました。それはきっと夜の住人と母が幼い頃に出会っていたという証ではないでしょうか。本来なら人間の僕らは大人になれば夜とは疎遠となります。だけど母はあまりにその子のことが大切で、母はそれをはっきりと思い出せないことがあまりに寂しいとそう言っていました。僕が永遠の命を得夜の眷属となれたなら、母のことを大切に思ってくれていただろう誰かを探し、母のもとに連れて行ってあげたいんです。
The shonen who called himself Toya said he wanted to attain eternity for that very reason.
母親をねぎらうために、お前はその母親に大切に育まれたのであろう命を投げ出し、永遠の命を得るというのか。
ええ、そうですね。確かにそうです。親不幸なこと甚だしいだろうと思います。だけどあなたとの誓いは誰かがやらねばならない盟約なのだと僕らは言い聞かせられてきました。それだけのことを僕らの祖先はしてきたのだと。その贖罪を果たすためならどのようなことでもしなければならないのだと。そうでなければ僕ら一族は本当の意味で人でなしとなってしまうからと。それに僕がやらなくとも代わりに誰かがこの役割を担うこととなります。
If someone has to do it anyway, then it's better if I, who can do it best, do it. I'm quite confident in my acting skills, the shonen says, as much as I am in my drawing.
それに僕は実家に恩があるんです。父亡き後、母を再び家族として受け入れてくれたという恩が、その恩に報いることができるのなら、全くもってこれは安い話なんです。
The shonen looks straight at me, then smiled. Why can't life itself, the way one lives it, be called a single excellent work of art? His voice resurfaced. The shonen before me now is probably trying to use his life for his beloved Okasa-san.
あの子の人生に責任を持つ。
Oh, the kid who goes to the koan every time it rains. I said, as if murmuring.
あの子が大人になるまでは、あの子が共に歩める大切な誰かを見つけられる。それまではどうか。
Wait, no, maybe I misunderstood. He never mentioned anything about like his own child, so he's probably thinking about Chiwa, right? No, he's talking about Chiwa. I was like, huh? What's he talking about? Because the context before that conversation was just like Toya, the actors, talking about Yeah, he never mentioned anything about his own child. And then he started talking about like a child and him taking responsibility. He's talking about Chiwa.
どうかお願いだ。その時が来るまでお前があの子の父親としてそばにいてほしい。
Okay, I think I understand why the child was in the koan now. I mean, she herself, the child, is also probably being bullied as well. But at the same time, her Tosa was acting as the Otosa of another child. So you know.
チワの好きなあいつのようにソルのように誰より優しい父親としてあの子のことをそばで見守り応援していてやってほしいんだ。
I decided that period would be until she entered high school. After compulsory education, that's the child-adult boundary. That's in the Haru, roughly 10 years from now. That Haru, I will kill the Otosan Chiwa has lived with until then, right before her eyes. If at that time someone important had been by Chiwa's side, precisely at that moment that someone and Chiwa are about to grasp Shiawase, I will make my move. And for her, I want to shed what is evil. The villain must be defeated with her own regret to me, and I want to erase the regret from within her.
あまりに稚拙であまりに強引であんまりに穴ぼこだらけな筋書きだろうとこんな俺でもわかるけれど
I don't seem able to come up with anything better. In an attempt to fill the holes in that plot, the young man then asked me careful questions, one by one.
その子の魔法は大切な人を蘇らせること。
The young man says,
その子に魔法を使わせるのではいけなかったんですか。そうすれば失われた人物はあなたたちの元に戻ってくるし、それに僕がその人のふりをして現れることでその子の後悔は消えてしまうのではないですか。それを示すだけで十分ではないのですか。
ああ
Maho. It sounds like a kiseki that makes the absolutely impossible come true, but I'm skeptical about it. Though it's called Maho, what can be used in this place is ordinarily just Sozoriku given form. No matter how powerful human Sozoriku may be, no matter how strong and earnestly wished for Chiwa's wish may be, this world shouldn't be simple enough to allow an act like restoring a lost life, an act like Kami-sama's. Therefore, anyway, I believe that Maho will fail. Otherwise, wouldn't death in this world be too trivial? That Maho is Maho that should not succeed for anyone but Kami-sama. As a resident of this Yoru, it was a prediction close to conviction. And wouldn't Chiwa, having failed, be hurt even more?
そしてお前がソルを演じることでチワの後悔はその時点で消えてしまうのではないかという疑問だが
Wait, before we continue, Nahato is believing that the Maho, his understanding of Maho isn't like to the point that it's capable of granting like Kiseki like stuff, man. Like, well, we already seen that happen with like Taiga when he tries to use his Saigo no Maho. I mean, his previous Saigo no Maho was capable of like when he used his Saigo no Maho to go into the Yoru, I guess that's one thing, right? And in Hiyori's route, when he used his Saigo no Maho, it was to search for Hiyori, but of course that failed because we know she wasn't there. um no, when he's saying what can be used in this place is ordinarily just Suzoruku given form. So he's talking about the Tayo no Jikan, which is the real world. I guess using the Saigo no Maho in the Yoru would be essentially like an actual Kiseki, an actual miracle. But then I thought that well they only said that well people have been saying, or the prophecy was like, if they could grant you your wish, your nagai, you know, it's a type of power that you can use even in the real world. But Nahato believes that it's not actually powerful, or the world wouldn't be simple enough to allow an act like restoring a lost life and an act like a kami-sama. I mean, this is what he believes, but so far we never seen a demonstration of it being attempted in the real world, other than like what Taiga did. And right now, the only reason why I've seen Taiga never do something that is essentially at the same level as like asking for a miracle or kiseki is that, I don't know, the way I interpret it is Taiga's only wishing for Maho for specifically for the time he needs a specific kind of Maho to help resolve like the kind of problem he's facing at that moment. But if he was facing a situation like, let's say Chiwa dies, let's say Chiwa just dies, okay, and then his nagai is essentially to bring back someone from the dead. We know that there has to be a price being paid there. What is the price for one's life? And that should be another person's life, right? At least, or maybe no. It might not even be, because we know in the terminal station of time that not all lives are equal, you know, based on the currency system that they have, right? So even that I don't know, man. Anyway.
はい。
いつか人間のお前は朽ちゆくだろう。俺たちと違い年を取り、そうなればさすがに全てバレてしまう。どうしたってお前は千葉より先に行く。
なら先に僕を不死にしてくれれば。
悪いな。俺はお前たち人間を信頼しきれていない。報酬を渡した後、お前たちが姿を消す場合だって大いにある。お前たちの祖先にも言ったが、永遠は成功報酬なんだよ。
僕があなたの仲間、元人間の怪物を演じるのは納得しています。あまりに魅力的な報酬を得るためです。むしろやらせてほしいとさえ思っています。だけど僕は人間です。あなたの言う通りだ。僕はあなたたちと違い年を取るし、そうなればこの外見を維持することだって容易ではないです。いくら化粧で飾ろうと、ほころびは必ず出るだろうと思います。
I don't know, man. There's this 48-year-old man with enough makeup. He looks like a 20-year-old girl. So, you know.
ああ、俺たち怪物は人と触れ合うことができない。特に大人になった人間とはこの通りだ。こうしてお前に姿を晒しているというだけで体がひび割れ壊れてしまう。
I took off my glove and showed him. Cold air touched my cracked skin, and pain shot through me.
千葉もこの事情は痛いほど理解しているだろうと思う。だからお前の老化は あの子が成長するのに合わせ、少しずつ怪物の体がひび割れていっているのだということにしたい。
Okay, I'm sold with that. I'm
では、
sold with that.
その子が大人になったので怪物とはさよならしなければならなくなったという結末ではダメなのですか？そうすればあなたがわざわざ悪役になる必要もない。
そうだな。確かに別れを描いた物語はとかく美しいものが多い。そういう終わりも悪くはないかな。
だが、
いざ別れの時を迎えたなら、あの子はきっとこう言うはずだ。さよならは嫌だ。自分もソルと一緒に夜の中で暮らしていきたい。
showing tears, saying she'd never want to say sayonara again. For some reason, I could clearly imagine that child's face, and it stung, deep in my chest, where I shouldn't have a heart.
だからあの子には強制的なさよならが必要なんだと俺は思う。何者かがあの子と大切な人との間に割り込んででも。それにチワは人間として育てたいんだ。それはあいつの願いの一つだったから。
そうですか。わかりました。
The shonen nods as if to say, I will do as you wish.
怪物の自分は大人になり始めた娘にはなかなか近寄れないという理由で、場合によっては実質に引きこもり体の変化をあまり悟らせないようにできればとも思います。
ああ。
そしてもしあなたたちの望み通りいつかあなたたちの子が共に生きたいと願う大切な誰かを選び連れてくるようなことがあったなら、
その時は俺たち二人でその誰かを見極めよう。本当にチワを幸せにしてくれるに足る人物であるのか。
そうですね。わかりました。それが僕の最後の仕事、最後の役割となりそうですね。きっと。
他に整理しておくべき不調和はないだろうか。俺には気づけていない何かはないだろうか。
今のところは何か気づけばおいおい連絡させてもらえればと思います。
ああ。
チワがあなたたちの子がこの家に帰ってくるのはいつ頃でしょうか？
わからない。おそらくは夜の王とやらを倒した後だろう。きっとあの子は報酬の魔法をその手に抱え帰ってくるはずだ。
あなたはその夜の王とその子とが戦わなければならない現場には
もちろん赴く。何か手助けになるようなことを講じられるのであれば陰ながらそうしようとも思ってる。
なんだか
The shonen smiles.
とても過保護ですね。
そんなことはない。夜の王との戦争だなんて、そんなもの普通に生きていれば誰も経験することのないものだ。助けくらいあって当然だろう。
私たちがここで生活している間、あなたはどこへ？
適当だ。この町には草木が多く、休める場所も多くある。お前たちが気にすることではない。以上か。
はい。いえ、最後にもう一つだけ質問です。
なんだ？
本当にチワの両親を殺したのはあなただったのですか？優しい怪物に懐いていたその子のことを傷つけないために、その時もまたあなたはあの子の思い込みを訂正しなかったんじゃ。
聞きたいことは聞きたいことはそれだけか。
はい。
The shonen narrowed his eyes. His face so much like his. Watch me.
どうかお体をお大事に。怪物のあなたには大きなお世話かもしれませんが。
あの子のことをよろしく頼む。
はい
お願いだ。
はい。
あの子のことを悲しませないよ できるだけいい父親でいてほしい。
善処いたします。
申し訳ない。本当に。この先、誰よりあの子を悲しませる予定の俺が、お前たちに対してこんなことを偉そうに言えるわけもないことは分かっている。だけど。
いいえ。
The shonen smiled as if cutting out my words.
あなたの代わりに大切に育てます。およそ10年間自分の子と同じように愛すると誓います。
And then his own child stays in the koan every time it rains. So please, rest assured, we will never betray you. I swear, Omae Okasan, the shonen said and nodded. I said nothing more, enveloped myself in the yoru, and vanished from before the shonen. I look up at the Sora, fluttering, gently falling. It's the Yozora with the Sakura dancing. I wonder why. I sigh. The script I wrote in cooperations with the Yin, of course, couldn't possibly be perfect. It was started by a Yoru no Kaibutsu, who can create nothing. It must be full of holes everywhere. Even so, despite minor discrepancies and unexpected troubles occurring once or twice.
今日まではある程度うまくいっていたというのに。
And yet, why? No, that's not right, he said. I had a definite premonition that everything would shatter with that single word. This is wrong. That's not it. I didn't come here to fight you. Oh, so remove his mask. What I remember now continuously is that Yoru. The Yoru of 3 years ago in Haru. Kanede Taiga, the boy Chiwa chose, the one she wishes to walk alongside from now on. Before the condition I presented fight me and reclaim Chiwa's Inochi, he took out his magic spear. Mahono Yari. Mahono Yari? Anyway. But he put it away without ever striking me with a sharp tip. I didn't come here to fight you. The boy repeats it. I came here to talk with you. I snorted. And imagining my own face as ugly as possible, said,
まったくくどいな少年。話し合いならもう十分に。
Was that person truly real? At the boy's single uttered word, I narrowed my eyes. That's Chiwa's Oto-san, the boy says without meeting my gaze. He, the Oto-san Chiwa lived with until this Haru. He's the person you laid hands on, the person who should have been your comrade. Was that person truly in a Yoru long ago, was he the gentle monster who kidnapped Chiwa? Gentle Kaibutsu. Then the boy looked at me. He stared straight at me. You just asked me what I came here to do, didn't you? If it's not to reclaim Chiwa's life, and not to fight a not-so-gentle Kaibutsu, then what exactly did I come here to do? My purpose is, under the guise of getting Chiwa's life back, to exchange the remaining lifetime of Chiwa's life and my own life. Because that's the price of my maho, the boy says. And to confirm the facts by asking if that Oto-san was truly real, to satisfy that pure personal curiosity. This too was one of my true feelings that I couldn't voice with Chiwa by my side. I started to think something was strange when I caught a glimpse of Chiwa's Akumu, its whereabouts. I felt a sense of unease. The Yoru no Kaibutsu lack human hearts, thus lack Sozoraku to create from scratch, so they're drawn to human works yet. Oh, because Oh yeah, he had a painting, right? Remember that he was painting, quote unquote Soul was painting. Quote unquote Ando Kazuma was painting. They shouldn't be able to be. Oh man, I should have realized that much sooner. It should have been so obvious to me. Jesus. When Chiwa and I were little, Chiwa's Otosan painted our portrait just once. By the portrait, at least, if it was just about sketching the person in front of you onto a canvas, though that might be a flippant way to put it, or perhaps a misunderstanding. Tanikaku. If it's just that much, if not creation, even a Yoru no Kaibutsu could do it, especially the Kaibutsu once ningen. Please tell me. Please answer me. Chiwa's other Otosan. I intend to leave this question uneased and ask. The basis was too scarce. There's no evidence. But the reason I found myself unable to discard this subtle suspicion, now of all times, is because I just couldn't bring myself to believe that you would do the same things as those you despise.
どういうことだ?
Chiwa's parents, of course. They were the inhuman ones who tried to fulfill their desires by sacrificing their own musume's life to a kaibutsu, then devouring her flesh.
自分の役割を達成するそのために自分の娘の命を代償とする。
That's what you're doing right now. I can't help but feel that's exactly the same as those inhuman people. You're hiding something. The unease I feel keeps telling me that your voice is growing louder and louder. Because you're that type, aren't you?
あれ?
Hi. Chiwa's Kyoku told me that you have a habit of becoming more talkative when you're hiding something. And that secret, Himitsu, is making you, someone who is normally tactile and would never speak your mind, this verbose. I know it's presumptuous of me, but please, can you tell me that, Himitsu, those circumstances too? Perhaps I could become your ally, your comrade, so...
なぜだ?
Huh?
なぜそのようなことをお前は思う? 俺はチワの命を桜に捧げた。お前たちの中を引き裂こうとしているんだぞ。
And you have to speak of being an ally. A comrade, he says. This world is made of many fairy tales, Chiwa said that. I spread my hands, a wry smile on my face. An impossibly terrifying villain is, in fact, kinder than anyone else. And possesses a lonelier heart than anyone else. Wait, I suddenly remembered something stupid I don't want to talk about right now. I just remembered something stupid. I shouldn't be thinking about it. Something about Eren. Eren from Shingeki no Kyojin. And also by extension, something related to that. But anyway. And a person who cares more, far more than anyone else, for someone they must protect, is such a monogatari existed in reality. It was always by our side, without anyone ever knowing. Even if it's just one person, it's okay for someone to wait. Someone to want to side with that story. That's what I ended up thinking. That's just how humans are, I suppose, to think such things. Ah, yes, I thought. Precisely because I thought that way, I couldn't help but voice my questions.
あ
I sighed and
あ、まったくやれやれだ。
I couldn't help but laugh.
もういい。なんだか疲れた。
Huh?
まるでいけすかない探偵に追い詰められる犯人のような心境だ。今それを十分理解できたよ。ああ、そうだ。お前の言う通りだよ、少年。お前の知ってるあいつは本物ではない。偽物だ。とある人間の青年に協力してもらい、10年間ほどジワの父親として立ち振る舞ってもらっていたんだ。
He briefly told me about the Tabi so far. 10 years. He'd been watching her grow from afar.
いつかはあの子の憎まれ役となるべきこの俺だ。そばで一緒に笑い合えるはずもない。そういった役割は優しい父親に全て任せた。
But he attended sports festivals, bunkusai, her elementary school graduation ceremony, He secretly sought her at events she excelled in and life's turning points. He was always close enough to rush to her if she was in danger. Once she went into the Yama with her friends and got lost. It was the result of a small tabi suggested by the lively girl, Hiragi Haru, to investigate the town's rumors. Oh, this was also mentioned, right? There were troubles like that once or twice, but
無事だ。
by the way, I guess that's our bait for the next round regarding Haru. There were a lot of beats regarding Haru. Huh?
チワの命はちゃんと無事だ。朝になればあの子は何ら問題なく、いつもと変わらずベッドで目を覚ますだろう。あの子の命を桜に捧げる。この夜を延命させるそのために。バカな、くだらん。そんなこと今さら俺がするはずもない。
じゃあ、どうして A look at the sky. Why are the sakura blooming? Why is that tree withered so long, whose flowers bloom from life now blooming?
魔法だよ。チワの魔法だ。
I looked up at the sky, just as the boy had.
10年前、お前たちが夜の王と戦い、その果てに得た魔法、最後まで使われることのなかったチワの魔法を桜に返した。
The person's life is a yume, and the yume are made of sparkling maho. Kirakira maho. Anyway, the sakura will surely bloom in full.
そもそもチワを夜にさらってきたのはそのためだ。あの子の命を取り上げようなど、そのようなことはかけらも考えてはいなかった。
Demo, you certainly told me you'd sacrifice Chiwa's inochi for Sakura and prolong the yoru.
ああ、そうだな。すべてはただの茶番だよ。あいつは、ソルは。いや、あの子の新しい父親役である東野青年は、お前のことを認めたと言っていた。
Oh, I still think about how connected this whole Toya thing is. How well connected this thing is. Toya?
ああ、10年間、あの子の父親として立ち回ってくれていた悲しい男だ。彼にはこれ以上ないほど感謝している。
That Senin, who had granted eternity, however only mothered, I wasn't in time and vanished. I mean, don't worry, Toya. Don't worry. Your Okasan did end up meeting the Toya that she was looking for, and she's supposed to become like another Yoru no Ikimono anyway. Even though I wanted to question the true meaning of that murmur, I couldn't grasp his whereabouts. I don't even know if he's in the Yoru or outside. Tonikaku, one of the three Otosans acknowledged you.
だから、今度は俺だ。俺がお前を試すその番だ。そうだろ。
Was it because I was dumbfounded? He continued addressing me. My mouth agape as if I couldn't close it. You were the one who said it, weren't you?
なあ、少年。今夜のことはあれなんだろう。いわゆる娘さんを僕にくださいという例のあれだとお前は言っていたじゃないか。だから父親が、いいや、あの子の父親でいられたらと夢見るばかりの怪物が、あの子の選んだ男は本当にあの子にふさわしいものであるのか否か、それを試したに過ぎない話だ。
Wait, give me a second. I just need to. If I were to lay bare tonight's events, it would amount to nothing more than that. If I could just be here as the first villain for you two to overcome, that would have been enough for me.
だというのに台無しだ。何もかもが台無し。まったく。
Tonight's events too, and the seinen Toya's matters too. I feel pathetic for ever thinking something like this would work out. So, what's the result? Kekkada, I said hesitantly. After testing me, what was the outcome? Can you say I'm worthy of Chiwa?
それを俺が決めるのか。
Huh?
俺がダメだと言えば、お前はそこで引き下がるのか。チワと共に生きていく、その夢を諦めてしまうのか。娘にふさわしいと感じられる男なんてどこにもいないんだよ。どんな父親も大体そんなものだろう。絶対嫁になんて出したくないんだ。きっとな。
I can imagine. Somehow, Chiwa's Otosan. What are you saying is all over the place. I gave a bitter smile.
ああ、そうだよな。だからさ、少年。こういうのではどうかな。
Huh?
これから長い長い人生の中で、お前があの子とどう生きていくのか、その生き方で俺を納得させてみろ。俺はずっとそばでそれを見ているぞ。さあ、もういい。文字通り茶番は終わりだ。こんな俺を大いに笑え。
My heart, my body, even my actions. Zenbu, just ugly, just me.
そろそろチワもお前も幸せになる時だ。と、本来ならそう言ってやりたい。
Normally then.
あ
For that, there's one thing.
あ、もう一つだけ残ってる。やるべきことが残ってる。
Just step by step, he slowly advanced toward me. The boy, to me, his expression hardened. He gave a wry smile as if to say, "Don't be so wary."
チワとお前との出会いは本来絶対にありえないものだった。
What do you mean?
未来と過去とがいびつに交差した結果としてお前たち現在はある。それらは言わずもがな、本来なら決して交わることのない時間だった。
Wait, what do you mean intersection of future and past? There was only the... Huh. It's the Yoru. It was an encounter that could only exist through the intervention of something called the Yoru no Kuni between the two of us.
ありえてならないものは時間の流れの中で次第次第に調整され消えていく。いつかお前たちは互いに互いを忘れるだろう。
Oh, okay. So the whole thing about Taiga and Tomohito and everyone else forgetting about Chiwa is an effect of like time correcting itself. But why did it take 10 years before it does that? Humans are creatures who forget everything related to the Yoru once they become adults. Encounters formed there too will be forgotten. Then, not just Chiwa, but Haru and Hiyori and Tomohito too. Will I someday forget them?
だろうな。だがもし今口にした者たちを忘れないようなことがあるのであれば、その者たちとの開口は夜を介することもなく必然的にあり得たものなのだろうな。
Wait a second. Well, it makes sense. Like, when they were children, they were already in the Yoru. Everything they did in the Yoru was, of course, the Yoru. And if they'll forget everything they did in the Yoru, you know, it's totally normal. But what about, remember, they ended up stepping outside of the Yoru, and they were still friends, right? You know what I mean? They still had spent some time together, and sure, there would be some timey-wimey thing that would make them forget about the stuff that they did in the Yoru. But somehow, you know, the time they spent together in the real world will still be there. What the hell? But Chiwa is different.
ああ、あの子だけは夜の国というエラーがなければ互いに引き合うことは決してなかっただろう。どうあがいたって生まれた時代があまりに違いすぎている。
I narrow my eyes and say, in the first days, with an expression full of resignation. 最初から I don't need to have such worries. I paid the price. It was Maho. To re-enter Yoru, I sozo the Maho. The price of exchanging my life with Chiwa's.
ああ、そうだな。
Under the desperate circumstances, he presented me with how I would make my decision and how I would act. That's precisely what he tested me on. It was to determine if he could entrust Chiwa to me from now on, for all eternity.
それについては大丈夫だろう。
Huh? Daijobu?
ああ、すでに魔法を使ったにもかかわらず、代償は支払われていない。お前もチワも変わらず無事だ。命は変わらず、互いの胸の内にある。
I opened my hands and stared at them. That's right. Why? Exactly. Why am I unharmed? That's simple. For him, a resident of the Yoru, it's easy to understand. I feel that this shonen is never truly alone.
猫だ。お前は夜の魔法使いを嘘吹く猫に育てられたのだろう。きっとそのうちの誰かがお前の代償を。
Oh, it's Kuro. Kuro's the one who paid the price. I mean, we already know that, but like, okay. Yeah, I shouldn't. An outsider shouldn't speak as if they know everything. Just as I haven't told Chiwa about my own role. Who cares for the shonen? For the shonen must have also have their own reasons. とにかく。
これから3年間だ。
Huh? 3人?
ああ、そうだ。お前もチワも無事に外の世界へ帰った後の明日からの3年をこの俺にくれないか。
I caught a single petal that fluttered before my eyes in my palm and spoke.
その3年を必要十分の寂しさと必要十分以上の喪失感で埋めてやる。
By the way, before I continue, there were a lot of like narration lines just now. I thought the POV was Nahato's, but then I felt there was like one line that was from Taiga, but I must have been confused about person of the object mistake. I know there's a person of object mistake in this particular route, according to the MLT notes. So. Why would you do such a thing?
わかるだろう少年。夜の国で何かを得ようと考えるのなら何事であれ相応の支払いが必要となる。魔法であれそうでないものであれ。
つまりどういうことだ？
明日からの3年間その時間をすべて代償として支払うのならお前たちの出会いを本物にしてやれるということだ。
Did Nahato. So for him to remember all about the stuff that happened in the Yoru, he paid 3 years of time. 本物。
明日の朝日とともに始まるお前たちの3年間。お前たちは互いのことをすっかり忘れてしまうだろう。それからはいつも何か大切なものを忘れてしまっている自分自身に苛まれもするだろう。それでも忘れぬ寂しさに眠れぬ夜もあるだろう。
Those 3 years spent in Clune would be a terribly long time. An eternity, in fact.
そのようにして過ごす3年という時間、それがお前たちの代償だ。そしてその代償を支払い終えた頃、お前たちは互いを思い出し始める。少しずつそして大切だった人の面影を探し、互いに互いを見つけ出そうともするはずだ。いいか少年、記憶がよみがえるきっかけは どのようなものになるかはわからないが、お前のことを思う誰かと相談できるならそうしておくが、とにかく3年後だ。全力でチワを探し出してくれ。お前がチワを探し出せた時、チワの記憶もまた完全に戻るだろう。
And on that day,
記憶が戻ったその時は、どうかお前があの子のそばにいてやってほしい。
why 3 years?
青春時代の大切な3年間だ。他の誰もが恋をし、未来に希望を描き、瞬く間に過ぎゆく一秒一秒に置いていかれまいと懸命になる時間、二度と取り戻せない特別だ。
By the way, if you're not familiar, high school only takes 3 years in Japan. It is all about high school.
あの子にとって、そしてお前にとって、大切な青春時代の3年間を孤独に捧げることになるんだ。
Wait, what did they mean by this? If you sacrifice your high school, your happiness during high school, what?
夢を勝ち取るための代償としてはきっと十分だろう。
Yeah. For someone who's not familiar with like the fucking 3 years of high school thing, like if you don't have like cultural context, like if you come from like a country that takes 4 years to go to high school or something or some shit like that, or some, I don't know, some different number of years, you'd be like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like 3 precious years of youth, a time when others fall in love and dream of the future and strive not to be left behind. Like, how are you supposed to make that connection if you're not familiar with the cultural context there? I can see why the official translation is having a hard time now. I wasn't asking the shonen. I was asking the Sakura I looked up at.
3年間の孤独と永遠の別れ、どちらか選ぶべくもないはずだ。
Do you have the authority to do such a thing? The power to make our impossible counter real.
ああ、お前から夜を出入りする権利を奪えたように、それくらいのことは何とか叶うだろうと、そう思う。さあ少年、そろそろ時間だ。朝が来る。
The Ozora I'm gazing at. The head of the morning dial is beginning to seep into it.
これから始まる3年間、お前の代わりに俺があの子をどんな危機からも守ると誓う。遠からず近からずあの子を見守り続けると誓う。だから
To endure your solitude with peace of mind, I offer a re smile. Asa comes to the world, and a slightly longer Yoru comes to our lives. That's how it feels, doesn't it?
ああ、そうだな。申し訳ないけれど。
And I too return a smile to myself.
ありがとう。
Huh?
俺たち夜の住人はお前たち人間に愛してもらわなければ存在できないと思い込みたがる生き物ばかりだ。お前と夜の中で出会えた生き物たちはきっと幸せだったろうな。そう思えるよ。だから代わりに、もうお前とは出会うことのできないだろう者たちの代わりに礼を言わせてほしかったんだ。ありがとう。彼女らのことを愛してくれて。きっとお前を心から大切に思っていただろう夜の生き物たちは。これからもずっといつもお前のそばにいて、いつかお前が苦しい時はその今を乗り越えるために惜しむことなくその力を貸してくれるんだろうと、そう思う。
So I'll be fine now. Even without the Yoru, I'll be okay. Even if I embark in the adult world, I'm sure I can find Shiawase.
奏で大河、そして血はお前たちの未来にいつも幸せな魔法があることをいつもここから祈ってる。心から。
And so that Yoru was swallowed by the dazzling light of tomorrow, and the curtain of Yami quietly fell. A whisper. A whisper. It drifted. Within that serene sunlight, many spring flowers sang, and spilled forth. It was one such day. I spread out the day's newspaper in the usual seat. As usual, desperately trying to suppress my restless feelings. The number of cigarettes I'm stumbling out is also far more than usual. My gaze flickers, focusing more on the clock than on the print. She's late. When will she come home? Did something happen on the way back? So restless, I can't calm down. I closed the shop today too. There's no way I could work properly on a day like this. See me like this. Calm down a little, hey. Come on, your newspaper's upside down, you know? He'd say with a wry smile. That former Ningen. Yeah, or maybe not. There isn't a single kaibutsu here. There can only exist something that lives solely for each fleeting moment. The door opened. And there, the smile I've been waiting for.
Tadaima. 遅くなってごめんなさい。この子が途中でぐずっちゃって。
Is this Taiga? The one who's... From today, our Kazuku has one more member.
パパ、この子のこと抱っこしてくれる？
Me? Is it okay?
どうして？もちろんだよ。お願い。
I reached out my trembling hands to the Kodama. They were warm, soft. The child I gently embraced was so. Her eyes, her mouth, the softness of her cheeks. Even looking at me, who is nothing but ugly, she smiled so innocently. That smile too. Everything about her. She was just like you, my beloved. Again and again I felt such koi. Also thought that I must be truly happy. It's frustrating. I can't express these feelings with eloquent words. But this is a Yume. This was my Yume.
あの人が帰ってきたら、4人で一緒にこの子の名前を考えてもらえたら嬉しいんだけど、いいかな？
Wait, I'm trying to sense something. Anyway. By the way, this is a Yume. This was my Yume. No, that's our Yume. Anyway, from now on, the four of us, yeah, the five of us can live together. We could all envision such a mirai. That's right. This was my Yume. Every single one of my Yume was fulfilled. Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu, Kami-sama. Only at times like this can I smile at you. I was seeing such a Yume. Please, marry me! I felt as if I heard that voice again, the one she must have wished for, and I woke up. I only woke up. Huddled on the roadside, I can no longer move. No one passing by will see me, and surely I will simply rot away like this. 3 years. Until this day arrived, I believe I had protected Chiwa from every kind of incident, and placed the boy who forgot her, and placed a soul who could no longer be by her side. No matter how much this body decayed, I would protect her life to the end. I had decided that was my atonement. Atonement for what? It's the atonement I pay, having wished upon the Yoru for their encounter to become a true bond. I was uncertain that the Yoru would grant us the wish of me. A heartless kaibutsu. But I had no choice but to live believing it. Day by day, Chiwa grew into an adult. Just by watching over her, neither too far nor too close. Kaibutsu Karada of mine began to crack and decay.
あなたはどうしてたった一人の子のためにそこまでするの？
One yoru, the kitten I invited to the shop, said that. Sorry, when I read the word kitten, I'm so mind broken by my fucking Discord. Anyway, it was the shonen's otomodachi, or perhaps his Kazuku. 3 years later, after Chiwa and the shonen finished paying their atonement, what should be done to give them a chance to remember each other? I felt that was not something I could decide on my own. That's why I invited this kitten here.
大河へのきっかけは私に任せてほしい。お願い。大河のバッドエンドのすべては私が全部引き受ける。
Oh, it's Kuro.
それが私の役割だから。
Oh, I guess maybe Kuro's price is that she stops having a human form when she goes back to being a normal cat or something like that, or like, you know. Wait, this really caught my attention. Please, I'll take care of Taiga's bad ends. And what do you mean roll? What's going on, Kuro? Smiling somewhat sadly, the Neko-chan said that, and then asked me, "Why do you do so much for Chiwa? Isn't that the same for the both of us?"
少年が夜へ再び入るために創造した魔法、その代償をもお前はその小さな体で引き受けた。
Yeah, it is what happened to her.
だからお前は外には出られない。もう二度と。そうだよな。俺もお前と同じだよ。お前が少年のためにそこまでしようとする理由が俺にもやっぱりわからない。
一度優しくされたら私たちはそれでおしまい。
Just like for a bunch of dudes, just like us. And someone just shown us a little bit of kindness. Anyway. Nakoneko closed its eyelids and said,
私たちは私たちに一度でも優しくしてくれたその人のことを愛しく思わずにはいられない。二度と忘れることなんてできない。そういう生き物。
Shit. I was making a joke, and so this suddenly I thought, what did the authors of this the scenario writer or the people who wrote this VN thought, what did they mean by, like, I suddenly thought about how the Yoru no Kinoku, the creatures of the night, what if they were meant to represent the people who read this kind of work? Their audience. What if all this time I was Nahato and you were Kuro? What? Anyway, so stupid. I don't know. But it would be funny if that is actually what they meant. Let's go to you for now. Let's go to you in the story.
理由なんてそれで十分だし、それ以上はどこにもないんだ。だって優しい気持ちは人間の心の中にしかないものだから、私たちの心にはないものだから、私たちの心はいつも寂しい。
You know what? Maybe it is. Maybe that is what they really intended to say. the fucking creatures of the night are the fucking audience. Um, uh,
だから少しでも触れていたいの。少しでも、ほんの少しだけでもいいから、そばにいたいの。
leaving only those words, the Konega departed, all alone. And today, 3 years later, the promised day, graduation, the final spring when that child would change from a child to an adult. And I felt relieved. It seemed Knight had accepted even the wish, the nagai of a kaibutsu, not just humans. It seemed that Koneko had done well. The shonen appeared. He forgotten Chiwa's plan. Then as planned, he began to remember her. Honestly, mattak. How far did he go to find what he forgot?
走れ少年。お前の夢がその道の先で待ってるぞ。
This is it. I thought my role was finally over, but
はあ、まったく。どこまでも世話のかかる少年だ。
I look at my hand. It's one arm tattered and completely broken. I pushed away the boy who carelessly ran into the road and stopped the car's charge. Most likely this arm will no longer show monster-like recovery. For these past 3 years, I tried to protect them both, time and time again in this way. Therefore, I got too close to Chiwa. I got too close to the Ningen. The monster's weakness, the Kaibutsu's weakness. 3 years of watching over Chiwa. No, perhaps around 13 years. And the moment I pushed the boy away, at that moment, something decisive broke inside me. That's how it feels. A sigh. And a bitter smile. It's so dazzling, mabushi.
俺の夢は叶わなかった。
My tattered arm was empty. These fingertips will never again touch a warm, soft, new life.
俺はどうして生まれてきたのかな。
Just like I did once, I tried muttering to myself alone. But no one will ever call out to me again, saying, "That's a surprise. Even a kaibutsu can think like a Ningen, huh?"
なあソル、お前もそばで見てただろ。俺一人じゃ絶対にやり遂げられなかった。
You must have lent me your strength.
姿は見えなくとも、声は聞こえなくとも、お前がいつもそばにいて、あの子に幸せになってほしいと願うばかりなこの俺のあんなにも稚拙なあらすじをお前がそばで応援してくれたから。だからこんな俺でもやり遂げられた。なあ、そうだろ。そうだよな。俺、ちゃんとやり遂げられたよな。きっと。だから。
What value could there possibly be in a life unloved by anyone? I've been wanting an answer to that uneasy question for now.
俺はやっぱり誰からも愛されることはなかったけれど。
Still, Chiwa,
俺はお前を心から愛することができたよ。
even though I wasn't loved by those I wish to be loved by. By the way, why did the lolly version of Chiwa showed up anyway? Even if my Yume didn't come true, it was, even so, I'm quite satisfied in my life because I was able to love you.
あとはあの子がこれからずっと大切な人と共に笑って泣いて生きていってくれたなら、そうなればきっと。
Ah, Kami-sama. You're the one who gave birth to an ugly kaibutsu like me. Oshiete?
きっとこんな俺の命にも生まれてきた価値くらいはあったよな。
どうか。誰か。
誰かそうだと言ってくれ。
I wish I could cry like a Ningen just this once, at the very end. Thinking that, as if embracing this crumbling life, I close my eyelids. 1. A tear streamed down Chiwa's cheek. What's wrong? Doshitano? I said that and immediately regretted it. Doshitano? There's nothing to ask. For such a long nagai chikan, I had left her alone. I had abandoned the child I should have cherished. Why I had forgotten someone so precious to me. Though I couldn't even remember the reason why. Anyway, for me, the very person who made her lonely to ask what's wrong. There was no way I could say such a thing.
今
Chiwa said.
不思議なんです。どうしてか今大切な誰かが一人ぼっちで泣いてるような気がして。
Not being able to know that makes me so sad.
ごめんなさい。急にこんなことおかしいですよね。
Another tear spilled from her large eyes. Staring at Chiwa's tears, I thought, marry me. After I shouted that from the school rooftop, it was strange. I remember one thing after another about Chiwa. In the scenery I overlooked from the rooftop, I quickly found Chiwa and ran down. Weaving through the approaching teachers and students, I took her hand. That small hand I've been searching for all this time. And we ran. And though we had returned to Chiwa's house.
返事は
Huh?
返事はいつまで待っていてくれますか？
Wiping away her tears, Chiwa spoke as if regretting the reason for her tears that she couldn't remember.
結婚って先輩私に言ってくれましたよね。
Ah,
あれって本気なんですか？
yeah, of course. I'm serious. More serious than I've ever been. I couldn't be by your side for 3 years. Always, an unceasing loneliness was in my chest. In my heart, I always searched only for you. So it's not like those feelings just got ahead of me. That's not it. I'm serious. Truly, Chiwa. I want to. With you. I squeezed Chiwa's hand, which I was still holding.
先輩
Alright,
いきなりすぎて私もいろいろたくさん忘れたり思い出したり嬉しかったりでもどうしてか悲しかったりもして今日はもういろいろなことがたくさんで
I'll wait. I'll wait for your answer forever, Chiwa. I'm never going anywhere again. Even if you don't accept my feelings. I'll propose to you as many times as it takes, until you say yes. Chiwa. I want you to marry me. I want to walk the future ahead of you. He's basically gonna gaslight her. That's your sus. Of course, if that's how you read it out of context. Even if someone laughs at me and calls me a child, even if someone slanders me, this dream will not change. Never. So, Chiwa, Doka, I want you to help me make that dream of mine come true. She turns bright red.
頭が心がパンクしそうです先輩
She squeezes her eyes shut. From deep within them, tears welled up again and then spilled over. First, let's talk about everything up until today. All sorts of things. Things I want you to hear, Chiwa. Things I want you to tell me. I have so many.
はい
She smiles shyly, her cheeks bright red.
私もです先輩私も先輩に大好きな先輩に話したいこと教えてもらいたいこといっぱいあるんですごめんなさい
Huh?
3年も経ったのに私全然 大きくなれてなくって。
Please don't hate me. Chiwa was sniffling. It was when our lips met, as if on their own. I kissed Chiwa again and again, as if drawn to her. What I had searched for, sought, and wandered for all this time was now right in before my eyes. She was close enough to touch. Unable to express those feelings, I found myself placing my hand on Chiwa's chest. All right.
私、ずっと小さいままです。胸だって。普通ならもっと大きくなってたっていいはずです。それなのに、私、全然で。
She even whispered, "What if Senpai is disappointed?" Hate you? No way! That's not true. Never. I almost said for something like that now, but I know that feelings like anxiety and worry, one's own heart in that state, are incredibly difficult to control. No matter how small you remain, Chiwa, no matter how much you grow, I like you. I love you. I'll whisper that as many times as it takes for these feelings to properly reach her. That's why I touched Chiwa. Well, to be honest, I'm glad you stayed small like that. Fucking hell. Even we. I like things that are modest. Kind of base, I guess? I don't know. Well, my man knows what he wants. Fucking hell, bro. Really? Right now?
何ですか、それ。
She suddenly relaxed her expression, so I smiled back at her. And then I moved the hand on Chiwa's chest. Just a little. Just know. Chiwa trembled faintly. I remember doing this 3 years ago. Do you want to remember it? Or some shit like that. Okay. Between her tightly closed eyelids, I noticed something faintly glistening. I couldn't clearly tell what meaning was seeping through there, but even so, I continued to touch Chiwa, as if devouring the warmth I had sought for 3 years. For so long. Keeping one hand on her chest, I slid my other hand under her skirt uniform, touching Chiwa's most precious part.
先輩、ちょっとくすぐったいです。
Oh man, I'm more nervous than I thought it would be. My hand was trembling. Every time my fingertips touched her, Chiwa seemed to get ticklish. She seemed to be getting used to it little by little. Something warm began to seep into Chiwa's voice. Her voice reassured me, and the trembling in my hand subsided. I guess the voice actress really had a good time here. I mean, if Chiwa could feel good from my touch, just like this, then that's what I was thinking, but
嫌です、先輩。
she shook her head, gently trying to push my hand away.
私ばっかり違うんです。本当は私が先輩をいろいろしてあげたいんです。今日はそういう風にしたいから。だから。
Saying that, Chiwa touched my lower abdomen.
すごい。もうこんな。
With a gasp of surprise, Chiwa's eyes were wide. Gently, she gripped the hardened tip through my pants. Just that alone, various things swelled up inside me. Chiwa nodded once, as if steeling herself. And then, with clumsy hands, Okay, welcome back, friends. Anyway, I don't get it. Why? Based on the two routes I've seen so far, the first Ishin is always the good one, and the plot relevant one. The second Ishin was just like, yeah, and how it ends is just like, yeah. Anyway, at least that's my opinion. I don't know. Maybe Haru's would be good. Maybe the true routes would be good. Let's have another graduation ceremony. Just the two of us this time. Saying that, I led Chiwa away. Just the two of us, holding hands, we walked up the slope leading to the academy. Today, Chiwa graduates from an academy as a turning point in her life. What kind of future is Chiwa envisioning? I wonder. Whatever it is, however it is, perhaps we'll never walk the slope together like this again. And that feels a little lonely. And yet, it also feels joyful. I'll walk on, carrying these complex feelings with me. Chiwa stopped halfway up the slope, and then she looked at the Sora. Sakura fluttered down, a twilight sky, where just a few out-of-season cherry sakura bloomed.
本当なら
Chiwa murmured, her gaze still fixed on the Sora.
本当なら今日までいっぱい先輩と一緒にこの道をこの坂の道を歩けたはずなんですよね。
By the way, did Nahato fully disappear? Because I have no idea what happened to Nahato. I know he was like slowly dying just outside the school or slope or whatever. I don't know, man. It'll be funny if he's still there and they saw him. I mean, it's still the same day, but you know. I think that's how they're gonna resolve the story for that. Nahato just slowly dying, and they're just randomly taking a walk back to school, and then, oh, it's Nahato. He's dying. That's right. But that didn't happen. Even though we kept searching for each other. It was a strange 3 years where we constantly missed one another. But, yet strangely, I don't feel any regret there. The conviction that it had to be this way, and an even deeper, inexpressible something of a feeling seemed to exist between our class hands. I'm sorry. I lower my gaze.
何がですか?
Chiwa tilts her head. Graduation ceremony. I completely ruined it. And then I took Chiwa's hand and ran away. That was a terrible graduation ceremony memory, wasn't it? I said.
最高の思い出でしたよ、先輩。
Saying that, Chiwa smiled at me.
私のことを探して呼んでくれてこうして出会えました。こんな特別な今日のこと忘れたくても忘れられないって思いますもん、絶対。だから最高の思い出なんですよ。最悪でも最低でもありません。
I started walking. I think maybe we started walking. It was the slope leading to the academy. Step by step, slowly.
私は何のために生まれてきたんでしょうか。
Chiwa said this while we reached the school gate. At the top of the slope, the distant sky, she looked back and stared as the sun set.
多分心のどこかで先輩のことを探してた3年間、私はずっとそんなことばかり考えて過ごしてたような気がします。いつも一人ぼっちの人は誰もそばにいてくれなくて寂しいばかりの毎日を過ごす人は一体何のために生まれてきたんだろう。どこかでそんな言葉を見つけたからだと思います。
Was it in a hon I happened to open, or was it from a television I casually turned on? Either way, those words always made my heart uneasy.
お父さん、お母さん、大好きだった。だから、二人にも私を大好きになってほしかった。
But it didn't work.
私が私を愛してほしい人はいつだってそんな気持ちが一日一日一秒一秒大きくなっていくのをずっと感じ続けていた3年間だったんじゃないかと思います。でも先輩は帰ってきてくれたからちゃんと私を見つけ出してくれたから。
I felt the hand I was holding tighten.
先輩先輩だけです。先輩だけが最後にこうしてそばにいてくれます。
Even if I had forgotten once. Even if, for a long time, we couldn't remember each other.
先輩は走って遠い国からでも飛んで帰ってきてくれました。そして私を探し出してくれました。先輩が屋上から私に向かって叫んでくれた。その時はやっぱり恥ずかしかったし、死んじゃいそうなくらい恥ずかしかったですけれど、でもどうしようもなく嬉しかった。幸せだった。私の生まれた意味みたいなものを、その答えみたいなものを先輩からもらえたような気がしたんです。だけど私
The setting sun shone, and Chiwa squinted, dazzled.
私まだ何か大切なことを思い出せていないようなそんな気もしているんです。なんだかとても大切なさよならを私忘れてしまっているような気がしてるんです。それは昨日までちゃんと覚えていられたはずのものなのに。
I gazed at the setting sun, its fading light, as if asking if there was an answer there. Chiwa murmured, Watashi.
私はまだ何か大切なものを忘れてる。大切な誰かのことを忘れてる。その人にいつか絶対伝えなきゃいけないことがあったはずなのに。
But I'll never be able to remember that person again. By the way, this is I see why Hiyori's route is really good to have before Chiwa's route, because you had Toya's route where you have a similar situation with the Oba-chan, Oka-san of Toya, the actor, and then you have a similar situation happening here. Was Chiwa crying as she said that, or smiling? I hesitated just a little to look at her profile. I too looked at the distant sky. It was the setting sun of dusk. For some reason, I couldn't say. I'm the same. I'm the same too. I'm forgetting someone important. That feeling hasn't faded. It's still right beside me. I thought this feeling would completely disappear once I reunited with Chiwa, but humans are creatures who live by accumulating sayonara over and over again. Chiwa, Ando Chiwa, the person I love most. How long will I be able to stand here by your side? Sayonara will come, to everyone's side, to everyone's future. Which of us will be first? Which will be last? Which of us will be left behind? Which of us will leave the other? Because we live in a world where there's no such thing as forever. Chiwa, Congratulations on your graduation. Until the day sayonara eventually comes. Until I can become someone who won't lose to loneliness, even if I'm alone someday. Until that day, I can become such an adult. As much as possible. Just like this, I want to always be by your side during life's most important moments. I want to find as many happy moments as possible with you, to count only your adorable smiles. That's the life I want to choose. That's my atarashi yume. But probably, the day we become adults strong enough not to be defeated by eventual sayonara or lonely feelings might still be far off.
Huh?
Chiwa tilted her head. I turned around and I told them, come on out. Honestly, eavesdropping is in bad taste, you know?
いやー、なんだか出ていくタイミングがわかんなくなっちゃって。
Tomohito poked his head out from beyond the school gate.
そうだよ。いきなり真面目モードでなんだかお話始めるんだもん。むしろ空気の読める日和ちゃんは気を使ってあげてたのに。なんだかひどい言われよう。
Hiyori followed suit.
このまま黙って帰った方が今日のところはいいのかなって思ったんだけど、バレちゃってたんだね。
Can't wait for a route. We might read it tonight. We might. I mean, start reading it. Haru also poked her head out next. Suddenly, Chiwa turned bright red. They heard us. I must have said something embarrassing. Definitely without a doubt. Those thoughts dyed her small cheeks bright red.
きっとさ、二人はここに戻ってくるんじゃないかって思ったんだよ。だからハルちゃんとヒヨちゃんのこと、ここに呼んだんだ。
Is that so? It feels a little frustrating that our actions were found out. Just a little though.
いや、ずっと一緒に旅してきた相棒の考えることだ。ずっと一緒に遊んできた親友の考えることだ。
まあ、それはそうと。さあ、どうぞどうぞ。
Hiyori held out the graduation certificate like a microphone.
いつかみたいにお返事を。いつかみたいにお返事？そうそう、そうだよ。俺と結婚してくださいってそう言われちゃったでしょ。
So much for waiting. I guess it's the power of peer pressure. Hiyori imitated my voice.
それってなんだかあの時みたいだからね。チワもあの時みたいにお返事を。あの時みたいに。うん、ごめんねチワちゃん。私たちも思い出せたよ。いろいろたくさん。
How to apologize for everything that had happened until now?
仲間外れにする気なんて全然全くなかったのに、思い返せば自然とそんな風になっちゃっていて。先輩たちが悪いわけじゃ。だから謝らないでください。今日からまたいっぱいたくさん仲良くしてもらえたら、それだけで私嬉しいです。
Of course, she says, a faint smile on her face that somehow looks lonely.
チワちゃん、あなただったらきっと大丈夫。大河くんの隣はあの子じゃないとって思ってたけど。柊先輩？それってどういう。
Why is Haru specifically... Never mind. No, it's nothing. Haru said with a laugh. This is the second time this happened. There must be... I can't wait to read Haru's rap. There's certainly something... I mean, even Hiyori isn't doing something like this right now. It's specifically Haru is doing something like this.
今日までのこと、チワちゃんと話したいことはいっぱいあるけれど。だけどまずは。まずは大河からのプロポーズだよ、チワ。そのお返事を私たちの前で 今ここでどうぞ。
Man, the peer pressure. What? Shoto mate kudasai. I'll wait for your answer forever. That's what I told her. That it's fine whenever Chiwa is ready.
いいえ、いいんです。先輩がせっかく勇気を出してくれたのに、私に気持ちを伝えてくれたのに、それなのに私が先送りになんてしてたらダメです。そんなの私に意地悪だった先輩みたいで、やっぱりダメです。
It was Chiwa, smiling mischievously.
先輩、奏先輩、私の気持ち、私の返事聞いてもらえますか？
I said nothing, just nodded. Facing me, Chiwa took a slightly longer, deep breath. Then she quietly looked up at me.
好きです。
She said quietly.
先輩、タイガさん、ずっとあなたのことが大好きでした。お願いです。お願いします。どうか私をあなたのお嫁さんにしてください。
A cheer. Cheers from 3 peoples went up. Ando Chiwa's life is made to be prone to loneliness. So his voice suddenly resurfaced. I don't know how it was until now. It might have certainly been that way, or it might be nothing more than mere coincidence. But if something unseen were to work between us again, and if some sad event were to happen again someday, something that would tear us apart, even if such a future awaits us. But even so, we must start walking forward. Together, the two of us. This world is made of countless fairy tales. But tomorrow, let's write a story together. Just the two of us. A story where we can count only happy things. Like the happily ever after of a fairy tale. That kind of story. A fairy tale where the happy ending continues forever. Where we'll never be alone again. That kind of fairy tale. Come on, shall we go home? I reach out my hand.
はい、帰りましょう。
You take my hand. Wait. Here in this moment, within our hands just reconnected, we believe that the future we once envisioned was right here.
視線がすれ違うたび高鳴る鼓動を抑えた初めて触れた指でなぞった名前心まで染め上げて全てを変えてゆく春空舞う花びらは過ぎ去った奇跡じゃなくめくった季節を越えても輝いて二人の未来を彩るよ春風吹くこの場所で懐かしい舞台の上重ねた想いの数だけ迷わずに二人で描いてゆこう新しい物語を放課後待ち合わせて帰った夕日の色夜空浮かぶ月のように君がそばにいてくれた視線がぶつかるたびに近づく鼓動を数えた初めて触れた方の震えが今も心まで染め上げて全てを変えてゆく繰り返す時を幾千も夜をとあり過ごすこの先もずっと冬の名残払う風は汚れのない思い乗せて飛んでゆく春空舞う思い出は過ぎ去った奇跡じゃなく明日へ踏み出す背中をそっと押す昨日から届く贈り物だよ春風吹くこの場所で新しい舞台の上重ねた手と手をもう二度と離さずに二人で今歩き出そう終わらない物語を
A whisper. A whisper. Water. Once again this year, the season at the Dancing Sakura has arrived. Lately, it started taking me quite a long time to get out of bed. A voice comes from the radio I left on by my bedside. Tens of thousands of light years away, a planet similar to ours was discovered. Immigration plans are underway for the wealthy and influential. Wait, what? Are we 1,000 years away from that? What? Why are they so eager to leave this planet? It's because year by year, the distance between the moon and the Earth. Lately, I often hear such dreamlike stories. Surprisingly, the adult world might be more filled with realistic dreams and hope than girlhood. Even as an adult, I remain eternally small, eternally slender. Do you know how many people just hated you just now? Eternally slender, eternally small. I carefully rub and warm every joint of my body. Finally, I get up. I hate how I totally relate with that. I carefully rub and warm every joint of my body every damn morning. I literally just did that while I was reading when we first started. Jesus.
綺麗
Outside the window, the sakura are in full bloom. How many more times will I be able to greet the season? How many more times will I be able to look up at the warm sunlight with you?
あれから
Since then, a great deal of time has passed. Our story. The tale we two wove together. A fairy tale of him and me. I feel like it became a story where we could find so much happiness and so much smiles. The year we graduated, we reopened the cafe. He and I decided to keep living in this town together, and from then on, I would take orders, and he would make delicious kohi and light meals in the kitchen. At night, we'd gather with close friends to chat, watch movies using the cafe wall as a screen, or eat dinner together while listening to gentle music. He and I wondered if this could become such a place for us. At first, things were really tough. Just because we could brew delicious coffee or prepare the proud menu we devised together didn't mean the shop would succeed on its own. Difficulties piled up one after another. We'll be crushed by unexpected realities, and each time we get discouraged. We encourage each other countless times. With the thoughts and strength of many people, I feel like we were able to make this small cafe a place where many smiles gather. まるで
まるで二人三脚みたいな人生でした。
Little me and big you. Our strides were surely mismatched. Even so, it was a life where we could walk slowly at our own pace.
でも生きることってどうしてこんなに簡単じゃないのかな。どうしてこんなに思い通りにならないのかな。
I wanted to find a place where he and I could live together, holding hands forever, laughing together, sometimes even bickering. That was my yume. We overcame many difficulties, and that yume was realized, but
一つ悲しいことを乗り越えられてもまた一つ次の悲しいことがやってくる。この世界はそういう場所です。
our atarashi yume was to have a child. If it was his child. I fucking hate this fucking mistranslation errors. I mean, yeah, it would surely be cute just for that. That's what I thought. But for a long time, a very long time, that yume was not realized.
それは多分いつまでも小さいままな私のせい。
Oh, damn. Shit. My body was just too small. I think it was me only to hold one life, her own. If we were to force ourselves to have a child, my body wouldn't be able to withstand childbirth, I was told. I don't know if that's an actual thing. I don't know. If I choose to live with the person I love so much, just the two of us, together forever, then I would have to give up on that child. Don't worry about it. The person I love so much smiled for me. You're just too important to me, so I never even thought about having kids until now. On the way home from the building, we walked home, holding hands with me, who was on the verge of tears. He said, "Don't worry about it, and just being with you is enough. I'm more than happy enough as it is." He chose words that didn't mind her being blamed, and gently lied to me. But it's precisely because he's that kind of person.
私はやっぱり大好きなあの人との子供が欲しくて、きっとなんとかなるからってあの人のことをいっぱいいっぱい困らせて、あの子を産むことにしたんです。
For her, a small girl, to bring a small life into this world, not just the birth itself, but many other things were truly difficult. But when he first held that child, he was happy. He was filled with joy. Because no matter how much suffering she endured, she wanted to safely send this child alone into this world. Oh man, the text is kind of like, but
でもやっぱり無理なものは無理でした。
wait, what?
赤ちゃんは平均よりずっと小さかったけれど、無事に生まれてきてくれた。でも代わりに私の小さな体はそろそろ。
Oh, did she become like bedridden or something? Sayonara was near. She felt that her sayonara to her loved ones was already close.
だから
Because she was like that, she was able to remember you like this, and
こうしてまたあなたの姿を見つめることができるんですね。
don't tell me this is she's able to perceive Nahato, just like what happened with Toya's friend. You were there beside her bed. You quietly watched over her, who had become completely weak and small. Papa. Just like when she was little, she tried calling out to you.
ねえパパ、私を迎えに来てくれたの？
But you didn't answer and slowly blinked your eyes. You were tattered. Your karada, which had been so large, looked considerably smaller, like moss and ivy intertwining an old tree trunk. A lot of green was enveloping your body. One arm had decayed and fallen off, and the remaining arm was also cracked like a weakened tree branch. She wondered, just how long had you been doing that for her?
私ね、パパ、あなたにどうしても伝えたいことがあったんだよ。
But she was sorry. She, who had become an adult before she knew it, had many things swallowed up by the busyness of daily life. She was sorry. She had forgotten everything about you, everything she wanted to tell you until today. She didn't want to blame it on the influence of the Yoda from childhood alone or anything else, but
でもね、最後にそれを思い出せてよかった。本当に。
I smile. Because I can finally put that feeling I've always wanted to express into words.
ありがとう、パパ。いつもそばにいてくれてありがとう。ずっとずっと私のことを見守ってくれていたのはいつも本当に心から私を応援してくれていたのは、助けてくれていたのはいつだってあなただったんだよね。
You narrowed your eyes, and then the Hoshisora deep within your eyes seemed to sparkle.
あのね、パパ、私小さな頃あなたたちと出会うまではずっと 寂しいばかりだったけど、これまでも大変なことの少なくない人生だったように思うけど、でもね、ありがとうパパ。あなたのおかげで本当に幸せだったよ。
Because
だって私には優しいパパが2人もいてくれたし、
and what's more,
それにね、
whether I should say what comes next. When I was little, I always hesitated. I immediately realized it was strange, but I couldn't say it no matter what. Because I'm sure it was something you, my kind self, thought so much. Just for me. For my sake. Even so, I couldn't pretend not to know. Couldn't pretend not to understand anymore.
パパ。
Because I want to tell you, arigato, from the bottom of my heart. So please, I'll want you to listen.
私には優しい2人のパパと、もう1人お父さんがいてくれたんだもん。だから今日までずっと寂しくなかった。いっぱいいっぱい幸せだったよ。
I barely conveyed that, and I smiled. I think I was smiling. Then you close your eyes there. Even so, 2 small lights seemed to spill from behind your eyelids.
チワ、お前を迎えに来たわけじゃないよ。お前に伝えたいことは俺にもたくさんあるけれど。
But as you can see, this is how I am. So much so that I can barely speak anymore. Because no matter how hard I try, I'm so broken that this time, I won't be able to move even a single step from here.
チワ、
But at the very end, I at least want to tell you this.
花束だ。
花。
ああ、お前の未来に。
You gently touch my cheek.
いっぱいの花束を連れてきたんだよ。
Suddenly, you smile gently, more gently than anyone else.
チワ、愛しい愛しい俺たちのチワ、お前のこれから未来、いつでも何とでも笑顔が幸せが何度だってあるように祈ってる。心からずっとだ。
And then your smile was enveloped by a multitude of hana. After that, I think I saw a short dream. After the graduation ceremony, I rushed out of the house saying I'd buy a celebratory cake. But after a while, I came back dejected, saying everything was sold out. Or a delicious whole shortcake would appear in the refrigerator, which had opened by itself. The opening day, which I reopened the cafe, I worked hard, distributing flyers for weeks. Beforehand, not a single customer came. The first day was about to end, with almost no customers. Just as we were about to close, then 2 customers arrived. In an instant, the cafe was full, and we panicked a little. And every one of them held a small flower in their hand. Apparently, when they happened to pick up something that had fallen in front of the shop, every customer would say is wondering, that they noticed a delicious smell there and decided to stop by the shop. A wedding my partner and I somehow managed to hold up after saving up money. Oh man, these guys are millennials. Well, no, the millennial move right now is just to don't even have like a big wedding or even not even a small one. Just have the legal ceremony. And sorry, I that's random. Let's continue with the actual story. The dress my senpai and I chose couldn't arrive by the wedding day due to the vendor's error. I got a call the day before the ceremony. Then maybe it's okay to try wearing our school uniforms again after a long time. My partner and I said with really smiles, but it's so awkward to wear your school uniform for a wedding. Why? But on the day of the wedding, the dress they said couldn't possibly arrive was placed in the changing room of the tiny venue we booked. It's always like this. When things were tough, when I thought it was hopeless, I always felt like someone was there beside me lending a hand. So, no matter how difficult things get from now on, we'll definitely be okay. With the feelings and support of someone important by our side, there's nothing we can't overcome. We'll overcome everything. Right? Everyone's surely right. Even if you can't see them, even if their voice doesn't reach you. Someone who cares about you more than anyone else is always by your side. When you're in great pain, when you're sad, even on lonely, sleepless nights, someone who thinks of you is always there, grieving with you, laughing with you, holding your hand when you're lonely. They should lend you by the hand from the depths of the dark night into a dazzling landscape. Right, Oto-san? Even if I can't see you, even if I can't hear your voice, you're always been by my side. Nah, Oto-san. Right? From now on too, surely, right? You'll watch over me, right?
だから
I reach out my hand to your receding back.
だからお願い行かないで
Chiwa,
You said without even looking back.
お前に呪いをかけてやる。愚かで醜い。ただの怪物な俺から最後にお前へ。この花を受け取ったお前はもう絶対にどう頑張ってもあがいてももう絶対一人ぼっちには不幸にはなれないぞ。だから覚悟して幸せに生きろ。いいな。
Guys, live happily. A whisper. A whisper. It drifted. Amidst countless spring flowers. Your back, faintly receding, all alone. Ah, that's right. I remember one more thing. The reason I fell in love with Senpai, with Taiga-san, was because somewhere in my heart, I connected your always lonely back, your profile, and your beautiful eyes that seemed to cry invisible tears. Because I realized that. Yes, because I remembered that. I lowered the hand I reached out to your back, and quietly, slowly, I woke from the dream I shared with you. So basically, she fell in love with Taiga because it reminded her of her dad. I mean, that happens a lot, you know. That's a known pattern. とにかく I hurriedly home by taxi from the viewing. Last night, my child developed a fever. A small child, not even 1 year old yet. Just recently, a customer who often gives me advice about children mentioned that even a slight fever can become serious for a child this young. Though it was diagnosed as just a cold, they decided to hospitalize them for one night, just in case. It was only for one night, but I had to leave the house. I was anxious. Chiwa. Since giving birth to this child, Chiwa has rapidly grown thinner and smaller. Lately, she seems to be spending more and more time absently gazing absently out the wide open window of her room. That her profile made me feel as if Sayonara was drawing near. I bit my lip. Chiwa, I told you so many times not to overdo it, because you're important to me. I couldn't voice such words even if it killed me, especially not while holding this child. In truth, I shouldn't have even thought them. Even if words don't convey, feelings do. I believe children like that. This child, I carefully carried home. This fever has gone down, and they're sleeping peacefully, but I had a bad premonition. That's why I hurried back. She was steadily weakened. Eventually, it became difficult for her to even walk on her own, and she spent most of her day in bed. Hospital life takes a greater toll on the mind than on the body. We just switched to home care. It felt like the doctor's unspoken consideration: spend your last moments together. So I promised that from now on, I would stay by Chiwa's side without leaving her for a moment. Lying in bed, Chiwa nodded to me with a fragile-looking smile. But one night, even though it couldn't be helped, I broke my promise. Since Chiwa came home from the byoin, I never left her alone for such a long time. It was too frustrating to even put the baby down in its own little bed. Please, don't cry. It had been sleeping peacefully just a moment ago, but suddenly it started fuzzing and finally began to cry loudly. Is it hungry, or does it need a diaper change? I'm sorry. Even so, I need to check on Chiwa first. Holding the akambo, I opened the room's door. Huh? I'm surprised. What in the world is this? First, one thing. Chiwa's room was overflowing with so many flowers. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, decorated with colorful flowers. Spring flowers floated down as if the warm season itself had rushed through this room. And then, Chiwa, are you sure you're okay not sleeping? Chiwa had sat up and was sitting on the bed. Her complexion seemed better. Last night, when I told her I was taking the child to the byoin, her cheeks had been pale and cold.
もう大丈夫みたい。
Chiwa nodded vaguely.
なんだか夢を見ていた気がして、
Yume?
その夢の中でとても大切な誰かが私にとても大切なものを交換してくれた。そんな気がして。だからもう平気だよ。全部大丈夫。そう思えるの。
She murmured, staring intently at the chair placed beside the bed. Chiwa took the endless crying child from me and held it. Then the child who had been crying uncontrollably just moments ago gradually quieted down, and finally smiled. And then it was the chair that should have been empty. It reached out its tiny hand towards it, smiling brightly. I rubbed my eyes. Someone touched the baby's outstretched hand. I felt sure I had seen that moment. The wind blew. The flowers in the room. Many bouquets. Caught by a sudden gust of wind. Blowing in from the open window soared up. At that sight, for some reason Did someone's Yume finally come true? Suddenly I found myself thinking that. Yeah. Why, I thought such a thing. I thought there was no reason. And I didn't understand the full logic either. For some reason I felt like thinking such a thing, though it was unlike me.
よし。
Chiwa took a deep breath and powerfully stood up from the bed. Chiwa, I panicked, telling her she needed more rest, but Chiwa shook her head, saying, "No, I'm really fine." Then she softened her flushed cheeks.
なんだかじっとなんてしていられなくって。お願い。
Wakata, but don't overdo it, okay?
ありがとう。無理はしない。約束するよ。
The two of us put the Akambo to sleep. I took Chiwa's hand in her shop uniform for the first time in a while, and we stood in the shop open as usual today. Why did she have the long hair? I'm guessing they didn't want to make a sprite with her with the long hair. Anyway. Chiwa looked up at the warm spring sunlight, narrowing her eyes. Her steps faltered slightly. To support her, I hastily grabbed Chiwa's hand.
ちょっとだけフラッとしちゃった。
Because you've been in bed for so long.
そうだね。
Chiwa smiled.
ずっと寝てばかりだったから。だから急に動いて体がちょっと驚いちゃったのかも。
Chiwa. I was worried. I lowered my gaze and spoke. I was so worried, Chiwa. I thought it was already over. As if spitting out all my remaining weakness, as I murmured. To me, Chiwa said,
ごめんなさい。
Huh?
これまでたくさん心配かけてごめんなさい。
No, that's not.
でもね、約束する。もう何もかも大丈夫。本当に本当だよ。
あ、
不思議だけど、自分でも少し信じられないけれど、私ね、これから少しずつ昔よりもずっと元気になれるんじゃないかって、そんな気もしてるんだよ。
She said it with a smile, like she could even give birth to another baby, and squeezed my heart in my hand with just a little strength. Opening time was almost here. Regular customers started to gather one by one. Seeing Chiwa in her uniform, some were surprised, some worried if she was okay now, and surprisingly some even tears of joy seeing her looking well. Welcoming those people as usual today.
次はどんなことが待ってるのかな。
Chiwa looked up at the quiet sky, colored by spring, and said that.
一つ悲しかったり大変なことだったりを乗り越えても、また次の何かが待っている。ここはそんな風にして進む時間の中なんだろうと思うけど、でも
Demo.
でもきっとね、何があっても大丈夫だよね。あなたと一緒に、これからも一緒に、この命を大切に生きていたい。
Because the people who care about us more than anyone else are surely always watching over and supporting us, so that we can make this new dream come true.
だからきっと何事もない今が幸せ。そうだよね。
Saying that to each other, we smiled. Like that and like this. From now on, we'll continue to live together in this town. Wishing that, praying for that. Today too, we held hands and slowly, like a three-legged race with mismatched strides, we vowed with smiles to walk forward. Um, why did it close suddenly? Okay, it's kind of weird. My Sakuramoe just randomly asked close. Anyway, I'm just gonna get my final thoughts. Uh, let's at least open the game before I get my final thoughts. Wait, I need to check something before I get my final thoughts. I want to double check if it actually recorded stuff because album memory mode. All right, Chiwa's route is in here. Good. It at least registered. I completed it. All right, final thoughts. Chiwa's route was way better than Hiyori's, and it's not that bad. It's like I finally realized it's like this. You know, you're free to choose if you want to start Chiwa or Hiyori's route, but based on the stuff we've seen so far, I'm like, you really should start with Hiyori's route before Chiwa's, because if you start with Chiwa's route, you'll be like, huh? They just say these things, and then you start Hiyori's route. Like in terms of progression, it's better to start with Hiyori's route because a lot of stuff that's set up for Chiwa's route is like consider Hiyori's route. Like I think they don't stand alone if you start out with like Chiwa's route. You'll be like, okay, you're dumping this sort of information. But that's what it feels like. The progression just start out with Hiyori's to Chiwa's. And I think I finally understand why Hiyori's route isn't as well developed as like Chiwa's route. It's because it feels like it really already half of like Hiyori's route is already like regarding Toya's. And I finally understand it kind of makes sense when you finally get to Chiwa's route and it's like, oh, it's like it's like Hiyori's route is a huge setup route for a lot of stuff with Chiwa's route. That's what it feels like right now. But anyway. But one thing I would say about Chiwa's route, though. I don't know if you guys already read Rewrite. If you haven't, you can find there's a playlist for Rewrite. So I'm gonna talk as if you guys read Rewrite and finished it. Do you remember Chihaya's route? Do you remember Chihaya's route where you think of that route as not Chihaya's route but more of Sakuya's route? I'll be honest, that's what it feels like to me right now. Like any moment I started to get emotional about this whole route, it was regarding about Nahato. Like Chiwa was just like, oh sure, no emotional. When I mean emotional, like, you know, started feeling like I would cry or sad or like get hit. Like, especially there was one scene when during Nahato recounting like the events from his perspective, and when he finally felt like when he heard he was called a dad, and he felt like someone like me who is unloved and scared, and people were scared and unloved and whatever. Suddenly I finally I don't deserve this, and you know, for me it hit me. I think I was audibly hit by that scene, and like I really needed some little time, some time to just recompose myself right then and there, man. I just like the actual Chiwa stuff was like, yeah, okay, sure, it's really sad, but the stuff about Nahato really takes the proverbial cake. But yeah, damn, Nahato, man. This really doesn't feel like a Chiwa route. It feels like a Nahato route, honestly. That's what I feel like right now. It's the same thing with the Chihaya's route. Oh well. All right, that's it. We're gonna move to Haru's route next. I'm wondering if I'm doing it tonight. I might actually do it tonight. I need to do some late night laundry. Like, we're talking about early morning because I don't like to do laundry with fighting with people in the building. So I usually do it in the middle, like early hours. And obviously I wait for things to finish, so I might actually read. After this, I'm gonna play KCD2, and when I mean after this, like I haven't eaten dinner yet. I mean lunch. It's 2 p.m. So I just kept reading, man. I just kept reading, and then yeah, and then I'll play KCD2. Then we might have some. I most likely or might. Okay, let's just say it tomorrow, just to be safe. But I will try to start Haru's route later, even just for an hour. I really want to start Haru's route. Anyway, that's it for Chiwa's route and Sakramoyu. I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. I'm not going to play the ending song anymore because we already went through the ending song. I'm also going to have to cut that out and upload Chiwa's version. Anyway, I'll see you guys. Ciao.